ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló bá ń gbé àyàn ti ìgbàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri tukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimo. Egu mawego. Karatuba jodiri tukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimo. Egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bumkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Since I was born and now I am getting old, and whatever it is I just said. So whatever it is that he just said. So of course the expectation to see my face. I'm sure you are glad you're not. But let me signpost you to what is showing on the screen now. So this is Doopsy's show, backed by popular demand. So she's back with you tomorrow, and the link to that. So go bookmark this now. So Doopsy is back tomorrow with that human interest show that she hosts every Sunday. So it's a human interest show, nothing to do with politics. And the question she'll be asking is, when a man cheats, it's nothing to do with you. So this comes off the back of what is going on within the within high society within Nigeria. So she'll be using an example to narrate that, or rather to open that place up as a conversational space. So when a man cheats, it's nothing to do with you. So that's the headline piece. She will also be talking about the narrative of a woman that gave birth and got pregnant 2 months later, and then she was celebrating. So is that cause for celebration is the question that Doopsy will be asking. So click on this link now that I'm putting in the comment section. Go bookmark it. It's guaranteed to be a banking session. Backed by popular demand, Doopsy Baby. So backed by popular demand, Doopsy Baby. But before you get to Doopsy Baby, before you get to Doopsy Baby, you'd have to contend with me at least for one more day. So contend with me at least for one more day in the course of this, in the course of this week. Yeah. So contend with me for at least one more day in the course of this week. So what are we looking at? Everyone, I've forgotten my opening salvo. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio. So do all those. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then if you haven't already, that is. So click on like, click on subscribe. Don't click on subscribe twice because that then unsubscribes you. So click on like and then click on subscribe if you haven't already. That's a once in a lifetime thing. So you don't have to ever click on it again once you've done it. So click on like, click on subscribe. And if you want to come and engage in conversation, click on this hyper. I'm going to post the link again to the studio. I've been noticing over the last couple of days or so, the sessions have been having somewhat of a sluggish start, you know. So people come in very slow trickles, and then it builds up to filling up fairly quickly. But if you do want to be part of the conversation, then come in immediately and right now so that you are not missed out or lost in the crowd. So not missed out or lost in the crowd. So what are we contending with? We have a myriad of all sorts that we're contending with today. A myriad of all sorts. And that's really, okay, let's actually just go through it. More trouble for Dangote as EFCC summons officials to Abuja. So yes, just as early as yesterday, we were going through the storyline of how Dangote's headquarters was raided by EFCC. Now, to add on to that, officials then, no doubt senior officials from that conglomerate have now been invited still to come and interact with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. So it looks as though now the noose tightening around the neck of the Dangote conglomerate. More trouble for Dangote as EFCC summons officials to Abuja. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has summoned officials of the Dangote Group owned by billionaire Aliko Dangote to appear in Abuja next week with detailed documents on their foreign exchange transactions for the past 9 years. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Anybody that has followed this platform for more than 10 seconds would have heard me say endlessly that Dangote has no other business other than one sole business, which is round-tripping money. That is the only business that Dangote is in. And the other, all these refineries, etc., they're just a front for its main business, which is essentially round-tripping dollars. And by the way, Dangote is not just the richest black man on the planet. It's probably one of the, nobody really knows the extent of this guy's wealth. It's only really that has been attached to his publicly quoted, accounted for assets that people are using to extrapolate and project his wealth. Nobody knows the extent of his wealth, and I make bold to put forward that his wealth is actually 3-4 times more than anybody anticipates. So there it is right there, the round tripping of dollars. More trouble for Dangote. Yes, where was I? Let's just... the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has summoned officials of the Dangote Group, owned by billionaire Aliko Dangote, to appear in Abuja next week with detailed documents of their foreign exchange transactions for the past 5 years. This development comes amidst an ongoing investigation into alleged preferential forex allocation made by the Central Bank of Nigeria under the leadership of Governor Godwin Emefiele. Pardon me. On Thursday, EFCC operatives stormed the Dangote Industry Limited headquarters in Ikoyi, Lagos, as part of the investigation. While they seized some documents, sources revealed that this did not cover all the required transactions. Consequently, the officials were summoned to Abuja on Tuesday to provide comprehensive documentation. Sources confirmed that Dangote was not in the country during the raid, but would return next week to address the issue personally. He is reportedly aware of EFCC's demands, though it remains unclear if he was informed prior to the raid. Yes, they, Dangote officials, were asked for time. Dangote officials asked for time to enable them to get all the necessary documents, which was granted. The idea is not to be seen to be witch hunting anyone. What the commission wants is to get evidence and details of how government funds were allocated, and that is all. The correspondence quote an EFCC official are saying. Correspondents also report that an official of the Dangote Group confirmed that some key personnel of the company were currently gathering the documents required by EFCC. It has also been confirmed that the firm had sent some documents and key members of staff to the EFCC headquarters in Abuja regarding the ongoing investigation, the official stated. We were aware of the ongoing investigation by the EFCC, and our people were at the headquarters in Abuja with some of the requested documents as of the time its operatives invaded our Lagos office in what I describe as a show off. We are a law-abiding group, but it is difficult to get all the documents covering the tenure of Emefiele at once. But our people are working at night to get all the relevant documents, which will be sent to the anti-graft agency next week. The source added, as of the time of the raid, our people were in Abuja. We have been sleeping in the office to make sure that we get all the documents the EFCC requires for the investigation. We are talking about documents from 2014 to 2023. It is a lot of documents, and it will take time. So this is it now. It's quite striking that they use the word show off, and there's always an element of showboating in law enforcement in Nigeria. There's always an element of showboating. So why storm his offices? Well, I suppose if they have to go to his offices, they have to go to his offices. But they make sure to do it under the glare of publicity, of course. But certainly the news tightening around the neck of Aliko Dangote, the news tightening around the neck of Aliko Dangote conglomerate, as the news rather tightens around the neck of the Minister of Social Development. Palliative saga accountant general disowns Beta Edu fault 585 million naira transfer into private account. The accountant general of the Federation, Dr. Oluwatoyin, has faulted the disbursement of 585 million naira into a personal account. So let's see. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Beta Edu, in a viral document personally signed by her and directed to the office of the AGF, instructed the payment of funds into one Bridget Mojisola's account. The document also showed that the payment of 585 million naira grant meant for vulnerable groups in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogun, and Lagos State was made into the said account. But reacting to the leaked document, Rashid Zubair, Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to the minister, in a statement on Friday, said the payment for the vulnerable groups followed due process. According to Zubair, the payment of the grant to the account of Bridget was because the fellow currently serves as the project accountant of grants for vulnerable groups. In response to the development, the AGF said she did not honor the request. She said it was not her responsibility to make payments for projects and programs on behalf of ministries, departments, and agencies. The AGF position was contained. What does she have to? The AGF position was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director of Press, Bawa Mokwa. Mokwa quoted the AGF as saying the allocation was released to self-accounting MDAs in line with the budget. So I'm not quite sure. This doesn't actually read quite well, but the thrust of it is that the Accountant General thought that the money should go into a private account. Should I attempt that again? Maybe I wasn't reading it. Let me attempt it again. Right. The Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Oluwatoyin, has faulted the disbursement of 585 million into a personal account. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Dr. Beta Edu, in a viral document personally signed by her and directed to the office of the AGF, instructed the payment of the funds to one Bridget Mojisola. The document also showed that the payment of 585 million naira grant meant for vulnerable groups was made to Mojisola's account. But reacting to the leaked document, Rashid Zubair, Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to the minister, in a statement on Friday, said the payment for the vulnerable group followed due process. According to Zubair, the payment of the grant to the account of Bridget Mojisola was because the fellow currently serves as the project accountant of grants for vulnerable groups. In response to the development, the AGF, so that's the Accountant General of the Federation, said she did not honor the request. She said it was not her personal responsibility to make payments for projects and programs on behalf of ministers, departments, and agencies. The AGF position was contained in a statement on Saturday by the Director of Press, Bawa Moka. Moka quoted the AGF as saying that allocations were released to self-accounting MDAs in line with the budget, and such MDAs were responsible for the implementation of their projects and payments for such projects. So what this is actually telling us is that when Beta Edu is telling us that they are following due process, that's not actually due process. The accountant general actually sends the bulk of the money to Beta Edu. Then it is her responsibility on how to disburse the money, is essentially what's being said here. So it is not the place of the accountant general to be sending payments to satellite agencies within an overarching ministry. So she sends the monies to the ministry, and then that ministry then their responsibility then on how to disburse that money. That's essentially, so due process was not followed, is essentially the case. But she's still in play, Beta Edu, as Daniel Bwala puts the boot in. This video clip is self-incriminating in the sense that she was well aware that the funds were meant to be transferred from the CBN account directly into the account of the beneficiaries. Yet she acted otherwise. Sad that a young and intelligent minister fell short of the glory of that office. She betrayed the trust of Bola Tinubu, who put faith and confidence in the youth by appointing a reasonable number of them into various offices. Mr. President, please treat this as an exception because all youths are not the same. So she's not a representative of the youth, by the way. She represents herself, but let's see what she has to say.
Sure, Nigerians is the fact that this is a very transparent system that is traceable from the CBN account directly to the account of the beneficiaries. For Nigerians who do not have accounts and do not have the NIN, we are actually working to open accounts and money wallets for all of these persons. Sure, Nigerians is the fact that this is a very
all right. I'm not quite sure what she said there to incriminate herself, but it looks as though she's been incriminated somewhat. Let's go on from there to this. Villagers flee as bandits overwhelm Amotekun in parts of Ondo. So that insurgency now, it looks as though they're launching insurgency at the Tinubu administration. I'll only give you about 3 or 4 paragraphs of this. Some villagers in Ondo have begun to flee their homes following incessant attacks suffered from the headsmen come bandit invasions. This has become the faith of residents in some villages in the state after long-time reported cases of attacks, kidnappings, and sometimes killings, which has continued to disrupt business activities, undermine food security, displace a large number of inhabitants, and also cast heavy doubts on the safety of lives and property. So there it is right there. So that's banditry still going on within that space. Let me go on from there to this. So off the back of that banditry now, target of 1 trillion economy in danger if insecurity persists. So this is Tinubu now sounding one into the security space. They don't care, of course. You might as well rot in hell for all they care. President Bola Tinubu has asked the nation's security chiefs to ensure that there is conclusive victory against the myriad of security threats assailing the country. Addressing security chiefs and heads of intelligence agencies at a presidential security briefing at the State House in Abuja on Friday, President Tinubu said whilst good progress is being made with the elimination of some security threats across multiple theaters, success will ultimately be defined by a final conclusion to the multidimensional menace. We have too many investments that we need to make now in soft and physical infrastructure, in social security, in MSME empowerment, and other growth enablers. We are pursuing $1 trillion economy in the next few years. and our efforts will be undermined if we do not finally wrap up our progressive onslaught against enemies of progress. Be encouraged. The confidence of our people in your capacity is rising, and they appreciate the sacrifices of our men and women. The success you are recording is undeniable. Nigerians are saying it, but the avoidable errors, as witnessed recently in Kaduna, are unacceptable and cannot repeat. I am pleased that coordination between all the agencies has dramatically improved over recent months, but there is no room for celebration until we can end this, until we can bring our troops back to their localities, and until we can free up resources for our critical economic expansion program. So this is Tinubu essentially reading. Would you even say he's reading the Riot Act? He should just tell them that, look, you have 6 months to end this, or you're sacked. That's really the tone. All these nicety, and pats on the back. He adds nothing, just tell them that their job is on the line. I need to see improvement in 6 months, or I'll bring in a new team. That's just really what these people understand. Illegal miners on the prowl in Northeast despite ban. So this is what all the insurgency is all about. Illegal mining operations has continued to thrive in Northeast states despite the ban and strict regulations promised to be enforced by governors. So there it is right there. That's what all the insurgency is all about. So that's what all the insurgency is all about. All right, I think that's sufficient to be going with. We only have one person. Oh, now we have two. So we have two people in the studio. Anybody else that wants to join. But let's kick it off nevertheless. First, of course, we play the Kegites. Just as soon as I can find them.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche, amen to that on behalf of all of us. Emeka joins us and so does Dewale. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with you, Dewale, if you're ready. Dewale. All right, let's kick it off with the Mekus, if you're ready.
Yeah, one man. Good evening.
Alpha, how are you?
Hi, I'm all right, doing all right. Special greetings to you and to the comment section, as well as the viewers at home. We're back again for a weekend special. I saw what you read out, especially with the Betty Edu. I think what I did was to now go to her budget to see what she's trying to do for Nigerians, and I can say there's no hope. There's no hope. You see, right in her budget, a lot of people can speak and say a lot of things, but uh, sincerity is not our watchword in that country. You understand? So I saw a lot of useless items being included in that budget, such as SOP, development of SOP, uh, and you can still see the development of SOP or the reenactment of SOP on multiple budget lines.
What are SOPs for the benefit of the uninitiated?
Well, standard operating procedure, right?
All right.
And I'm wondering if a whole ministry do not have one. And now you are trying to develop. Not only are you trying to, you see, SOPs are things you can draft on your own. You don't need to spend money to do. SOPs are just to document the processes in either your department, your group, your unit, or within a team. How you conduct your business affairs day to day. So why would you want to spend money to develop SOP? And then if you say you want to get consultants to do that for you, I can understand. But why is it replicating itself on several places in your budget? Then you are saying payment for
But
strategy and
why should you
implementation.
even have a budget for it? I mean, what's even
Exactly.
the, I
That's
mean,
my
eh,
confusion, right? That's my
eh?
confusion because I'm looking at
Budget
SOP.
for coming to the office and writing a memo.
Woma,
You know?
Woma, you just
Mm,
stated it
mm,
properly. Exactly.
mm.
Thank you. Now you're coming, you budget for coming to the office to do what you are supposed to do to develop a process. That is what the minister can tell the heads of her commissions or heads of her agencies to do. And even the heads of the agencies will just say, okay, the leader of your team, please go and develop the SOP and let's get it reviewed. Let the minister review it. And then you are now seeing them allocating funds for performance measurement. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. You look at the only thing I saw there that I know that was heavily budgeted for was intervention funds. And I think that intervention funds is the money they intend to go and give to the poorest of the poor. And even at that, then when you look at
So,
the
sorry,
different budget,
what's the weight of that budget, the intervention fund? What's the
I
weight of
think
it?
is 10 billion, 10 billion, yeah? Yeah. No, is it 10 billion or 1 trillion? Either there, but I will check. I have it open on my system on my phone. So let me just check on my system. So she cannot excuse herself. Where we can understand that yes, those she's fighting are trying to fight her, but if you don't have any skeleton in your cupboard, there's nothing to fight you against. So they are fighting you because you are dirty like them. And I agree. No, so when you come out with the point that, oh, my enemies are fighting me back, what kind of stupidity is that? You do not do the right thing. Yes, you are going after people who took money out of the coffers, but you yourself you are doing the same thing. Why would you tell the accountant general of the federation to put money into somebody's personal account? And here you are on a different platform saying that yes, the money will leave CBN account into the respective account of the beneficiaries, that it is traceable and it is auditable. So what funds are you sending into someone's personal account? How do you explain that? And I really feel sad for the president because some of these ministers have bad intentions that may embarrass the president. So I'll be thinking the president, if he's very serious about his programs, if he's very serious about what he intends to do, and if he's very serious about his administration, he needs to begin to hold people responsible, starting with this. In short, not starting with this, starting with the security chiefs. Look at what is happening in Ondo State now, from Plateau, Taraba, Ondo, even in the southeast, that place is not already settled. So a lot of this, in short, we can actually now say that in every geopolitical zone in the country, there is insecurity going there. So which means insecurity is now widespread. It's no more remote. It's widespread across the country. So if you go to the southwest, there's insecurity. If you go to the southeast, there's insecurity.
The only two places really safe in Nigeria are Lagos and Abuja, and that is where everybody of any of note lives. So
those places,
there's
those places,
yeah,
those
go on.
places are not safe. Those places are not safe. We heard of stories where people are going to people's homes in Abuja and they are kidnapping them. We had a gentleman who came on the platform and said that his boss was kidnapped when he was going to his poultry farm. And then they released him and had his sister, right? We heard him where he was saying stuff like that. No, I don't think anywhere in the country is safe. We're only living with the very mercies. So our security chiefs, our law enforcement officers are not taking their job seriously. I heard you say marching order. Yes, the president has told them go and get the job done, but again, give them a timeline. If you don't put timeline, those people will keep playing around till 4 years. So you intend to build a $1 trillion economy. Definitely, security is a huge major component in ensuring that huge achievement is met. But if you are playing with it, you are not putting specific timeline to those achievables, you won't get it. You don't tell security teams to go and solve security problem. Definitely, they won't take that so seriously. Let's be very honest, because year in, year out, every budget line, their security budget goes up. Now you are telling them you want to recover the soldiers, which means, oh, you want to slash our budget. There will be pockets of insecurities across the country. So you must give them a timeline and tell them this is when I want you to deliver this. If you can't deliver this, then you are incompetent. I have to kick you out and get a new fresh set of hands that would do the job.
Do you think Tinubu is tough enough to handle the insecurity situation? Do you think he has it?
He's the president. The buck stops at his decks or on his decks. So it's not about if he's capable enough. I don't expect him to pick up arms to go and join the soldiers and start shooting out all these criminal minds. I only expect him to hold the leaders of the security chiefs responsible to go and do their job. If you don't hold them, if you're not breathing down on their asses, they won't take it seriously. I see that the president said, I take my security report seriously, which means he reads them on a daily basis. But again, you must hold them to specific goals. Let them go and get these things done. If they can't do, let them explain, what do you want from me as the president to get this job done? Tell us what you want, and we will give it to you, but you must go and get this job done. You must do it. We must not hear all these issues going on. I also heard you talking about that line mine is the issue. Yeah, illegal mining. Definitely. It's all about the land. It's not about people coming. We could label them different names, but it's about the land and what is on the land. Whether they are coming to encroach on the land, to take your land away, or they are looking for things underneath the land because they feel the land is rich enough. Go to Plateau State, you saw the women going to burn their traditional rulers' house because they saw that the man and a few of them were culpable in the insecurity that happened during the Christmas period. And they saw we were here where we saw initially, what did we label those people? Fulani herdsmen. But when investigation started, it was people within the community that created that problem. So now, if this is the news, are we not expecting the security chiefs to carry out a detailed investigation and a strategic approach to address this problem? That is what we expect from them. They themselves have not come to tell Nigerians this is the problem, which means either they are culpable or they are incompetent. It's between those two. They are either culpable or they are incompetent. So let them choose which one applies to them. They can't come and say they don't know what is going on. Then if you don't know what is going on, then you are incompetent. Then you don't deserve the job. You leave. If you know what is going on, then you are culpable. Because if you know what is going on, why are you not addressing it? Never have we seen that we have arrested people, the masterminds, since the inception of this issue. They have never arrested anybody. So the security chiefs cannot come and say that they are not culpable. If you are not culpable, prove it. Prove it by arresting these people. Prove it by solving the problem. If you are not incompetent, prove it. And I doubt that they are incompetent. I refuse to agree that they are incompetent. Culpability, yes. Incompetence, I don't agree.
No, it's not even an issue of competence, is it? And Nigeria is a defined geographical space. And we have an army, so and they know where the hotspots are. So it's just a matter of just carry out the routine of flushing them out. That's just the thing. The bandits kidnap people. They take them to the same forest for the last 10 decades. So I mean, what leap of thinking is required for you to go into that forest and take them on?
Yeah, that's what we need to ask them. What is holding this issue? What you don't understand? You know where the hotspot. So, well, what I would say is the president just needs to hold them responsible to go and do their job, and needs to say, "I need this resolved within a specific timeline. I need it resolved within a specific timeline, so that they can go and get their asses together." Inform all the platoon officers, commanders on the field that, come on, the president is not joking around. Let's go and get this job done. Now we are not hearing. I don't know what name to give to these people overrunning Amoteku. What do you think? It means those people are gaining strength. They are gaining confidence, and they are not coming.
You know, they are moving south. This is what is going on, Emeka. They go into the middle belt. Nobody challenges them. They flush the community, establish a base there, and then push further south. They go into another community, flush them out. Nobody challenges them. They establish it until they come into Lagos and knock on your door. Then you know that you're in trouble.
This is for me. I just think the people involved in this are a close-knit set of greedy individuals.
And by the way, Emeka, we must escape this idea that these are just a bunch of ragtag terrorists. These people, they have weapons, so those weapons have to be bought. Yes, they are coordinated. They are coordinated and sponsored.
Yes. And coordinated and very well sponsored by a small set of people. These are not people. I refuse to call them Fulani herdsmen. I refuse to.
No, they are bandits.
They're bandits. These are bandits that are coordinated and are sponsored, and they have an objective. That objective very soon will begin to come out clear to the public to see. For the security officers must do their job, and they must take their job seriously, or else we have created an industry for these individuals, and these individuals will never stop till they achieve their aim. The aim is not, I don't think the aim is to go out. The aim is the land, is land grabbing. That's the way to get land now. Go kill a lot of people, they run away, they go to IDPs, they stay in IDPs, then you come and occupy their land. If they try to encroach again, you carry out another attack. This is all about the land. It's all about the land. Let's call it the way it is. It's about the land.
Do you think because they flush these people out of these communities and then they end up in IDP camps, but you never hear instances of the security forces going into that community to reclaim it and resettle the people back?
We don't get that.
We are about 3 million people in Nigeria. About 3 million people in IDP camps, and the sort of things that go on in those camps, by the way, just oh God.
That's the culpability that I'm talking about. Not only that, have you gone to do investigation to arrest these people? Have you gone to issue? Understanding what is going on is the first thing that we need to know. Let them come out. They have refused to tell us what is happening. Now the chief of army staff is saying that Nigerians should not bear arms, that it will go haywire. But what do you expect Nigerians to do when their lives is at risk?
Is that not an inevitability, either legally or illegally?
No, it's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. If the security chiefs cannot reassure us of our safety, then Nigerians should pick up arms.
Because what are they asking you to do? Just lie down and die. That's what they're Okay.
So I think that statement alone, I don't know why a lot of people did not go about to castigate the chief of army staff and tell him, what ridiculous statement are you saying? They are busy killing people and you're telling Nigerians not to pick up arms. It is the governors that are just being very lackadaisical about this matter. You should arm your people immediately. Everybody, don't go sleep. The men come out at night and let us do shoot aside.
You know, as they were savaging that community in Plateau State, if there were sufficient enough weapons and that community was able to take down at least 20-25% of them, you know, whether they succeed or not, they suffer casualty. And then if that community regroups and comes after them again, they will think twice when they're coming the next time. But the community are just saying, God, oh, and then they are throwing stones at AK-47. I mean, it's just
we can't blame the victims in all this.
no, we can't blame them. It's just the right to bear arms is really where I'm. Yeah.
Even if you bear arms, if you do, if over 1,000 people are coming and you are just 500, and they have more sophisticated arms than you can't take them out. So what we are trying to say here is that the security operatives must do more than is expected from them. Now, not just only going to capture them, these people have people sponsoring them. For the love of God, you must expose these people from Nigeria to continue. You have to expose these people, whoever they are. Expose them and arrest them.
Even the Sultan of Sokoto was querying the other day that do we still have an intelligence services in this country? You know, because is that not? They must have captured at least a few of these people. They should have been able to sweat them for information. I mean,
exactly. And what is so funny is these people can be able to communicate amongst themselves via telephone, but the security, the intelligence operatives cannot pick that up. But when you whisper and say Tinubu is this, or you say Buhari is that, or you abuse Buhari's wife, they know where to come and look for you. They know where to look for you. So they know how to do their job in certain occasions, but they refuse not to do their job in other occasions.
Did you see how they fished out those gist lover rascals?
You can imagine, right?
They were able to do that. They were able to do that one.
Yes, and I believe it's because somebody of high repute reported them to the police, and the police said, okay, enough of this gist lover thing. Let me go and pick them up. But it appears like the gist lover himself is not in Nigeria. That's why they didn't pick him up. He's still talking from where he is. But if he was in Nigeria, they would have picked him up. If he lives in Nigeria, they will pick him up. But then again, they are not so interested in him because he's outside the country. They are not really so interested in him. Till the day he goes and do something that is so bad, he will know that there's an international security operatives that can deal with him. But again, one man, I'm a bit,
just as an aside, what happened? Because I just saw in the news, I saw the press conference by the Lagos police chief or PRO or whatever.
No, that's the federal PRO guy.
Yeah, when it was preening and peacocking that we have technology. But what are they accusing them of doing? Just as an aside. Cyber stalking.
Cyber stalking, yeah. That's, I also tell Nigerians to be very careful because of that law. There's a way you can insult somebody online. If the person has the financial means, they will just pick you up for cyber stalking. So let's be very careful how we communicate on social media spaces now. If you have read a little bit of the law, I've not completed it. It's the gray lines there are very, very, you could say something, especially if you are talking to politicians, you be very careful. You could say things, and if they look at you differently, the police will pick you up. So we just need to be very careful when you are criticizing and when you are trying to throw insults at them, because that law is come on. Except you yourself, you're someone who is of repute in the community, and then you probably have lawyers that can back you up on your grounds. Apart from that, if you're a nobody, man, you're going to rot in jail. You're going to rot in jail. Now he's saying they have technology. Definitely, yes, they do have technologies to pick on people. But is that technology working on those bandits that are going around killing everybody? They should do something. I know they have the technology. Pick them up. Use the signal that you have to pick them up. Arrest them and go after the masterminds involved in this and address this. And then again, you mentioned about illegal mining in the country. I thought the Minister of Mineral Resources is addressing that space, but you can still see that it's not working.
What people are suggesting is that the people that because it's an internationalized space that are illegal mining, especially the gold in Zamfara. There's anecdotal evidence that they actually fly in helicopters to carry out the gold, and those helicopters heavily weaponized. So you
have to dig the gold out first before you even bring a helicopter to take them. You have to dig it out, and to dig, you need a lot of people to do that. See, mining is not something that you just see and you grab something on the floor. It's labor intensive. When I mean labor intensive, you have a group of people. You even have machinery. If you go to, at least I think you play the video on it here. You see the people working. It's a labor intensive job. So it's not like, you just saw the gold on the floor, a helicopter comes and pick it and go away. No, it's not a one-day activity. It's an ongoing activity that continues. So whoever is saying, oh, illegal mining, they are not serious about this. I would think maybe some powerful people in the country are doing these activities and probably do not give a damn what is going on in the country and don't care. So in this respect, with what is going on, I think this is a continuation of the Buhari administration, an administration that is,
Emeka,
yeah.
you know, when on this show we spoke and we discussed about when the Minister of Mineral Resources proposed that they have the ministry have its own police, you know, to safeguard this mining area, especially, and exercise that submission on this show that why should that ministry have a police on their own, that is every ministry would have to request for.
Diwali, you're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
You're breaking. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we criticize that decision on this show. When I'm beginning to see the reason why he, you know, put that proposal forward now, that if all these sponsors of this boundary could fly in helicopter to cut away these resources away, that means we needed something like more of a, you know, a protective agency that can safeguard those mining sites in which that the government will be able to protect it, you know, so before they cut it away or before any of the bandits now, you know, strike in those sites. Maybe it makes sense that way, but after that time we were discussing it, it doesn't make sense. So that, I mean, what you just said now, that even the government knows that that's what was going on, but it's a little bit hard in the sense that it's kind of interwoven with politics and also with, you know, national security. So the government is being careful. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Is being careful not to let situation like this get so explosive in such a way that they will not be able to curtail it. So they are trying to use political means just to be able to tame, you know, before it gets so bad. And, you know, because it's kind of hard when you have a situation where it's now being sophisticated in a way that they're cutting those, especially the gold. You said it was, you know, it was an intensive process to even extract those gold from the soil. So when they're now using a sophisticated way to take it away, to cut it away, you know, the government has to be a little bit more than advanced, more proactive, you know, by being one step ahead. Maybe that having the police, their own police, might help in some way. I don't know. I just think that maybe, you know, we need to reconsider our stand on that one.
I'm not opposed to them having a security force that would go to secure the mines. I am not opposed to that. But again, what I would think is the minister unaware of these activities? I don't think so. He's very, very aware of what's going on. Maybe he does not have the resources to go about to address the concern and the challenges. Like I've said, mining is labor intensive. It's a very difficult job. It's not child's play. Even and if you see the workers who work on the mine, many of them are quite young and not old people, because you have to stand, you bend, you dig, you wash the gold, you extract it. You understand? It's a job that I think they probably work for 14 hours in a day. So the ministry, as well as the president, that they are aware, and also the state governors, if the state governors are not even part of the people that are mining the minerals illegally. So I would probably want to say that the politics involved is the internal, because you cannot have foreign nationals coming to your country to take minerals or resources out of your country just like that if there are no internal collaborators. It doesn't happen. There must be some form of internal collaborators. And when I say internal collaborators, those people who hold power, who are the movers or shakers of that community or that space. International collaborators, international people, residents can't come in just like that. It doesn't happen. So we must address that situation. I think that was what the minister was saying. come and get yourself licensed. And we are seeing a lot of these Chinese nationals coming in to come and license themselves and regularize themselves so that they can now operate legally. And I think it's the waiver they need to give to other people.
Emeka, I had a weird thought just on that Plateau State narrative. What if it is actually even the Chinese that are sponsoring that insurgency? Is that too far? Is that too far?
No, you're not far from me. I heard that it's. I'm trying to be careful, but I hear that it's the Chinese. I heard, but it's not from,
because they're the ones harvesting resources all over the world. Yes, they're the ones harvesting resources.
It's not. I heard from the grapevine is the Chinese that are sponsoring it. Going through their chiefs, traditional leaders, providing them with the financial resources as well as the arms to go and purchase the arms and then come around to chase those people, chase them away.
Because remember when they caught a cache, not even a cache, a container full of weapons at Tinkan Island or so. Not that under the Buhari administration.
No, I hear it's the Chinese. I hear it's the Chinese that are sponsoring all this, going through and going through their chiefs, chasing the people away, organizing. The Chinese may just bring in the funds and probably the guns. Then the chiefs will take it from there and organize who will come and chase them away. And
sorry to interject. If that is the case, can you hear me, one man?
Yes.
Good. If that is the case, that is a far departure from what China is known for. Because China has been able to stay away from this drama of getting involved in all these blood, what you can term blood money or international, conspiracy on resources controls and all that. They've managed to stay away from it. But one thing that they're known for is technology. China has been known to, have their nose down when it comes to technology. They can steal any technology. They can go any length, to steal. But when it comes to mineral resources, whenever you are mentioning names of the powerful nations that are interested in, China's name never really come up. So that would be
China are the number one people that are harvesting mineral resources globally. And they're harvesting everything.
They can be a depot of where those mineral resources are being stored. But for them to be the direct sponsor of all those
the lithium in the south, in the northeast, right? Before those Chinese companies now regularize, they were mining it illegally. The Chinese were mining it illegally. So before they regularized it,
and when they regularized it, it was a Chinese company that built the first.
It was the same Chinese. It was the same Chinese company. It was the same Chinese company that was mining the lithium illegally, right? But now they've offered them the waiver. Come and let's come and do business, and they've legalized themselves. So that is the rumor that is going. That's been passed through the grapevine, right? It may not be the Chinese alone, but they are core people. They're involved. There's a lot of illegal mining going on in the country that needs to be addressed. We need to address that situation because what's happening is if you look at that video, especially the one that very dark man did, you could see. Forget the scene that he picked on the ground. You could see that the village itself is not dense. It's sparsely populated, and then again,
it's an easy target. You could see how easily that village can be savaged. In the middle of nowhere,
Exactly, easy target, and you could see the land. You understand how big that land is, and you are chasing them away from that place, and then you can imagine, right? So this is about the land. It's not about initially we were unable to label this thing properly. We thought it was a religious issue, we thought it was an ethnic cleansing. Now, but it's about the land. It is about the land. We expect the security agencies to do their job properly, and then how do we get to know that the security agencies are doing their job? When you begin to see the people sponsoring these issues coming up to say, okay, we want to do business with you guys. That's the only way we are going to know that the security agencies are doing their job, because which means the frontal fight is now so serious that they say, okay, this is making business uncomfortable for us. Let's just do let's just get ourselves legalized. And yes, that legal cost, we can just include it into our cost of business, and then let's just resolve all these issues going on. But as long as it's cheap for them to wipe out people and to mine minerals resources on the ground, yeah, which businessman would not want to do it cheaply? They will do it cheaply, and if it costs them little to just wipe people off the surface of the earth and begin to take their resources, they will do it. They will do it. Let's call a spade a spade. But we need to identify and address this. That is what. So, for me, okay, I would have loved the Senate to have that security hearing out in the open, make it a public hearing. But if a closed session is good for them to address the problem, so be it. But if the closed session is not going to work, let the security chief explain to Nigerians what is going on, why there's so many insecurity issues widespread in the country, which is very ridiculous in my point of view. Oh man, okay, let me use this opportunity to move on to other space.
Have you spoken on? Okay, go to any space you like, but I want you to speak on Dangote at some point. But
sure. Yeah, there's on social media, you know, that's why it's good to be good, right? It's good to also have a good wife. It's good to
have is it that girl?
Yes, and they're still bombarding her with gifts. They're still bombarding her with money.
We're saving that for, you can start it, but we're saving that for tomorrow, for Doopsy session. NMPC have just given her 200,000 petrol voucher.
Yes, which is good. A lot of people, you know, some people are doing it for clout, some are doing it genuinely. But how did it start, right? You know, I'll give a bit of the underground. On Twitter is a very interesting space to be in. There have been this ongoing war between those who subscribe to traditional values, that's patriarchal values, and the feminists, which they call the feminist coven or witchcraft, right? So that war has been going on for a very long time, since way back, let's say 6, 5, or 7 years. That these women have actually ruled the lives of men. Now, so there you now have the injection of tribal ethnicity issues on Twitter space, the Igbos versus the Yorubas going on, which is, in my viewpoint, very ridiculous. So this lady now was, you know, giving, I think somebody said something, you know, what have you done that, you know, is life changing, you understand? And the woman just said, not until the day I woke up, my husband told me that he went to the office and one of his colleague, a female colleague, brought extra spoon for him so that both of them can eat her food. That's the day I said, no, I will not be lazy again not to prepare my husband lunch. I now start waking up 4:50 a.m. So what now happened was the feminists started insulting her that, you are preparing me for a man who's going to cheat on you. You are busy trying to prepare me for a man who's going to beat you. This woman, you are very stupid for preparing me. So the guys who subscribe to traditional values, now the patriarchal guys, now said, no, we cannot allow this woman to suffer like this, you understand? So they went through her Twitter and saw that this woman is all about full of praises for her husband, right? Talking about how she loved the husband, how that love endearment. And they're like, come on, there was this specific guy, he said, let's raise money for this woman. And that was how it started. So when they were raising money, so the feminist coven, the feminist witchcraft, now said, that they cannot raise up to 5 million for her. They said, do you mean it? That was how they made that exercise to go viral. And now she has raised more than 10 million. That she even had to delete her account number again. But they brought her account, the men brought their account back and say, everybody start putting money into her. I hear they've given her a house with the husband. NNPC now has given her 200,000 voucher. Infinity is giving them a phone. Somebody has also promised her a phone. Somebody is giving her a generator. She said, but they've given me money for generator. The person said, no, take it, you deserve it. Somebody has given them a car. Nordstrom said, okay, I cannot give you guys a car, but I will pay for your rent. You understand? They bought them a new TV. They have moved from the house they are currently staying to a bigger house. You understand? The woman was just so shocked and flabbergasted about the way things just went. And people were now saying that we will use it. Where are the feminist witches? That let them come and see, they should cry.
You know, this story is actually bigger than that woman. It's a global pushback against
Against
the woke culture, isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wama. You got it spot on. It's a pushback against not only just the woke culture, against loose women. Women, you know, if you go on social media, if you go on Instagram, you go on Twitter, you see, you are being bombarded with nudity. You are being bombarded with women who are loose. They are spreading their God-given privates everywhere. And I wonder what is going on. So that core traditional value of being a wife, being a mother, being a nurturer, being a caregiver, and respecting your husband and doing things, that family value is now being lost and being ridiculed. The way she was ridiculed, and the people who were doing it, even the dancing queen of the obedient movement, Asha Yusufu, also ridiculed the woman.
You know, that surprises me because I thought she was a traditional values woman. The way she presents herself in that
I'm surprised too.
conservative.
I'm surprised too. I'm very surprised. You understand? You know, for me, I think she's just jealous about the attention she's getting. A lot of women are very jealous about the attention that lady is getting, and the men are using it as an opportunity to tell them that we love this kind of values. All this exposure of your body, private parts that you are doing is not what we want. This is the kind of woman we want you people to be and represent. This is an example of what we want women to look like in our society. And as a matter of fact, her news has gone to Zimbabwe, her news has gone to South Africa, her news now is in the UK. Her news is not, I think her news has not crossed over to the US yet. If her news cross over to the US, this woman that is running away for blessing, they go bless and tire. They go bless that woman, they go bless her tire. Because she's like,
she's answering a global question. Or she may not know it, but she's answering a global question.
Yeah,
you know?
she's now like an exam, and people are now saying, go and get money, go and monetize your Twitter account, you know, because she's not
before the moment goes, just grab
exactly
all the
right, grab everything.
I didn't know that story was bigger than that. I came across that story, but I didn't know it was blown beyond proportion, completely like that.
You know, the story has blown, and by tomorrow that story is going to blow. The only thing is that the story has not gotten to the US space, and you know the US, especially, it has gone to the Nigerian US, but not the mainstream US. But in South Africa and Zimbabwe, they are talking about how she's now an example of family values. As a matter of fact, they brought her husband, they collected her husband's account, and they are sending money to him. You understand? Some people are even requesting for her parents' account and say, we want to bless your parents for training you properly. The reason why men are doing this is to tell women who are trying to be woke, who are trying to be feminists, those feminist coven and feminist witchcraft, that this is not what we want you people to look like. So it was a challenge, right? If you've been on Twitter for a very long time, you will see the back and forth that is going on.
But just to look at it the other way around, Emeka, is this a pushback against female emancipation? Are people? You can't tie women to the kitchen forever. So I mean,
no, I don't think you see. You know, like I think the time we spoke about this, I think that was last 2 weeks ago, I believe so, where it was a heated debate. We had, what's his name? I can't remember his name. When we were, and Rational Mind was here, Mike came along, you know, we were talking about the fourth wave feminism, right? Which is not radical feminism. We're not talking about the rights of women. We're only talking about what is going on, that fourth wave feminism now that is now trying to ridicule men and ridicule family values, ridicule what we know as the traditional way of raising kids and as a family unit. That is what these men are trying to protect. That manosphere space, they are protecting it and saying, this is what we want. But these women are saying, no, we don't want that. And again, the question we asked on that the discussion was, what has feminism actually done for women? If you look at it, feminism have actually destroyed women more. Look at the values women are portraying. Go everywhere. You see loose women. You just get tired of it. Sometimes you just throw your phone. You look at what you see. You must see 10 loose women in 1 hour. 10 loose women in 1 hour. Yes.
There was a scenario. That was Hillary Clinton with this lady from Anambra. What's her name? this novelist.
Chimamanda.
And she questioned Hillary Clinton that on her Twitter account that she wrote a wife, a mother, in certain order. And she was questioning why she would put a wife first, that she was an individual before the wife and this and that. And that person was like, look, it's about preference. I prefer to identify and say, look, I'm a wife, I'm a mother because I'm with my partner. So, but in my head, I was thinking out, is it because she stands for feminism? That's why she's questioning what she prefers?
That's it now. We are seeing the masculinization or the masculine, what if that is a word, of women. That's what we're seeing now. Women want to be women and men at the same time.
So she herself was a wife. She's a wife, right? So anywhere she goes, her husband goes. People didn't even know that her husband is actually a Nigerian. But because that one was not in the limelight. But in my head, I was like, everything that you can think of, this woman has achieved in her life. As a matter of fact, she was also a lawyer the same way her husband was a lawyer, right? A senator. And a very, very successful lawyer at that. But you see, she still wants her to be like, yeah, you did all that. You are somebody beyond your husband.
But that thing that Hillary Clinton did, that was a political move too. That was a message. She says wife, mother, and then whatever it is else. So she was actually making a statement with running that order.
But her sister was questioning her preference. Was questioning what she believes in. I mean, it just baffles that in this era, in this 21st century, we celebrate things that are not necessary. Last night I had a very robust engagement with Kulata and Prince Daddy. Honestly, some of the things that they said, I'm kind of reminiscing on those things. I'm kind of having a change of thought, because it seems that the way the world is going, it seems we are changing most of what we hold there as the family values.
The world doesn't belong to you and I anymore. We're just I think we're just passing through now. What the world is now is nothing to do with you and I. You have gender ambiguity even within the genders, and then you have this fourth wave feminism. You have the woke culture. You have the Me Too culture. You have the MGTOW, men go their own way, and then you have that. It's just.
I think the Me Too culture is.
None of it is part of our world. We don't belong in this space. I
think the Me Too culture is kind of like dwindling or reducing in terms of influence. Unlike before, that if you make any speech that
a girl that you toasted in 1982, just you remember when they used to write those letters? She would now come out and say she's a victim. Yeah, and they you're in the
even these days to even ask a lady out, you have to have you have to have
witnesses. You have to have witnesses before you toast babes now. You have to have witnesses.
Yeah, because everything will be turned upside down, and you'll be blamed for it. You could be accused of harassment. You could be accused of even, I don't know, maybe rape, possible rape.
How do you talk to a woman that you'll be done for harassment? What kind of conversation are you having with the woman?
Oh, you have to be very careful now.
You have to be very careful. You can say you are approached by in an aggressive manner. You made her feel unsafe.
You have to be honest.
Before you
even if you smile, your smile can be misconstrued for something else. And look, I get it for protection of women.
I think you're just over pushing. You're over pushing.
Let me give you something that maybe you will understand. At my place of work, a gentleman was having a conversation with a lady. This lady was actually not from America, probably an Armenia or something like that. And the conversation ensued. They've been together. When you are with somebody, you are used to that person, you are familiar with that person, right? And that conversation will have a different tone. And, that's the way you are comfortable with somebody that you could discuss a lot of things. I don't know. Maybe this guy kind of misyan one way or the other. Do you know what she did? This lady went to the supervisor to report this gentleman that he said white people are foolish, okay, in a very diverse place of work, and the government place, at that. So they had to send people to come and investigate for something that was stupid in the first place. Fortunately, they couldn't find anything, to that, and everything went fizzle out. But the guy was even surprised that he would be subjected to such interrogation and investigation in the first place. And that is where we found ourselves.
That's a work. Nobody. That's a workplace. You say that's a workplace.
Akim, let me say a prayer. You have to say amen. May you never land in front. May you never land in front of HR because of a woman. Say amen. If you land in front of HR, not only will you lose your job, you will have some sort of record. You land in front of HR because of a woman.
One man, listen. You see, when you are at workplace, right? You have to understand that you have the ethics that you have to work within. So you can't say because you've been very close to somebody at work or you guys have known each other for a long time. I'll give you a story. One that happened to me a long time ago, like I'm talking about 15, 16 years ago back in the UK, right? So there was this cash generator shop in my area in Warsaw at the time. So I know the guy that owns the Indian guy that owns the shop. I know the guy very well. We talk a lot, we do this. So I used to go to the shop and just So there was this girl that was working there in that shop at the time. Like, one man, I won't lie to you, right? So I did a very stupid thing at that time that I look back at today. I say, what the hell did you do? So I went there, was having a conversation with this girl. She worked there, and then. You know what them kind of things you do back home. Then this girl kind of touched me, right? So me jokingly want to touch her back. Then I touch her in where I should not have touched, right? And then she felt really, really embarrassed. And this guy had to call me another day to say, look, this is what my staff said, and this is what you did, and that was not nice. So I had to apologize to that person. So I could be in a workplace where I thought I have a good relationship with that girl. Like, I wasn't working there. I was just a friend to the man that owns the place. So just imagine that could have been a workplace where I would have thought like, oh, you know what, I had a very good relationship with this lady. And then I would have done the same thing I did that day. So what would you think would happen to me?
Well, I don't know what
do you live in the United States?
No, I live in Ireland.
Akim was the one who was in that conversation. Akim, you are the one.
Akim, I wanted to quickly say something to Akim. Am I permitted?
I get to one man's prayer, please, Akim. I beg you.
No, I just give you an explanation.
Can I reply, Akim?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think my phone is even working. Is my system working?
We can hear you.
Akim. Okay, good evening.
Yeah,
this is Midwest people. Look, my brother, pray for your life. Stopping a woman walking in the street in Sweden. Wait to just a woman walking and you say hello. Only that one alone. If she complain, if you are permanent resident, the kind of problem they will give to you, you may even lose it. Not talk of someone that doesn't have paper or someone even passport self. Don't if you just only she is walking and you say hello, you smile, and she continue, and maybe perhaps she take it offensive and just complain to anybody and describe you well, and the police is able to hold you, my brother. Forget that thing, You understand me? That's just the truth. Most of these European countries like that, the laws are there.
You guys are over exaggerating these things, man.
It's not over exaggerating.
I don't know why you trying to argue with everybody.
It's
pray
not
for your
over
life.
exaggerating.
This thing I'm telling you, pray.
An exaggeration.
Right.
The problem, this you would be at her mercy in the sense that maybe she's in a good mood. If she's not in a good mood and she can describe, wait, Akim, hold on, let me explain properly. If she can describe you effectively and the police hold you, that's sexual harassment. You can't.
We would have heard by now. Listen, we would have heard by now that the prisons are now filled up with men that workplaces there are no men no men are no longer
Well, you
working
can
in any
see
of those
that
companies.
you can tell that men are going their own
See,
way.
Akim,
Come
you
on,
should
man.
try to understand. You should try to understand their culture. Akim, wait. The white woman, if she love you, she's the one that will make the real move, that will make you understand. I'm just telling you the truth. If you do it like that African style, what would they do? Okay, how are you?
Fine
girl.
What culture are you talking about?
Let me give you
The
an
Western
example
culture. The
of one
Western
of the
culture.
let me
They will
let me
take you
give
to
Akim
their
an example.
house. They are the one that will invite you. They are the one that will make the move.
And Midwest. Hold on for Emeka. So that
Let
we
me
have
give
one more
Akim an
to say.
example. There are jokes that the white man and the white woman can crack that the black man cannot crack. It's a joke. It's a general joke. They will crack and they will laugh. Or there's something the white man can tell a white woman, right? And she will laugh over it. But you as a black man, if you say it is sexual harassment, the same word, you didn't change anything. If you say it to her, it's sexual harassment.
I just gave you an example whereby we sometimes we push past the boundary.
Hold on, you need to understand that thing. If she reports you, it's not your word against her. It's her words against not locking you up. Once she confirms, that's the police are with you, she confirms. Okay, you're a gunner. You're done.
Gunner for what now? For talking to a lady on the street, on a public street. That is what you guys are saying now.
Go for it. Yes, you can go for it.
Come on, man. Stop it.
Yes, you can go for it.
I think you are trolling us, Akim. You know all the.
Yes,
You live in Ireland. You've been abroad for 20 years. You cannot.
So one man, you live in the UK and you actually believe this.
Of course I do. I mean, how many examples?
Where are the examples?
Akim, you have to be. You know, it's not even physical contact; it's even words. You can be toasting a girl, and the girl might be acquiescing to the toasting, and then she changes her mind, and then you still think, let me pass. It can turn to harassment. You know, and then if she gives you if she makes a complaint that you're harassing her, then what was sorry, let me mute you because of your driving Midwest. These things can turn so quickly, and you know the man is constantly at the disadvantage. And if she's a pretty girl with a small frame and she's white, you are doomed. You are
one man. That is not true.
Okay.
All right.
That's not true.
Okay.
Look, these things have happened several times. So you guys are talking as if you have not even approached a woman on the street before.
There are places for
is that what you want? Is that what you are making me to believe now that you don't approach women on the street?
Why should I approach a woman on the street?
So what are you basing your examples on then?
You want to see me in Mota Mohammed Airport? Why?
Oh, come on now. Stop it, brother.
Why should I do that? I don't think you should do it.
One man, I go to gym, man. In the gym, these things happen every time. Nobody lock anybody up. I've seen. Look, come on, man. Let's not even start talking because we are on the program here, okay?
All right.
Akim, we are not exaggerating this thing. This thing is happening.
No, you are.
What you used to do in your 80s and 90s, you can't do that down in 2000. Okay. Look, there was a video. There was a video that became trendy sometimes ago. It happens in New York, in the park. A gentleman was walking his dog, and a lady was also walking along.
Oh, I saw that. It was the black guy, wasn't it? Yeah.
Thank God that guy was actually recording the video because the lady was so hysterical on the phone while she was calling 911. Thank God that guy was recording that conversation that ensued between them. The guy didn't touch. Even let's assume that the guy was interested in that.
A frail white lady and a black man.
Yeah.
They could have just come and shot him. That's it.
So unlike before, when you have, let's just assume that was between a white and a black. Even between black and black, white and white, all these things is now becoming more of a, I understand that society is trying to protect women. But what you see happening is that, like one man said, it's no longer a man's world. It's not a woman's world. Because the society will believe the woman first before you. They will put a handcuff on you first before they find out that all those are just bull crap. Okay? So it's changing. You say you live in Ireland. Maybe there are a little bit conservatives in that place. But where I live, and I know part of UK are also as on the down slope like America. Even in Nigeria, there's always adopt every culture as if it's you see a lady walking around scanty dress these days. I mean, nothing you find in the street of the York that you won't find in the street of Lagos. All right. There was a day I was coming from Orlando. I took my family to a resort in Orlando, and I was coming along because I needed to do something, in my city. So on my way coming, they took me, to the airport. While I was waiting for my flight, a lady walked inside the airport. Guess what she was wearing? You know when you have just the bikini and you have just the bikini. I saw her. I was like, no way, this person will come into the airport like this, you know. But I won't be surprised if somebody like that did that in Lagos, the street of Lagos, because that is where we found ourselves. And when you ask questions, they'll be like, well, that's our body. She owns our body. And, the world is changing. What can you do? So that's where we found ourselves. All these things are not exaggerated story, my brother. These are
For me, I
reality.
think
All right,
it
Akim, let's
is
just have the
exaggerated.
final word and we move on from there. Yeah. I
So
think,
one man. So okay.
yeah.
So this is what I'm trying to say here. So if a woman doesn't want to have a conversation with you, most cases she will not even start. She will not even stop to listen to whatever you're going to say. So if a woman wants to have a conversation with you, she will listen to what you want to say. In most cases, she tell you, oh, she has a boyfriend. In most cases, she tell you, oh, listen, or she's not interested or something like that. And she walk away. So when you get, maybe in some cases you have a situation whereby some men get over pushy, not taking a no for an answer, and then when they get what is coming their way, they start to complain that, oh, I was just talking to this lady and she said she did this, she did. Look,
Akim,
sometimes
you are taking it like from a generic point. Yes, there are some women who will act that way. They will respectfully tell you no, right? And they proceed to continue doing what they're doing. There are some, the moment they will just escalate
well,
instantly.
escalate. Yeah, so what are you going to do? Then you
Instantly.
go, you walk away from
So,
them.
well, it not depends on that kind of escalation. It
What kind of
depends on the
escalation? What are you going to do? Start
escalation.
exchanging words
The
with her?
escalation might be a 911 escalation. The
Come on.
escalation might
Well,
be
maybe in the United States, maybe in the United
so
States,
now
where the
now
police are where the
what you
police
also
are
need
very
to understand
racist.
what
Okay,
you also
so
need to
that could
understand is
happen.
that what you also need to understand is that women have their time. Their mood, some have mood swings, so you can't tell. Some will be polite to you and say, hey, no, I have a boyfriend, please move along, or I'm busy, or I want to do something else. Then it not depends. If you are not pushy, then whatever happens to you. But the moment you open, they will just escalate instantly.
Oh, oh,
You
oh,
know,
All right.
all right, Akim, I want to move on from there. Let him make a land it and then I'll just move on from there. Yeah.
so that's just to that woman, a lot of people are still blessing her, I'm really happy for her. That's the kind of image we want women to portray. That's what we want. We want that family values back. We want our women to be more decent, to exemplify good behaviors and values, and distance themselves from all this wokey's behavior that will take them to nowhere. You understand? The movement of you enlarging your boobs and your butts. That's not what men want. Whoever you're doing it for, maybe short-term attention, it's never going to lead you anywhere. Then talk about the hair tricks involved in
You
all
say that
those.
is not what you want. Don't say that's not what men want. Say that is not what you want.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to Dangote. Let's go to Dangote.
Yes, on to Dangote's matter, right? It's quite strange. I'm looking at the newspaper now. I'm hearing that EFCC is going to file fresh charges over on Emefiele as a result of this Dangote issue. This scandal never stops giving. But I like the way the EFCC has gone about this, right? Instead of just, what they usually do, they go arrest people and then go look for evidence. Now they are looking for evidence before they go arrest. That's the proper way to do it. Yes, maybe they might have go there to do some showboating and a show of force, which is, in my viewpoint, I don't get it. Maybe trying to get the people to be aware of their presence. But I like this move. I think this is what they should do. Go and get the evidence, and review the evidence, and if there's any need to come up with charges, you come up with charges. Then in that case, you now know that these people are not going to go scot-free because they are you've seen the evidence. There's something to be charged on, and not you arresting people just on speculation, and then you don't have much evidence or you can't go to court with this. Then you have to release them. You know, this approach is much better. The Dangote group now, they are aware that the EFCC is investigating them over the forex allocation from CBN and probably possibility Emefiele. I'm also speculating that Emefiele probably might be one of the investors in the refinery. Who knows, right? One of the private investigators. So, you know, they probably will be carrying out their investigation. And then if there are going to be charges, we definitely would know. If there are not going to be charges, we will also definitely know. But we can now see that Emefiele has a lot of things to answer. He has really committed a lot of economic crimes, fraud, as well as money laundering. So
how do you think this Dangote thing will play out? I think there almost certainly there will be some sort of forfeiture, but would there be some sort of prosecution? Is really what's the thing.
I don't see. You see, Dangote, good for him. He has gotten to the stature of one of the untouchables in the country. Let's be very realistic,
yes.
Right? He has built an empire that is very powerful. He has built a personnel that is very strong. You know, that politicians all rally around. You understand? He has really done well for himself. So it would take whatever would put Dangote in jail would be, in short, it would be of international ramification. But if it's going to be a Nigeria thing, what may happen is let's have a deal. Let's sort this out. So he's a national asset to the country. He's a national treasure. He's also, I think he has a national award, I believe. So yeah, he does.
Yes, GCN. So, I think I think his award is actually up to the, you know, there's a certain award that they give to presidents as they leave, and then they give the lower cadre of that to vice presidents. I think his award is actually up to that vice president.
No, I don't think he's so that the award for the president, that's the Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal or Federal Republic, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger of the Federal Republic. That's only reserved for president. Likewise, that for the vice president is also reserved for the vice president. Any other, the other highest honors, I think that should be GCON. Yes, that's the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. That's the highest. Yes, Dangote was awarded Nigeria's second highest honor. That's Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger by Jonathan. Yeah, so that's GCON. So that's the highest honor you can ever get if you are not a president or a vice president. So I think that's what he has. Anyway, let's see how that space. We'll watch that space. We'll see what's going to happen. Already, we know that we anticipated it because the Dangote was trying to get a private hearing with the president over this matter, but because of the situation going on, I think there's the need for the EFCC or law enforcement to investigate for that to see what can be done. And likewise, if you have appropriated funds that you are not supposed to get, please, it is in the best interest of the country to return that funds back. So, and those who collaborated or who perpetrated this act should probably now go for it. But what I would not like is the scapegoating of Emefiele, that only Emefiele should be the one to suffer for all this. We should also have others who played a major role in this shenanigans and this fraud and this economic crimes to also go down for it too, so that we'll be sending a message to others that this is not the time for you to come into the country and try to cater away funds that is meant for the development of the country. And again, I would expect the president to be very serious. That is why this Betty Edu issue is a sad one. We can't be borrowing funds and people are stealing those funds. Nigeria is broke. Everybody knows. Even the chicken in Medugri is aware that Nigeria is broke because that chicken has not eaten. So we can't go and borrow funds. You can't be going to country, jet dropping, singing, begging, and then people are not stealing the funds. It's ridiculous, right? And where is our humanity? Where is our where is our empathy for the country where we are trying to move forward? Then your aim is to steal funds that we have borrowed from. Then we will now pay for you stealing that funds. We will pay for the principal, and then we will pay for the interest. I think the president just needs to be very serious, or some ministers are just going to embarrass him. So I'll be watching the body language of the president, especially on this Betty Edu situation, what he's going to do. And that's despite the fact that I love the president personally, but he has to be very serious about addressing all these economic crimes going on.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. Let's go from you, Emeka. I think Dewale might be ready now. Dewale, are you ready? All right, let's go to Akim. I think Dewale might not. Akim.
Yes, one man.
Brilliant. So Akim, come into the conversation where you like. It really wraps around Betty Edu and did she or did she not steal $500 million naira? So are you following that space, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, but according to the AGF, the office of the AGF also, I think they say that they don't honor the release of the fund, according to them. So if they did not honor the release of the fund, then how is she stealing the money? I don't understand. Because I read on one of the major newspapers that yes, the letter was signed by her to authorize the payment into an account that belonged to one of the staff of the ministry or something like that. And according to Beta Edu, our explanation was that I think the explanation from my side was that it was a legal process. The fund was authorized and it was approved. But according to the AGF office, they said that the letter was not honored, so the money was never released in the first place. Look, if she did not collect the money, I can't accuse her of stealing money in the first place.
Yeah, but if she requested that the money be paid into a private account, is that in itself not a questionable?
No, it's not. Look, I don't want to seem to be defending government officials in this case, but according, it's something that still need to look into or hear from some legal minds as to how these things work. So, according to our own explanation, the account in which that money was to be paid to was the person who is in charge of that program, a government official who is in charge of the program in those states where those funds were to be disbursed. So, if that is the case, maybe she has a point. If that is how it normally works, or if they have the legal back, if she has the legal backing to operate it in that manner, okay, fine. It's not like a private individual from outside. According to her, it's somebody who is part of the ministry who is heading that very program. It is that person's account that the money was supposed to go into. Whether that is the case or not, one man, I don't know. But I would like to hear from anybody that have more legal information regarding all of these things. So it's not like, I don't think it's just an outsider's bank account that the money
because it wasn't an outsider's bank account. The person, Mojisola something or the other, she's actually the coordinator for that catchment area in terms of whatever purpose that money is meant for. What the accountant general was actually saying was that they don't actually pay money in that, because Beta Edu's argument was that she followed due process, but the due process was for the accountant general to release the funds to the ministry, and then the ministry then they can disburse it. If they want to then release it to a sub project within that ministry, they can do that. But the accountant general cannot release to a sub project, never mind the account of a private person.
Okay, so maybe okay, so if that means if they have not released the money to her, so she's not stolen the money. So the process, so where the issue is now is the process. Should the money have gone to the ministry, or should the money had gone to the lady who was in charge of the program? So I think that was where they have a misunderstanding. But why is he being accused of stealing money that was not released in the first place? So for me, I don't understand that part of it. So if the money had gone out and then that's a different issue. But the money has not gone out yet. And if for me, this is one of the things I would have loved to see. You see, when you go and get a job 1 month, so chances are in that job you do what they call induction, a form of a training for you to understand a certain area of the work that you are going to do. And I think the time have come for government officials, especially new ministers, to also undertake such inductions to properly familiarize themselves with the workings of government, even though they might be coming from political background in some cases. So I think such short training would kind of enhance their understanding of how governance work. It could just be that she did not fully comprehend how the system is run. That could be a problem as well.
And the call for her sacking, you're not on board with that. The call for her sacking.
No, like she didn't take any money. What are you sacking her for? Like, what are you going to sack her for when she never stole any money? Because according, when this information got out the first time, the minister, she stole half a billion. She stole. The money was not paid out. How is she stealing something that was never given to her in the first place? For me, I don't look. It could be that she was just ignorant of how the system works. So that I can understand, but to call for a sacking, no, I think that is a bit too far. There are other ways you can sack people. If she's not performing after maybe a couple of months, you can look at what she's doing and say, okay, are you doing what you're supposed to do? If not, then you can fire her. But to say she should be fired for this very reason, no, I don't support that.
All right, brilliant. And to the Dangote space, they seem to be circling around him somewhat with intent.
Yeah, one man. You see, like that man Dangote, I used to like the man a lot, right? So because at the time there was a time whereby when you remember during the Lucky Benedion and the Bori regimes and the Bori regime when they were governors, those guys had especially between Lucky and Benedion, I heard at the time that they went to go and invest in a refinery in South Africa and then they lost the money at the time. So I used to always query Nigerians and say, listen, even if you work for government and you stole money or you steal money, why don't you just invest the money in creating jobs in Nigeria? Even if another government was to come in and want to come and even investigate you, the idea that maybe you might have 300, 400, 500 people working in that company, it might be a kind of a way for people to say, okay, you know what, at least he used the money to create job for his people. I used to question a lot of why are you taking the money out of the country? So I used to be a big fan of Dangote, somebody who is investing in the country, who is employing Nigerians, who is creating job across the country, until towards the end of this refinery. I started noticing that, okay, this man, especially under Emefiele, he did a lot of dodgy stuff. One man, you remember I was on this program and I said, look, this man is doing things that are not right, because it just didn't make sense anymore. It just didn't make sense anymore. Like, he just keep postponing, giving reason. Meanwhile, Emefiele was giving them money. They were just round tripping the money. How do you build a refinery of such amount of money? You've not even sold one liter of refined product, and you say you've paid what, 45, 35, 50% of the loan already? Where did you get the money from? One man, this man has paid nearly a quarter of the loan that he borrowed to build that refinery, when he has not even refined a single drop of petroleum product. So, for me, Dangote did a lot of wrongs under Emefiele, and they need to investigate him properly. And one man, I'm still going to say today, Malami must not go free. If Malami go free, I swear to God, it doesn't matter what.
Are you surprised that it's not yet getting a mention in all of this?
One man, if Malami goes free, right, it doesn't matter. Tinubu can convert Nigeria to London. For me, I would never, ever support it. Never. If Malami go court free in that Nigeria, one man, that's it. Finish. Tinubu should just pack his load and go home. There's no need for it. Malami must never go free in that Nigeria. Never. There's no way that man is going free. I said this about Emefiele, they hold Emefiele. Okay, I also said it about Malami as well. Malami must go to jail. That one is, he has to go to jail. If he doesn't go to jail, there's no point. Tinubu just forget about the old government. It doesn't make no sense. Those guys cripple the country. Between Malami and Emefiele, they cripple the country. Even if you want to point the searchlight as well, go to that same NNPC, that Kyari that he reappointed as well. For me, that was a big error, a big error. He should not have appointed that guy. He should have sent
do you think that guy has a specialism that is rare within the Nigerian space?
Which guy?
Melikari.
He has got nothing, absolutely nothing. He was
because I was surprised that he held on to him too. Yeah.
What I think happened was that under that Buhari government, there were people who Buhari appointed, who was kind of underground supporting Tinubu. That he left them when he came. People, that guy in the DSS, what's it called?
Yeah, Yusuf Bichi.
Yusuf Bichi, one of them. Then Kyari is another one. Those were the people who were underground, codedly supporting Tinubu at the time. When things were hot for him, I think he saw the backing, he saw support coming from those people. So he had used this opportunity to kind of retain those guys. For me, I think that was a big mistake. Both Bichi and Kyari should have been sacked from day one. From day one, 0-1. Both of them should have been gone. Malami, straight before they arrested Emefiele, they should have arrested Malami twice already before Emefiele. Okay, that Malami can look. How does he explain it? How does Malami explain him was sharing vehicle? Attorney General of the Federation. What job has he done? What company did Malami ever created?
Brand new vehicle. So do you know there was a time he moved the EFCC into his portfolio?
That's it. One man. That man doesn't go to prison.
That guy did a lot of. Remember when he told us that he has the names of people responsible for the insurgency?
Yes, of course.
So and he told us. And where are those names now?
If not for people like this guy, Odifayemi, former Ekiti State Governor, who fought Malami tooth and nail. He fought him tooth and nail. Malami was fighting in favor of a foreign company to get money from Nigeria. Do you remember that?
Yes, it was actually there was this Paris Club deal that there was a $500 million dollars that he was fighting for. Dollars that he was fighting for. Him and Nedunwoko, that was meant to be their final steal.
It was Fayebi that was fighting back at that time, saying no way. All he said is, we the governors, we've said to say, look, we are not going to pay that money. We've gone to the president. There's no way Nigeria should be subject to make such payment at this time. What I don't understand, I listened to the interview. Fayomi said, what I don't understand is that while a government official will be fighting against the country, instead of it to be in support of Nigeria. If that man, I'm going to say to, if Malami does not go to jail, right? Forget it. Tinubu should just pack his load, return back to Lagos. There's no need for it. Okay, absolutely no need. Let's do 2027. We'll bring Showore come so that we have somebody who can send all of them to jail. Every single one of them to jail. See, every single one of them is send them to jail. Because one man, how do you explain certain things that is going on in that country? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Look, I've visited some African countries. September, I was in Morocco, one man. Look, come and see road. You don't even think about power failure or something like that. No, it's Morocco. I'm not even talking about Europe. Holiday destination. Look at Agade Airport. It's as small as the airport in Benin City, but it's an international airport. International flights coming in every single minute in that airport. People from different countries come. You don't hear this stupid insecurity that you hear everywhere in Nigeria. You don't hear none of that. People come in there, put their money in there into tourism. Holiday. I was there, one man, last September. So if countries like that can organize themselves, well, even if they swear for us, man, even if somebody use juju to do us, Come on, man. Are we that stupid? Just because of people like Balami, people like Emefiele, and the past and the past and the past and the past. It's as if they don't have this what you call it, national pride in them. It's as if that word Nigerian doesn't mean anything to them. They'll take the money and they will go to foreign country for holidays. Go and look at what Africa countries are doing. The king of Morocco, right? He built you see that Agade, that place, that is where he holidays. Go and look at that place, one man. Go and look at the place. Road, is it the road you are talking about? Is it electricity? What are you going to talk about? That when it comes to our own, it will become something else. It's as if it's undoable. Just to build road, is they'll build the road and tear gutter like both sides, heavy gutter. Where do you see them build road like that? It is crazy. So we cannot continue in that manner. If Tinubu cannot do it, those people who were supporting somebody who they should not support the last time, let everybody come together. We'll go and bring Showore, and then we say, okay, this is what we want. Everybody inside prison, everybody, all of them inside prison, and then we can start to build the country bricks by bricks and mortar by mortar. Thank you.
There seems to be a thing about that humanitarian portfolio. It actually used to be under the vice president's supervision, and then they moved it under Oshibanjo, and then they created a separate ministry, which was then headed by Sadiya Farouk. But in fact, Sadiya Farouk also under pressure, 37 billion naira. So it looks as though it's a stealing portfolio that
it is going to be a stealing portfolio. Anything that makes you do anything physical, like it is going to involve stealing. Many of us will live in the Western world. People lose their job, people are disabled, children. They create a system. You don't have to go and be sharing money for people. This is what I'm saying. Better Hedu probably schooled abroad. Tinubu himself schooled abroad. All of these people, they see how the system is designed. Can you not create a digitalized system whereby people who need help automatically get help through financial support? If they need housing support, you know how to support them. This idea that you're going to take money to people, physical cash to people every time COVID come, money, rice, beans, this one come, money, rice, beans, this one come, Christmas come, rice, beans, this. What is wrong with us, one man? Are we that stupid? Are we that dumb that we don't know how to design common a technological platform that you will use to assist people? You bring NIN, you bring BVN, you bring this, you bring everything out. You come to UK, they have a national insurance number. Everybody have a unique national insurance number. You come to Ireland, you have a PPS number. Everybody have a unique PPS number. From when you give birth to a child in this country, one man, the day that child is issued a birth certificate, they automatically issue that child the PPS number. That number goes with that child for the rest of his or her life. He wants to do anything, that is the number you present to the government authority for whatever you want to do. Whether you want to go to school, you want healthcare, you want social security, you want welfare, anything you want. That is it. What is wrong with us, one man? Why can't we go through that route?
No. I think that system we have it now. You know, we have the NI, whatever it is. I think from birth every child gets one. Is that not the case?
No. From how many child they have they ever made child registration compulsory in Nigeria? It is not a compulsory that you go and register.
It is compulsory. It is compulsory, but it's not adhered to.
It's not
but it's not enforceable now. When a lot of the country is ruralized,
but one man is.
You go to the heartland of Fulani banditry and tell them to be registering their kids?
No, that is not it. That's okay. Listen, see. If you provide a system whereby the children will benefit from them being registered, right? The parents will have no choice than to register them. If you know that you're going to have some form of child benefit for your child every month, will you not register the child? You're going to register the child. These people call themselves progressive when they come into it. They say they are progressive. They come into power. The Tinubu people, they call themselves progressive. They cannot even design a proper welfare system for the people. What kind of progressive government is that? You need to be able
hold on now. How can they design a welfare system under the economic situation that they came into?
It doesn't have. Look, how much have they? How much have they disbursed since they came into power?
And well, they've disbursed a lot, and they've reintroduced the school. They've reintroduced the school feeding program.
Well, man, they don't need the school feeding program, man. They don't need it. Look, what did Lula did in Brazil? What did he do? What did Lula did in Brazil? Can you not just go and look at it? The template Lula put in place in Brazil.
Brazil is a different system now. You know that Brazil is a semi-developed country, and they have a lot of data capture in Brazil as well. We don't have data capture in Nigeria.
Yeah, but this is what the government have to start to build. You can't just
but they are building it now. Are they not harvesting data?
One man, they've been harvesting data since Obasanjo was the president.
No, they really started harvesting data under Buhari, really.
No, well, Buhari was not there when BVN started. One man, BVN was there before Buhari. BVN was also data harvesting. What comes out of it apart from you opening the bank account? So they are not telling you that they will now match BVN with NIN with the other one. They will match everything together. It's stupid. Create something for the people. Give them incentive for them to be able to participate in the system. If you say, look, every child born in Nigeria will get a certain amount of money, or even if you don't want to do that, say, okay, every child in primary school, for every child you have in primary school, we're going to give the child 30,000. We're going to give the mother 30,000 naira every month. That money will be tied.
But the economy cannot sustain that now. What the economy can sustain is that sort of feeding. So bring your child to school and we will feed him or her. That's what the government is saying.
One man, it will cost you more to feed that child for a month, right? It will cost you more to feed that child in a month in school than give the money to the parents. It will cost you more. Trust me. I'm saying 30,000. It sounds big.
But if you give the money to the parents, then you don't incentivize for that child. If you want to incentivize for that child, then you have to incentivize for that child to come to school.
Okay, 1 second. Let me put it this way. So, if I want to do a program like that now, right? I said, okay, you're the mother. If this is going to be tied to attendance of your child in school, this child, you're going to get 30,000 naira every month for this child being present in school. So it is now your own duty to feed your child at home, not the school to feed your child. You feed your child. Take this money, look after yourself and the kid. So if you have 2 kids, you get 50K. So just imagine. You're killing two birds with one stone. You're bringing this child to school and you're solving poverty issues at home. It's simple.
All right.
Can I add?
But at least they're heading in. All these parallels that we like to draw with Brazil and all of this. Brazil is a totally different system. It's a semi-developed country, if not a really developed country. They have a lot. They have all of the structures in place that facilitates how that country runs. We don't have no structures, but come in, Oriola.
Yeah, definitely, we don't have a structure. I think. Though I think the idea that he's bringing to the table is okay, but I think I think there's a different way that I think it could be done, and I think they're already actually thinking about that as well. So there's no need to incentivize anything, incentivize anything. What I think that would be like a good way, in my own view, is just to the fact that if you have to do anything in Nigeria, you need your NIN. And in order for you to get NIN, you need to submit your birth certificate or any or that. In order for
that's exactly it. And they're on the cost. So sorry, I'm not cutting you off, but they're on the cost of that. That's exactly. You can't open a bank account. You can't do anything without having a government digital footprint. And that's how they have to do it.
Right. I think that's the best. It's just that if I have to get a phone, I need the NIN. If I have to register my kids to school, I need an NIN. If I have to go
So
to
you might as
hospital,
well
I
get
need
one
NIN.
because it makes your life
Exactly.
easier.
So you
I
have no
mean,
choice. Say yes. So
yeah.
you have no choice. You have to get it. So I think that's the route. I think I heard that maybe a couple of weeks ago. I think that's the route they're going through. That's the new route they want to go through, which I think is the best. So that way, you're not forcing everyone. It's just that if you have to do anything in the country, they will request for your NIN. And also, I think it was speaking to the fact that I think is it the minister was requesting for money from the attorney general. So there was this actually a clip that I saw with the is it the FRC? It has to do with the tax guy, and he was speaking to the fact that I think the new way they're doing it now is this: if you're there's no there's no reason for each of the ministry actually making payments or dealing with money. There's a reason why they have the accountant generals. So the accountant general, which is the finance, all you just have to do is send the bill to them and they should take care of it. It's none of their business for any ministry to deal with anything money. And I think that would I think that's the I think the way they've been doing it all along is more like if ministry wants to do anything that has to do with money, they they, they get the money from the attorney general. Oh no, accountant general. They request for the money. So I think the new route, which I think is good that this is coming out, but the thing is, it's not. I don't think it's our fault because it looks like that's all. That's how they always do it, where they request for money and the money will come to them. They make the payment and whatever way they want to do it, maybe steal some of them. But it looks like the new route now, just to make sure everything is being accounted for, is more like you're not requesting for any money. You just send the bill, and the department for the accountant general will take care of it. So I think maybe that's where the mistake from. So that's that's my own take.
All right, Brilliant. Back to you, Akim. Back to you, Akim.
Yeah, thank you. So I understand what you're saying, but what we're trying to say is that when it comes to you can get people into the system like that by saying, look, you're going to need this number to do anything. But what we're trying to say is that when you want to support the most vulnerable in the society through financial help, what I'm trying to say is that you don't need to be taking raw cash or food items to people. Just create a system whereby you can easily give money to these people without going through any of those means, whereby you create a corrupt system. This minister take money. Look at that Sadia Farouk now. We're talking 37 billion. They're talking about 37 billion. Some people have mind though. Like the kind of money you and I will see will be sick.
And I think she wiped that out in the last minute of our administration, isn't it? Which is what they traditionally do. They just take all of the money and then the next guy can wait for his own allocation.
Look, they came to do their turn. Or their turn, they clean us up, man. I'm not going to lie to you. They did us dirty, man. I'm not going to lie to you. Buhari was supposed to be. Look, that man.
Would you say that Buhari administration was the worst we've ever experienced?
It's not what I say. It's Buhari did that Buhari government 2 times now. Buhari, the first one, I was not fully aware of it because I was still a young man. Okay, but this one, that one they told us all the story. How incapable Buhari was at the time. Okay, maybe this time will be different. I'm sure this one was even worse. This one could even surpass that one. The man was so. I don't even know what language. Whatever language I used would have been would still even make him look so good. I've never seen a worse government in my life. I'm talking including Abacha. Now I'm talking including Abacha. If Buhari is not the worst, I don't know. I don't think there will be. It was so bad. It's so bad. Like just broad daylight looting. broad daylight looting. How do you like even military government don't even steal money like that? Those ones that have power to steal the way they this one, like it's just broad daylight. Just take. When you have a situation, one man, where a central bank governor will be trying to run for the president of a country, branding vehicle out. You have a situation, Attorney General of the Federation trying to run for a state governorship election, sharing vehicles everywhere. One man,
You remember that when it's quite a thing, no, Akim. Do you remember that when Emefiele wanted to run as president, he rolled out about 50 to 70 fleets of brand new vehicles with his logo on it. When Babangida wanted to run for president, he brought about 4 private jets for the campaign. I mean, it's just
at all.
No, this is not in this cycle, but it's just we just say a lot of these things and we don't even, we don't make enough of a fuss.
When you see Emefiele and Malawi behave the way they behaved during that election, one man there could be only one conclusion, man. They wiped us clean, they wiped us clean, man. I'm telling you, like proper rape. They raided us. So for me, I don't know. Maybe Tinubu definitely will not go for Buhari, but the least Tinubu could do, the least minimum he could do was jail Malami. Malami has to go to prison. If Malami doesn't go to prison, Tinubu have to go home. They should not even bother to contest for 2027. You just pack your load and go back to Bodilon Avenue. That's it. Because
why are you putting it? Why do you put it on Tinubu? Why don't we have the system in place? What's the job of the law enforcement, the EFCC, the DSS? What's their job? Do they need do they need the president to tell them to do their job? They have policies. They have
they do.
Policies they follow. So why? Are you saying?
Oriola, there are certain political actors within the Nigerian space that the law enforcement cannot go after unless they get presidential cover. Abubakar Malami is one of them.
And that's under the law? Or you
it's
just
not under the law now, but that's how the system works. That how powerful it is.
Wait. I'm saying
that's not how the system
that.
works. That's not how the system works. It's just
the way
how powerful it is.
That's not how the system works in other places. In Nigeria, that is how the system works. Okay. Wait, I'm
sorry. Well, that's not a system. That's just how we decide to do things. It's not really the system.
Okay, let's put it that way.
We decide to do it. Because
Oriola, the law in Nigeria, it allows a police constable to arrest Obasanjo or Buhari if they flout the law. But the system in Nigeria, it doesn't even allow for the Inspector General of Police to knock on Buhari's door. Unless,
you just said it. Yeah, you just said it. You said our law allow us to do that. The law is the system. But we, the people, decided not to do it. So we have to differentiate the two. Like the law, we can do those things. That's the system. But the thing is, because how powerful those people are, we decided not to follow the law. So we should just differentiate.
No, this is the system. The law is the law, but the system is how things work. How things work in Nigeria does not facilitate for how you are looking at it.
Well, man, I want to ask him a question, right? You see, Oriola, which country do you live in?
United States.
You know, hear the American accent.
That's very good. So, you see, if they want to arrest you now, right? Or maybe if they want to arrest you now, do they need to get any form of authorization from the Attorney General of the United States?
No. They have to get a warrant. The warrant has to be signed by Attorney General of the state I live in. Which, so they will get that signed. So the police, in order for them to carry out any warrant, it has to be Attorney General of the state has to agree to that. So,
Okay,
and I
so
think that every county or every what they call it, every town has their own attorney general too. I'm not sure, but the law has to actually sign it. The attorney general has to sign it. Once you sign it, then they can carry it out. So they didn't have to go to the III up. It's just that every state has their own attorney general. So once they
okay,
approve it, they can do
so
it.
before I'm gonna go.
All right. I can
No, one more.
respond.
I just want to quickly ask a question.
Hold on.
Okay.
I want you to bring it home, so we're going to Dewale. But ask the question, but wrap it up in about 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
we're
So
going to Dewale
basically,
again.
so you see, like what you just said now. I want you to now look at it on the other side. When they wanted to go and raise Trump's house, how high do you think the authorization would have gone to?
But you know he was the president, so that means the attorney general
Exactly.
of the country
That is
has
your
to
point.
yeah, but that's the job of the attorney general of the country. That they don't.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Biden doesn't have to tell him what to do. It's his job. That's what I think that when we put someone else's job to like we transfer it to the president, that's not good in a way because the pressure is way too much. Why do they have the attorney general? Why do they have the ministers? That's their job to do their own to fill up their own department to work and fix anything that has to do with that. Now when we're saying that anything that has to do with Nigeria now, yeah, everything has to go to the president. That's not it won't Nigeria will not be fixed that way if we rely on just one person. Everybody has to do their job. Like if I'm there to like be a civil servant, let me do my job as a civil servant. If I'm the minister or I'm the head of the any ministry in Nigeria, let me do my job as my job, my policy, the procedure of my job. Let me do it like that. But if we're now transferring every single thing to the president, it because see, he can't fix it. You need people. Look at this guy, the Bumi guy. He's doing his job according to what he needs to do. He's not relying on. Do you think the president needs to tell him that all the backlog for all the passport need to be done? No, you know,
No.
I was
No.
hired to do that.
That's the difference. What I'm trying to say is that because of the positions that these guys had in the last administration, Malami was the Attorney General of the Federation in the last administration. So for them to go to him, right? I understand what you are saying. When I say Tinubu have to do it, I'm not saying Tinubu have to go and handcuff him. No, through the Attorney General of the Federation, like they'll still go and get him. So that it's still Tinubu that is doing it. So
yeah, but that's
when Tinubu wanted the Mayfield, when Tinubu wanted the Mayfield,
all right, bring it to Akim. We must move on. Bring it
on. So yeah, as I was saying, right. So this whole thing is too much now. So people have to made to pay for it. People can't be getting away with all this kind of stupidity that's been going on for a long time. It's every government, one administration after the other. Somebody have to come in and just say, okay, you know what? No, stop. Everybody, whoever it is that committed any offense in the last administration, we're going to deal with all of them. So, and I think the problem we have now, one more, is because we are electing our government within the same cycles of friends. They just have one or two enemies within them that they always used to show example. When Buhari came in, then it was that the guy that was the national security advisor. What was his name again? That he locked up at the time for a very long time. What was this man's name again? I can't remember. So they always have one or two people that they will use to show example. But if you look at it on the larger, yes, that's okay. So they always have one or two people that they use to show example. But on a large scale, every other person get away with whatever they did. So for me, I don't want this to continue. If that is going to be the case, we all have to come together, look for somebody who is going to just disrupt the system. Every single person that have committed offense in the last government, lock them up. Thank you very much, Omar.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Akim. Stay with us. Dewale, you're up next. Dewale.
Man, the man himself. Not so much. I so much admire Akim's passion when it comes to building our society or our country. But sometimes we need to be a little bit more observant than just sounding like the rest of them. In as much as we have that fire burning, but you know, our society is kind of peculiar. For some of us that have been abroad for so long, we are very quick to equate, where we reside to where we left behind. But by the time we get back, they realize that those people have this different orientation. They, I don't know. It's kind of like just a different society that have their own rules set aside for themselves, and no matter how you're trying to influence or to change that, it's always, you always hit a brick wall, kind of. So I think that society deserves its own kind of way of, way they govern themselves. I sense that passion from my king. Um, we've made a lot of strides since 1999, no doubt, but it seems it's a little bit slow walking, not really, you know, develop at the faster rate that we expected. And I'll tell you this: it's not easy to change things overnight. To be honest with you, it's not. The same people that were electing or selecting to head some of these government parastatals are also coming from our society. They are family, they are sisters, they are brothers. But you see, some of these people are not selected. Some of them, I use some of them, are not selected because of their competence. Some of them are forwarded to advance the interests of certain groups that they're representing. And I tell you this, to have the backing of the executive, you also have to have, some kind of um, established or backed by power that be so that enables you to be able to do your job the way you wanted it. The example of the young man that is cited, the man from Ondo State, that former honorable, what's his name, the minister of internal affair. Is that internal affairs? Is that what they call them? Interior now? That man, apart from the fact that he has passion, I can tell you that some of the ministers also have passion, but when you don't have the political and executive backing, all your effort is going to be in, just be a pipe dream. So what you see happening right there is the fact that number one, he has the power. I mean, he has the backing of the presidency. One, because if the presidency said tomorrow, all those plans that he has, he has to put it on hold. There's nothing he can do. And two, the interest or the interest of those people that are backing him also gives him that energy. So that synergize is that passion for him to be able to. And some of the things that he's been coming up with are just normal thing we expect. The some of the agency under his ministry to do. For example, the passport things and the also the prison and correctional institutional aspect of the ministry. So all these things are just normal thing that we expect. But of course, he uses the media to advance because he knew that the more you bring it to the awareness of the people, they will say he has been doing something. I'm not saying that what he's doing is not great, but we should look at it from that aspect. But one man, let me move on away from there. I just jump into what Akim was saying there, just to speak a little bit into that space. What do you want me to talk about, Omar?
Dewale, let me play you a clip. Let me play you a clip. Are you in a position to watch it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me play you a clip. It's a moral maze, and then you tell me what you would do. Let me see. Hold on. Let me refresh it. Hold on. All right. Let me play you this clip. Yes. Listen to this. What would you do is the question at the end, but listen.
They picked up the wrong suitcase at the airport, and I found this in it. It's 20,000 pounds. The flight was from Milan, Italy to London Heathrow. So please, if this is your suitcase, please come and get it from me. Since I have your suitcase, it means you probably have mine. So please, if you could bring mine, and then I can give you yours. In my suitcase, I've got some puff puff. It's like something like some snacks from Nigeria. I've got chin chin in there. Just some food. I've got like a small perfume, 100 ml perfume, but it's almost finished. But yeah, if you could bring mine back and come and get yours, because I don't want any problems. There's literally 20,000 pounds in here. I've not even checked what's in the other places. There's nothing in here, and there's like some truck suit in here. I don't know what this is, but please, I don't want to go through your things. Please just come and get your suitcase back. If this is yours. The flight was this evening from Milan, Italy to London. Accidentally.
Well,
So,
man.
so there it is right there. Dewale, would you exchange a bag full of £20,000 not even dollars or real money, pounds? Would you exchange a bag full of £20,000 for a bag full of puff puff and chin chin?
Okay. I know that whatever answer I give, people will say, well, you're just saying that because you're in a public space. I will give it back in a heartbeat. I will return it back to the owner. I will ensure that it gets to the owner, not just being returning it to the airline and somebody's trying to, take that advantage and take it. I will ensure that it gets to the hands of that person. And I will explain. This may be like a cloud chasing or probably the story not real. I don't know. But you see, um, the moment you begin to see life in a different way, I'm not an old person, neither am I a young person. You begin to prioritize some things in life that will make, be meaningful to you, but not meaningful to others. I know what hungers can do to human psyche. I understand sometimes when we pass through a lot of challenging period in life, and we eventually land in the in the abundance, we begin to forget about the past. For someone like me who came from nothing, I can understand if somebody decided to take advantage. But I advance in life, I realize that, I'm not trying to sound philosophical, but some of the things that people hold on to as most important things, um, I see them as, something that, Yoruba will say, Baba Waye Kabala Ishaye. And most of the things that we do, you have kids, you have houses, you have properties, you know, all those things I've achieved, right? Every other things that we have after that, you are going to leave everything behind. So the person that has that bag right now, and he walks out of his house, get into his car, and drive 2 kilometers and get hit by another vehicle and die, that bag will belong to another person, will be taken by another person, and he would not spend that money. So what will it cost him? Even if he takes this bag, patapata, he will spend that money maybe to go and buy a land in somewhere in Mowe or somewhere, or or buy a car if possible, to put a down payment for a car, right? And that is it. That car will will get hold, and you know and eventually the value that's attached to it will be meaningless afterward. But my point is that it could be that that money is meant for that person to be used for, maybe for medical payment or for something much more important to the original owner. I will return the money. But you see, I know a lot of people might say, well, it's your luck. And to me, there's no point keeping something that belongs to others. When I got a job in the bank, I've never been in a strong room in my life. And the first time I walked inside that vault, and I saw money, you have to climb a ladder to pick up money. That was when my perspective to cash, to physical cash, changed. Because I'm looking at it like, wait a minute, is this money? This is something that people will kill for. This is more something that somebody would, you know, go to have babalawo or some people to help them with juju and stuff. And here it is, right here, valueless because it doesn't belong to me. I think that's actually affected the way I see money, right, woman? But by and large, I will take it. And I think there is more. It's more rewarding when you ensure that it gets to the hands of the original owner. The joy that you will see on the face of that person that, wow, I'm able to, you know, I think that is even more rewarding than me taking that money, even if um, uh, I'm in a situation that is so tight. I used to give an example in some of the classes that I teach the domestic violence, and I said, look, you walk inside a convenience store. I mean, sorry, a gas station or convenience store. The cash register is wide open, but you have family at home. You have wife, you have kids that are hungry and they've not eaten since morning, and you have with nothing in your pocket, and you walk in there. There's no camera, but there's money inside the cash register. But you are tempted to take the money and walk away. And if you do take the money and walk away, nobody will see you. It's just you and your conscience because you have something that you think it will the people that will benefit if you take the money. But what if the moment you're about to put your hand in that till, somebody work out and see you with that? But we'll forget that the motivation, that led you to you taking that money in the first place. So that's the kind of dilemma human being find himself. And I said, look, whether you provide for those children or you don't provide, they will survive, they will not die, right? You just have to think through of what you're going through at the moment. So even if you are that cash strapped and you come across something like this and you take the money, you spend it, at the end of the day, you know, so nothing will come after. But the original owner will be the one to be, crying but I would rather see the joy on the face of the owner than me taking it something belongs to another person.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to Better Edu and the storyline there, Adewale.
My sister dropped the ball, not be small. I was when you were reading the commentary earlier, and I was, putting something in the comment section that I don't think she herself would have signed off on that money.
Let's first establish. I don't think she was actually looking to loot any money. That's not what seems to be.
But you look at the motive. Why would he even go to the private hand? Earlier, I was trying to argue that when did we start using private project, company to disburse money? When? When did the federal government start doing that? I don't remember the last time federal government does that. Is it that the government is incapable of getting the money across to the people that needed it?
The private hand that is actually going to, that's the project manager for that catchment area.
To be honest with you, woman, the moment we are getting away from the government cycle and we're moving to the private cycle, corruption is beginning to attract corruption. To be honest with you, money disbursement, okay, in such a way that is more or less like for palliative purposes, shouldn't even get to the hand of the private. We shouldn't even have a project manager or a company handling that. In the first place, you'll be doing it without even getting outside the government. Is the Better Edu's ministry not capable of enough to disburse it to people that needed it? Why must it be transferred to I heard you mentioning an accountant earlier. Is it an accountant? Yeah, something like that. I mean, for a minister to sign up, that means the permanent secretary or director in that ministry will also sign up. Are we saying that they also don't know how things run in the government? I mean,
the money. Let me just tell you the journey of the money, just so we're clear. The money was meant for Akwa Ibom, Rivers State, Lagos State, and I think one other state for poverty alleviation, those sort of projects. So now, she had requested that the Accountant General of the Federation transfer the money to somebody called Bridget Mojisola something. So that Bridget Mojisola, whatever, she's the coordinator of the poverty alleviation for that catchment area. But the account that they submitted was that woman's private account rather than the account a regulated account for that department. So now the accountant general refused to disburse the money because that's not their process. So the money was not actually taken. So is it a matter of error or is it an attempt at corruption? Is what people are trying to determine.
It is an attempt for corruption, pure and simple. The reason being is that I'm trying to figure out what the job is. That Majusala was the one in charge of the coordinating the palliative. Is it she actually directly working with the government, or is just a private initiatives that is she's doing? Because I'm trying to establish that. All right. And if she's working for the government, why must the money goes to our own private account? Why not? If you're having a foundation, you're having a foundation. If you're having, you know, if it's a government account, we recognize that it's a government account. Why must it be that was go to the private account in the first place? And can't tell me better. I do does not know better that the account submitted is a private account. To me, that would be a complete incompetence of her as a minister. I mean, there's certain amount of money that she cannot just sign on and just walk off. You want to see that money being used for what it's meant for, correct? To me, that is just invitation to corruption, nothing more, nothing less. I'm glad that Attorney General doesn't send it, but oh man, look, she dropped the ball. Let me just put it that way. Whether the money was disbursed or not disbursed.
Is it sufficient enough reasons to sack her? Because
No,
people are calling for her sacking.
no, 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 no. The reason being is this. Look, some of these ministers are just new to public sector. They've never worked in government before. So some of the ideas that they are bringing are their own personal, experience, and that sometimes they're trying to shove it down the throat of the government principal officers, and without knowing that they're actually breaking the law. Okay, and before they realize it'll be too late, because some of these people feel invincible that they have the backing of the political power that they will not be prosecuted or be found guilty of it, but they need to be taught a lesson. To me, I don't think she should be fired, but sometimes they need to, because I'm asking all this question without knowing, the real what actually transpired in between her and the actual person in charge of the department, the Mojisolas, and even the acquired bomb itself. But you see, if that whatever it is that happened has to go through the channel that or the channel that is being proposed by the government. But when it started going outside government now it's now becoming more. Look at what government did recently. Gave the directive to all the parastatals that they must be returning, 50% of their revenue generated back to the cover of the government. So because government want to make sure that they track every penny being spent, right? So you see all this being brought forward by the government. The ministers need to understand something, that there's a set rules and policy that needs to be addressed to strictly. Any deviation from it could result into being handcuffed after the administration have been out of the government. But she needs to learn a hard lesson. To her, she may be like something that is maybe oversight or something that she doesn't really consider to breaking the law. But honestly, it shouldn't be in the first place. It should not. That money should not even go outside the cover of government in the first place.
All right, brilliant.
Can I get 1 minute?
Yeah, come in, Ajande Kokoi.
Look, what she did, there is an intent to loot government fund. And if not for the accountant general who refused to transfer that fund will have been gone. If accountant general is corrupt or colluded with her to take that fund will have been gone. Look, there's nothing that
every minister must do or carried out without carrying along the permanent secretary. The permanent secretary represents the government, is the head, is the administrative head of every ministry. So, political office holder who is a minister, before doing anything, before taking any step, must seek for the permanent secretary advice. It is the permanent secretary that we advise him whether it's in line, whatever he or she wants to do, is in line with the financial regulation or is in line with, with the set objective of the government. So if she did this, what she did behind the permanent secretary, without the knowledge of the permanent secretary, without seeking for the advice of the permanent, that's to tell you that she knew what she was doing and she was making effort to steal government fund. She's old enough to know that you cannot transfer fund from government account to a private account when whoever you are transferring fund into his or her account has no business to do with the government. If said that person is awarded contract and government is paying that person, that is how government money will go from government accounts to a private account, private business, or any other account. But to say, oh, she's my appointed coordinator for this thing, so the money going into that person's private account, that is what Yoruba call agbewiri, only agbewiri. It should be, president should use her as a sacrificial lamb, fire her, and let every other person know that, look, zero tolerance for corruption. That is what the president should do, to teach other for God's sake, this is the money meant to help the poor people, the people that cannot people that are extremely poor. Why do you want to steal it? This is what Sharia Farouk did. These people are heartless people. She cannot tell me that she doesn't know what she's doing, so there's no excuse for this thing. The permanent secretary, except the permanent secretary is involved in this, and then both of them should be fired. If not,
but Babanyale Koko, minister cannot sign off on this kind of amount of money without the permanent secretary, even at the lower level director, not signing up on that memo.
Look. You don't know Nigerian politicians. You are talking as if you are in America. They don't regard the law. They trample on the statutory how do I define this thing? They trample on the existing law that guide the civil service. They break the law that guide the civil service all the time, and they have been doing this thing for a long time with impunity. Nothing happened to them. This is a lady that was bragging on Arise News. Oh, I'm putting a lot of things in place. We are going to have a system where money will not go into private accounts. She said it. When Arise, he said the money they'll be going into whatever the government, our ministry is going to disperse, we go into a beneficiary account, bank account.
Ajanle
Not
Koko.
by cash. Yes.
Ajanle Koko.
Yes.
I have it here.
Thank you, my brother.
Nigerians is the sure Nigerians is the fact that this is a very transparent system that is traceable from the CBN account directly to the account of the beneficiaries. For Nigerians who do not have accounts and do not have the NIN, we are actually working to open accounts and money wallets for all of these persons.
So there she is boasting about transparency and whatnot.
Somebody said in the comment section that she probably was set up by the either the permanent secretary, the director, the even AGF himself. And I was like, this is 30-something years old woman,
No,
right?
there's a good chance that she was set up, but she's the
But
minister, so she has
but
to.
Who set her up?
come on, come on, come
Nobody
on.
set her up.
Nobody
Nobody set
set
her
her
up.
up, man. This
She's
is not the
doing
first
it
time she's doing this.
There's no way
Nobody set
somebody.
her up.
It's not the first time she's doing this.
Please,
Yeah.
can I ask you something?
Yeah.
They said she stole money before. When she
Yeah,
was
coming after Ajanle Kokolari. Yeah.
They
Okay.
said she stole money before when she was in charge of this kind of agency in Akwa Ibom or Calabar. Somebody was selling, I think it was World Peace that was telling us yesterday. So this lady deserved not to be there. The president should just fire her immediately to send a signal to everybody, warning everybody.
The reason why
Yes. Dewale, let Larry come in. I don't think we've heard anything from him yet. Larry.
Okay. So I think I really support Baba Jale Koko on this. There is an intention to steal. And even if you look at that particular letter.
Is it by her, though? Are you saying
by
by
her?
her?
Yeah.
Okay,
By her.
all right.
If you look at that letter, right? Because the money is not coming from a ministry, it's not just coming from the ministry's purse, it's coming from an agency. And it now shows what the other woman that was actually arrested was saying, right? That once there is an agency, you are a minister to oversee that agency. And then the agency is supposed to do their job. But when you as a minister is now telling the accountant general to take money from that agency, right, to pay into a private account, that's where the issue is coming from. And for me, if you ask me, I don't even trust the accountant general because I don't trust any of these guys. They can actually come and say, oh, the money has not been paid. What about those ones that have been paid? Because she has done some states. How did they spend that money? Who got that money? Those are things that need to be investigated. Because you can't tell me that better edu, people will say a lot of things. They are trying to set her up. They are trying to do this. They are trying to do that. When I was in Nigeria, I was an auditor to a particular extent, and I audited government accounts. And immediately I saw that, I was like, who does this? This is if I were Tinubu, right? If I don't want to sack her, I'm going to give her a final warning. And I'm going to give her a query. Give her a final warning. And that shows that the same rubbish that has always been happening. People are saying, oh, there are laws, there are rules, but these politicians won't follow those rules. So if Tinubu really means business, he needs to just make it as a priority for them to follow the rules. Another one is, if you look at the accountant general, it was so bad the last time that the other accountant general stole so much. I think that he stole almost 190-something billion, right? And imagine this guy had to return 40 billion in the court. And you ask yourself that what exactly is happening? So as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing anybody can tell me, oh, she's been set up, she's been this, she's been that. What I just know is just that there's an intention to steal. And the intention has just been, they've just got the intention, and it's now left for the president, if he really wants to do the right thing, to ensure that every ministry follow the rule. That's just it.
All right. You know what makes her suspicious to me? This is this woman in Plateau State. Look at how she's dressed to go and sympathize with it. Look at that. Look at that. This one, okay, I changed my mind. This one is a looter. Look at that. She went to a disaster area with her designer glasses to go and do babe. Look at that. It's unbelievable.
This is Instagram dressing.
Yes, this is in Plateau State. After the savaging that went there, and what she feels appropriate is to wear Gucci. You know?
Woman. I want us to. I want us to take a step back. In as much as we're criticizing what is being written on the news of dailies, I want us to take a breather and realize that sometimes news are reported in the way that we may not actually know the in-depth of what actually transpired. Somebody wrote in the comment section that why didn't the AGF write back to that ministry just to query or question the reason behind the transfer before the news get leaked to the public? And I say, well, the chances is that the Office of Accountant General, is trying to more or less like, let's make this person a scapegoat. But you see, there's no doubt that some of the money that we meant for palliative is still going to go into the hand of private people. I know that for a fact because but I get that. But you see, for such amount of money to be leaving the cover of government going into the private hand, there are a lot of people that will be aware of it. And the role that every one of them will play will determine if it's going to be a successful story or the public will get to know about it and we'll start scrutinizing and scolding them the way we are doing right now. We can call all of them thieves. But you see, people like her, like this young lady who is a minister, we can call her thieves and whatever names now. There's a chances, okay, that those who are intend to benefit of the beneficiary of that amount that is supposed to leave the government actually having some collusion or some colluding or some sort of conflict. And then it becomes an issue to the point that it now get leaked to the public. And now we now get to know about what is going on. There could be a setup, but to be set up in such a way that she herself was also have, neck deep in it to the point that she will now be the sacrificial lamb. I don't buy it, but it's possible. Okay. So I don't think Tinubu should sack her, because the reason why I don't want Tinubu to sack her is because the money is still within the government. Now, is it possible that other ministry will also be a watchdog or more or less like checkmating each other so that there will be a counter of everything that is not right so that at least everybody can start reporting each other? If that is the case, the Office of Accountant General can't be the only watchdog that will be watching, right? So you still have the CBN that will disburse the money as well. So, and all of them have access to presidency, okay? But to me, as far as concerned, she's just there not quite long. So I want to give that benefit of the doubt that, okay, you need to explain yourself. Why is it money going into the hands of private? And then the government now decided, okay, henceforth, this is what we would do. Because a lot of these things are being perpetrated in all the ministries, not just one ministry alone. All the ministry, even the one that doesn't have nothing to do with money, they still have one way or the other that they are looting. Okay, they are stealing. Okay, so we get that. But by and large, the government, the council should question why is this so, because it doesn't speak for of the administration. At least her being a golden, a poster child, in Tinubu's administration, it won't leave a good, sign that somebody look at the way the Buhala.
Do you think she should be dressed in this manner to a disaster area?
Optic is something, intention is something else. To be honest with you, no.
Can I, Wale, please, can I interject, please? This lady is very vain. Look, she wore a ball gown to her Senate confirmation. You remember? So she's just like that. It's her nature. All her hands filled with ring, every finger. And if I may come in, Diwali, just for 1 minute.
Go ahead, brother.
Look, how government works is quite different. I listened a couple of years back to Okunjo Iweala, and recently, a few months ago, I listened to the other one, Ekwizelize, about their time in government. You understand? They talk about their encounter with civil servants and the kind of things they suffered in the hands of civil servants. This young woman, yes, she's not new in government. She's been a commissioner. She was a commissioner in a Cross River or so. So I think therefrom she will have had some experience, because there's a procedure in the ministry. And your permanent secretary, particularly, she's just 37. I don't know her permanent secretary. Her permanent secretary could be 50-something, or even somebody old enough to be her father. And the permanent secretaries are supposed to guide the ministers. Some of these ministers, except in agencies, they are not even authorized to sign checks. They can only approve. They can only approve. Governors don't sign checks. They make approval. Okay, and I'm assuming.
Yeah, but they determine the direction that the check is going.
Yes, they determine. What I'm trying to say here is that I suspect. I'm not. How do I say it? I'm not like saying this on her behalf or saying that she's innocent. But there is much more to this particular payment that meets the ordinary eyes. Because I assume, except she's rude to the PAMSEC, and he decided to set her up, usually she has to consult with a PAMSEC before such letter was issued out. How many signatures did that letter contain? Was she the sole signatory to the letter? Or she signed in conjunction with her PAMSEC or any other director? And when the AGF received it, the AGF looks, I think she's 55 or something. I can't remember when she was employed. She was assigned, and the age was saying this thing. Why didn't she pick up a phone and call her? I'm looking at this, how things should be done. But somehow, the letter leaked. Who leaked that letter? And now there is so much slant to the story. I'm not saying she's innocent. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying there is a wider implication to these things. And two, during the new financial year like this, there are leftover monies from the budget of the previous financial year. Most practices, normally they are supposed to return this money back.
I think it was only Fashola that has ever done that in the history of Nigeria.
Back to the treasury. But most of them, because for one reason or the other, for corruption, let me satisfy everybody, for this purpose of corruption, they try to hide the money so that they can empty their purse and receive the new one coming from the financial year cycle. So maybe that is the case here. But I think I put the whole blame at the domain of the AGF. She's a woman. I'm taking aside, how do I say, sentiments. I would have said, look, nothing stops her from, yes, Madam Minister, I received this letter, but you should know, didn't your permanent secretary educate you on these things? That this is procedurally wrong. I can approve it. Can you send somebody you trusted to come take your letter back? Simple. She's got her backside kicked with just that phone call. and she wouldn't have been in this mess. But what I'm saying here is that let's look deeper, or we will hear something soon. Thank you, Diwali.
All right, brilliant. I'll still come to you on that, Baba. So you don't think she should be sacked, Baba?
I think she should be sacked. Because in the situation we find ourselves, there is no room for mistake.
Sorry, Baba. Well, some of the commentaries that Daniel Bwala was running on Twitter is that this is somewhat of a consequence of Tinubu appointing too many young people in his administration.
Yeah, serves them. That's exactly the point I even came to make. Now, you get the Ojuti, they say 37, 30 this, 30 that. So here we are. You say 70, 60, they are all thieves. Okay, we'll take the government and let's see what you guys will do with it. So we are waiting, we are seeing what the young people will do with it. She's just 37. There are others, I think she's the youngest or second to the youngest. The others are early 40s and stuff like that. We will see how they will perform.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
You seem to be struggling with that decision in the first place.
You mean whether she should be sacked?
Yeah, you seem to
be that's what I woke up with in the morning, that this girl should be sacked. That's what I woke up with. But looking at it from this perspective I just enumerated, I start to say, okay, maybe she should be given a slap on the wrist or reassigned from that ministry. So that's my take, Adewale. Take up your space, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Baba, before you go, can I quickly ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Do you think Betha should be investigated for that allegation? Because there is already an allegation of 3 billion naira that she's still trying to answer. Do you think she should be investigated for that?
3 billion, I've not heard of the 3 billion one, but if you ask me, 3 billion, if I'm not very good at arithmetic, but I think that is $3 million. She's been a minister for, I think, about 4 months, 5 months. And I look at things differently.
Do you know why I like what is happening there?
Yeah.
What I like, and I know you were saying, how did the letter get leaked?
Yeah.
The agency leaked the letter.
And that's an offense in itself.
Yeah. And you know what happened? Betha was not carrying the agency along. She wanted to take charge of the agency. You are a minister. The agency, because everything that happened, the other woman Betha was like, okay, fine. I caught the other woman. The other woman stole 44 billion. Efcc was able to track some billions. The other woman said Betha was trying to steal some money too.
Mm-hmm. I just said it now. There's much more to this.
How this letter got leaked was basically because the other woman is facing it, right? And she also has, you should definitely know, if you are probably a DG of a particular agency, you have your own people, right? And they'll be like, okay, fine, she has this, let's leak it out. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, as they're investigating the other woman, they should be investigating better. Because there's
no doubt about that. No doubt about that. But they have to expand it further, because civil servants are not meant to be leakers. It can bring a government down.
So nobody will tell you we leaked it, right? I don't know how Sahara Reporter got it. You understand what I'm saying? But you should definitely know that there is a lot. There's a lot. And it's so unfortunate that, the other people that left there, they had a lot of rot. She came here, she brought this Gen Z, this normal millennial Gen Z thing. Yeah, I'm going to. And this is definitely showing that they are not really working as a team. Because I don't really see why Betha will not be working with Minister for Communication. Why Betha
young people are like that too, my brother. Young people are like that. I was once young.
So that's exactly what's happening. Is this Gen Z thing, right? I can do it. I can be here. I can be here. You can see even the way she dresses. You can see the Gen Z.
And they kicked her in her butt right now to tell her,
and
you are JJC.
I need to be very candid with you, because the feelings I'm hearing from Nigeria, if she doesn't have a strong godfather, she's going.
I know what is happening, because the system It's wrong. I never, whether in the form of palliative or giving welfare to people, I don't like this cash thing. It's too tempting. We are not angels.
The idea is good, but the
The
implementation.
idea is wrong. One man for you. Are you a cashier counting money and handing it over to somebody and saying sign here? Where is that done?
I mean, the idea of social welfare is
No.
good.
No. I'm all for it. Just saying that cash, physical cash,
Yes.
should not be involved. There should be stamps. There could be vouchers, things like that. But physical cash, haba, it's too tempting. We are not angels. I mean, 1 billion cash from your ministry coming from that, go and distribute it. At the end of the day, night fell, and you still have about 500 million left. It has to sleep in somebody's house. No. It's rubbish. Pure rubbish, as far as I'm concerned. Pure rubbish. You don't tempt people. This is government money.
You know, Baba, I don't know how Nigeria federal government is being wrong, but the idea of leaking internal memos, government instrument, people find it easy to leak just at the snap of finger. Kind of baffles me. Um, it seems we are still in a paper dominated kind of system in Nigeria. I'm not saying the leaking was wrong, no, but I'm just saying that if care is not taken,
Adewale
that
is
could
wrong.
bring government down.
You took an oath as a civil servant. You don't leak government documents.
Oh, it's completely wrong. What I mean is that in advanced system. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, please. I'm not interjecting.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the leaking.
I beg to differ. It's not wrong.
No, Baba, don't get me wrong.
Hold on.
Don't get me wrong.
Hold on. It's not the leaking of this document is not wrong. When you have government official violating the law, have no respect for civil service, have no respect for financial regulation, and they continue to perpetrate corruption in the ministry that they occupying as the head, they should be exposed. So Sahara Reporter did a good job to get this thing, to save Nigeria from being looted to death by one of these crazy Nigerians that you have as better heading that ministry. So it's not wrong. This is what we get in democracy. There must be transparency. This is a lady that was campaigning, that was talking all sorts of transparency. I will make sure everything is transparent. Beneficiary will not get cash by hand. It start to go to their bank account, stuff like that. Was bragging, and to the delight of everybody. When you listen to that interview, you say yes. We have a government that is ready to do the right thing. But look at what she did. And you said it's a document that should not be. What is wrong in the leakage of this?
But finally, Coco, do not misinterpret what I didn't say that the leakage of that document was not right. No, I'm looking at the leakages generally. That if care is not taken, that it could bring government down. In every government prospectus, what you have is every memo is timestamped. If at all you want to copy, it will reflect on the way the memo is being generated and transmitted, within the agency, in such a way that you'll be able to track whoever actually printed it out or get a copy of it and leak it out. But it seems, whether from federal or to state, it seems it's a lot easier to even leak a memo. Look at the memo, the Lagos State memo that was leaked. It was a paper-generated memo. And I said that, federal government should have maybe depart from, having a paper tray in such a way that it's going to be a lot easier to have file upon file being transferred from one desk to another. I'm not saying that whoever leaked that memo did the right thing as a patriot, and but the government should also know that when it comes to government confidential information, such should not even be in the hands of people that can easily compromise our government, system. That's what I mean. I'm not saying that what that person did is not right. No,
I
I'm
think the
saying
person
yes,
is wrong.
it,
To me,
if
that's my own thinking.
Can I ask?
Because if you are a civil servant and a top one at that, you've taken an oath. There are ombudsman services in the civil service. You can report a transaction. I don't know who the ombudsman is. It's in our own setup. Maybe the attorney general, maybe advisor somewhere in the presidency. It should be worked internally, because even if this were to be a corporate setting, for instance, you want to lick it and bring the corporation down, and the shareholders will lose their money. I mean, before you rise to the position of AGF, you must have put in not a shift of 25 to 30 years. So you will come with better experience, better education. The ministers are just political appointees. Yes, sir.
Baba, this
Yes, sir.
leakage is good for public good. So we cannot say if it's a kind of leakage that threatens the national security of the country that has nothing to do with corruption, that's a different ballgame. But this is this is
Dewale, your system is breaking heavily. Carry on, Ajaneko.
Carry on, yeah.
Yes, this is a leakage that is saving the nation from corrupt practices that the administration is fighting against, that the administration has promised to fight against. But a member of the administration working against the administration destroy the image of the administration. And that is the more reason why Tinubu have to fire her to redeem the image of the administration. She has destroyed the image of the administration now. Now, generally, everybody, people that from today, for this reason, for what she did, now look at Tinubu and his team. Oh, these people are corrupt. Look at what they have not even sat down. Look at the way they are trying to loot the money. So Tinubu have to redeem his own image, his administration image.
Yeah, you just said it. Image is everything. Yeah, go ahead, Aja. I'm listening. Image is everything.
Yes. She has
Because they are damaging the image right now because the leaker wants to feel good.
So
Dewale, your system is very quick. Let me mute you. Yeah.
How do you agree that this document was just leaked? Because if people are to do what they are supposed to do, we have a law, the FOI law 2011, that gives Sahara reporter the right to get it. And the law states, notwithstanding anything contained in any other act, law, or regulation, the right of any person to access or request information, whether or not contained in any written form, which is in the custody or possession of any public official. So now, if Nigeria to be a country that people follow, the ministries, the agency follow the real law, if Sahara reporter request for that particular document, it is a document that has to be released. So, but because it's a lot of secrecy, a lot of things, and we think, oh yeah, this is too confidential. No, it's not confidential. It's public fund. And within the FOI law, you have the right, Sahara reporter has the right, the journalists have the right to have access to it. So, but because of our mentality in Nigeria, because we believe that, oh, this is just too confidential for people to know, that's why we are more like, yeah, it's not supposed to get to people outside.
Woman, can you hear me now?
If they follow,
yeah, we can hear you, Wally.
The FOI law gives
Sahara Reporter or any media to get access to this document. It's a public document and not a private document.
So what's the procedure for FOI?
Yeah, you can. I can't read the whole law, but this is
sorry.
one.
Yes, Dewale is clearer now. Carry on.
Okay, I will tell you the FOI procedure.
Okay.
You don't write directly to the ministry, or if you write directly to the ministry or the minister involved or the officer involved, that minister, officer, or agency or ministry will refer that letter to the Attorney General. It is then it be within the purview of the Attorney General to release the document or not. If he refused, then the requester, let me use that word, the requester can go to courts and ask the court to force the Attorney General to give them the document. That is the procedure. What I'm saying here, maybe because I know how some stuff going on in Abuja, you understand? There are some people who have formed themselves into a cartel. It dates back to about OBJ's time. There are even, some of them are chairmen of committees in the National Assembly. You understand? They do a lot of blackmail. They do a lot of blackmailing of ministers, agency, top civil servants, and things. I know how much was this man's name, the pensioner, who has been jailed and his son also jailed. What's that man's name? Who was in charge of pension payments? The name comes and goes.
Yeah, pension funds. Yes, I remember him as well, but I can't recall.
Are
the
you
name.
talking about Mina?
Yeah, Mina. If you know how much Mina paid to several cartels of blackmailers in Abuja, you won't believe it.
Baba.
Though he still fell later. So I'm only just telling you this as an aside to say, look, too many things happening in Abuja. And I think from this lady's incidents, we will hear more. That is what that's what I have to say. Carry on, sir.
All right, back to you, Dewale.
Thank you. I really don't have much time, but let me wrap up on this case. You know, I could see what the reason why Babajide Koko said that leaking of that document is the right thing. But you know, in an environment or in a system that is actually know what they're doing, there's no point leaking this kind of document to the public. There should be a certain agency that we can report to. And Baba cited the ombudsman. I don't know if there's something like that in Nigeria government. And also the whistleblowing um, um, agency that you can report to. But you know, it is just a financial document that is being reported to the tomorrow. It might be something that is very, very of high security value that will be leaked to the public. When it comes to the government internal memo, you don't just put it in the public domain because it could end up, you know, creating a lot of chaos in the land. But you know, since we nobody trusts each other. So whoever decided to leak the memo just do it in good faith and say, look, this you should get out. I mean, it serves its purpose. Now we can be discussing it and talk about it right now, right? But there will be a time will come that, you know, what will be leaked to the public, even the government will not be able to, you know, change the public opinion about it, because once it get to the hand of public, that is a different thing. I'm not saying that government should not be transparent enough, or people should not speak up if they see something wrong. But you know, in a system where it's all common, everybody do things the way they like, there's no repercussion. Even at a lower level in any government that is serious, you just can't put any document out there in the public. It has to go through certain scrutiny in such a way that certain things will be, you know, blacked out, or if that is then it will be on the request basis, wherever it is need to know basis. But you know, if we continue to do this, look at the way the document about the stationery of Nigerian military in Niger Republic was leaked to the public as well. That right there is a breach of confidentiality in government, because you can't have such memo being put in the public domain. But of course, it get to the hands of, an acclaimed enemy of the government, our brother in Ghana, who ended up putting it on the pages of his X account, and said this is what the government is planning to do. And people that did that believe they are doing that in good faith, but it speaks volume of the incompetence and complacency of the government. We can't continue to let that happen. Every document generated in the government has to be in electronic form in such a way that it will be time stamped, that whoever have access to it, will be reflected on the generating form that this person actually view or access this document. I don't know if we do that even to the state level. I don't know if that's the case. But by and large, I mean, Nigeria need to know. And I applaud whoever leaked this. But we should also have it at the back of our mind that even though what is being leaked is something that has to do with finances, tomorrow it might be something more serious than this one. Well, is there any topic you want me to deal with before I?
Yeah, do you want to speak on the Dangote storyline, Dewale, and then from there go on to Larry, and then from Larry, I think Ajale Koko may be ready, so we'll go to Ajale Koko after Larry. Yes, Dangote.
Well, Dangote is a government child, and it's also a golden child of the North. So somebody from Kano. I don't know. I mean, if Dasuki could be hauled into a jail cell, I don't know why Dangote is going to be different. But there's more than this that meet the eye. What I'm sensing is that uh, I don't want to call it a small screen or something not really serious about, just to show that or have that optic that the government is working and is going after the big fish. But like I said on this show yesterday or day before yesterday, that it's possible that what the EFCC or the government is after is something that would dig the grave, the criminal grave of Emefiele the more. You know, there's a difference when you are interrogated and you give half truth, and the investigator dig deeper and find out that what you're actually giving them was BS, but they want to make sure that they actually get you, not just in a handshake, but have a grip on your hand. So, whatever it is that Dangote benefited from the federal government or from directly from the CBN, he was given. He didn't take. He wasn't working for government. All right. But the fact that, trying to see how he actually benefited from this forest of a thing, I don't see how, what they will sanction. I don't think somebody is going to jail when it comes to whatever they are looking for. And I don't think Dangote Group will be so dumb enough to have such whatever sensitive document that will be keeping in their own office. I mean, we all know better. The fear of AFC is the beginning of wisdom for every company. So every sensitive document will be somewhere safe other than just being in their corporate office. But it doesn't speak spirit of the Dangote Group in the first place, that the government. I mean, I always think that it's proximity to the government that is also a friend of the current administration. That's what I want to believe. But to see this happening, but at a point, Otedola also went through something like this when the likes of Farouk Lawan and I think that's his name, right? No, that's not his name. Former was one of the principal officers in the House of Representatives then. That
Yeah,
was accused of,
Farouk.
was it Farouk Lawan?
Yeah,
Okay,
the short guy.
yeah, it was being accused of, taking bribe from Dangote, and then ended up, ended up becoming the fall guy. That was the end of his political journey in Abuja. But I mean, Otedola at that time was able to, because he was a friend of the Lord of the Manor in Abuja. But the one that is happening to Dangote now, we will see how it ends. But no matter what it is, it was given, he didn't take. And if he actually benefited from that, um, If it's against the law, then the Mayfield will be the one to take the blame. That's the way I see it. But by and large, Dangote is there. I don't think FCC will ever find anything. I don't think. I doubt it, because it's like the bigger fish of the biggest of the biggest. Let's put it that way. Um, and I don't think whatever they're looking for would take down Dangote Group the way it is now. They've established. It's just a matter of all this is just, to me, I want to say it's just a small screen or just the optic, nothing more, nothing less. Uh, that's the way I see the woman. I don't see any trouble coming more for Dangote. Kwata they will say you should return some money. That's the way I see it. Nobody's going to jail Dangote. I can assure you that.
Yes, I think I'm with you on that. I cannot imagine anybody attempting to jail Dangote, but no, at least, and even the story will just go away quietly, of course, because it will privately arrange that, okay, I will give you back X amount, and then they'll negotiate him out of the headlines. That's almost certainly, and that's the problem with Nigeria, by the way. Oh, Mike, did you want to come in, Mike?
Yeah. I wanted to put something in, but that minister, this thing that you guys are talking about.
Yes,
remember, yeah, that lady. Remember one time here we were talking about.
Sorry, Mike. Are you the floor? You guys can continue. I'll be in the.
All right, thank you, Diwali. Yeah, come in, Mike.
Okay. Remember when we were having conversation here about Tinubu is only appointing his Lagos Kaba and things like that, and I'm telling you guys that this federal character thing that we keep pushing. I don't really see that if we are serious about allowing someone that we voting to do it, to get things done, we have to kind of like put aside this federal character thing that we keep pushing, because if it's very obvious that Tinubu didn't know that lady well. He just appointed her because he had to. He's forced to pick minister from every state, and he couldn't find someone from whatever state she's from. And just say, well, okay, who's available from there? And maybe they just say this lady, So it's very obvious. That's what I'm saying. This whole federal character thing that you must pick minister from every state, where you'll be forced to pick people you don't know very well, And you pick them, they get there, they start doing things. You can't predict what they will do, and they start destroying things, messing up. Because your success depends heavily on your ministers, because they are the one that have to get the job done, not you. So it's very important you become president. You have to pick people people you trust, someone you can know where they are, what they are capable of doing. Especially in a country like Nigeria where we don't have background searching system where you can do a background check on people. So the only way you can really do your best in picking your best is to pick people that you know very well. This person you have known him for decades. I know when he can steal. When he cannot, So I just thought I put that in, man. That federal character thing that people keep pushing. Like, hey, why are you only picking Lagos Kaba? I'm like, let this man pick his Lagos Kaba. He knows them. He knows the fascialized. He knows these guys very well. So you know what they are capable of. You know when they can steal, and you know when they cannot steal. So that's what I just. This is it not the same lady that saying is Oedipo that made her.
Yes, she was the same one, and I think she's back in church again. Asking the church to come and fight corruption.
Man.
No, I think there's a headline along those lines, so I'll bring it. Asking the church to come and fight for her.
I was nice a Christian because he's a Christian. That's what I come after. It's not one that will talk like that. First of all, that's already a red flag. Anyone those people that are always in church, saying God should make them this, God should. Those people you already know. It's a red flag. First of all, she said she was praying for God to make her a minister. She didn't say a particular kind of minister because she has something to offer. You pray to God to make you a minister. Minister to do what? Is it not to steal? Come on now. When people talk, you can see the red flag. You can know. If she was there saying, I always have passion to get this kind of thing done, and I've always prayed to become a minister to get opportunity to get the work done. That's not what she was saying in front of the church. She just saying, "Oh, she was praying and God made her a minister in this country." you know, all those ladies in Nigeria. We see any pretty chick that made it to the top in that Nigeria. Some of these ladies, man. I'm not saying that's what she did. Though. Most of them, I won't say most of them. I don't know what percentage, but a lot of them.
But power, Abi.
Yeah, no, I basically do that thing the way people that are sacrifice that much to get to that point. You think they will get there? They won't. Well, come on, now they won't be looting. I mean, this.
All right, bro. I'll get to you quickly. Larry, you're up next. So, Larry, come into the conversation, whichever entry point you like. You know what we're talking about. Let's hear from you, Larry.
Yeah, I think let me start with Emefiele. You see, for Emefiele, let me start with Dangote rather. I am not surprised that Dangote is facing this. If you remember the day they actually opened that refinery, and if you watch Dangote's interview, he basically said it that Emefiele actually went more than normal, do extraordinary thing to ensure that refinery, got everything. So, yeah, it's normal. So, but for me, I think the problem I have is with the EFCC. EFCC and media trial. You see, they don't do good job, getting evidence and getting everything available before they come to media. I was expecting EFCC to debunk, to come out and debunk when people are like, oh, the EFCC raided Dangote's office, for them to come out and say, yeah, we were actually there, but not like, yeah, we've actually got them doing this and that. Because basically, that particular headline did a great damage to stocks in Nigeria. And if they don't manage some of these things, it's good. People want to see this, people want to hear this, but it's not good for business. So if you're going for a big fish like Dangote, I expect them to have done a very good job. You see all this issue of we're looking for papers. No, that's just charade. So do you expect, okay, fine, Dangote's group, they've known that, okay, fine, there's been this issue of, Forex and everything. So you expect them to now say, okay, fine, this is the document. No. Sometimes I just look at all this EFCC charade and they do all those things, they shout, they do everything, they go to court and they lose. You want to handle a big fish, do your job, follow the money. Where is the money? Who released the money? Do your real job. If you look at this thing, if they go to court tomorrow, I'm telling you 100% that EFCC will lose. Now you are now saying, oh, the whole Dangote's group, the officials should come to Abuja to your office, this and that and that. At the end of the day, ask them, what are you going to achieve with this thing? It's still zero. Media trial. You do less job, you put it in the media. So I think the EFCC should just do more. Let them do the job. Gather evidence. That even Dangote will just act like, okay, fine, I know this is it. Let's go for plea bargaining. That's just it. Everybody is fine. But if you don't do the job, you go to the media, it's everywhere. It's on Twitter, it's everywhere. And what they don't know, you see, you are looking for foreign investment. These are things that won't even let you get those foreign investments. You said you are investigating 51 companies, right? And you put it out there and ask them, what exactly have you done? I'm telling you, what they will do is, okay, fine, everybody should come to our office in Abuja. We want to start. Nobody does that. So good luck to them. I hope they're able to really get something out of this, because if they still continue that media trial, I'm telling you, Dangote can even sue them, and at the end of the day, it's still zero. Look at all the high-profile cases they've done. Everything has been 0, 0, 0. Look at the last one, is this Adoke's case. They went to court, nothing out of it. So EFCC should learn to do good job. If they need to
FKK, Sambo Dasuki, right? They are still there in court.
So
have they actually successfully prosecuted anybody, EFCC?
No political case has been successfully prosecuted except that Nyame guy. I think 2 governors who actually were in Kuje, and the other Abia man is on. Supreme Court has even discharged the case.
yeah, so they should learn to, if they need to go and learn, right?
I
They
thought
need
Uzo
to-
Kalu was found guilty, right?
No. Oji Uzo Kalu, I think Supreme Court left him now. That was
Exactly,
They
I
found
think
him
so.
guilty, and he was sentenced 12 years in prison. But then they said
And he
because
spent how many months in prison, and he was out, and because he appealed and everything.
now he's a senator.
Yeah, he's a senator. That's just
He would
it.
have even been Senate president. Small thing.
Yeah.
That was the reason they gave him that. They won't make him president now because they say, oh, you have that. He's been guilty of crime.
They
So-
just use that as an excuse.
So EFCC should do better.
But Larry, we have to consider that we have new sheriff in town
Yes.
concerning the EFCC now.
Yes,
So
sir.
where the past EFCC work, particularly EFCC under Jonathan,
Mhm.
is different from the way EFCC work under Obasanjo.
Yes, sir.
Obasanjo did not have no sacred cow.
Mhm.
And we saw the way EFCC under Ibadu then jailed politicians.
Mhm.
So maybe that is what this administration, maybe Buhari, Tinubu is going to give EFCC man that free hand. It's not
But
going
Ajah,
Yeah,
he
but
didn't have a upper hand when it came to Dr. the glue man. What's his name now?
Adenuga.
Adenuga had to left the country. We stayed in Ghana for some time before going to England to stay, and Awujale later interceded, and they sought themselves out. And he came back a free man. Since then, nothing.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So we there is no way EFCC is going to work, particularly in a high-profile case like this that will be done in secret. It's not going to be, because right now we have to see this administration as administration that is fighting to redeem the image of Nigeria and create an
But
atmosphere.
Ajah, I'm sorry to intercede again.
Yes.
A lot of people come from a position they don't know things well. One thing, Dangote applied and those payments were approved. The only thing they are accusing him of is round tripping. And how many people even understands exactly the concept called round tripping? It's not an easy case to prove.
You see, that's
Oh,
why.
they prove it. It's very easy to prove.
To
Very,
prove
very
for a
easy.
man putting
It's
up
the most-
refinery.
it's the most-
Okay,
it's the
tell me
most
how to
easy.
prove it.
Yes, if you are given forest by central bank for a particular purpose,
Through your
based
Form
on
M you
importation-
submitted, yeah,
Yeah, let's
to
say
bring in parts for
bring in
refinery.
and
Go
material,
ahead, sir.
other things for the refinery. The amount you collected must commiserate with what you brought into the country. It's not. This is a simple auditing.
Wait, let me go
This is
again.
very
You know, at the port of loading, there is a surveyor like Cotecna, like a SG something, which is a contractor to the federal government. That is your destination approval to say, okay, this is against this Form M and things like that. If you had presented it for one sheet, because I know NMPC do this a lot in the days of yore, when he now take a sheet of metal and say that is exactly what this Form M is saying, that costs $1 million. You cannot dispute it.
But to say that they can't get him if he did transmit the amount, they will get him.
But not gra-gra, not gra-gra.
No, this is
For
not
me,
gra-gra.
for
It's not
me,
gra-gra. Something
I
led
know
to.
they can. For me, I know they can get him.
They will get
But,
a lot
but
of
I
people.
think they should do. They should do better job. You see all this gra-gra. I'm telling you, it's not gonna. They are not gonna get anything out of it. They are
I don't
not.
know what you people are
20
referring to
time.
as gra-gra.
Tinubu will
Yeah,
finish
these
8
people are
years.
doing their job.
Dangote will still be in court.
These people are doing their job. It's not great. I mean, they can't do it in secrecy. There's
No,
no
no,
way they can do it in secrecy.
but
I mean, for the fact that they went there
okay.
to that building, to the headquarters, even the gate man, and you know, when they go to places like that, they wear their tag or their stuff like
Mhm.
that. Even the gate man, we already know and broadcast and tell some oh madam, EFCC, and before you know it, media will hear it and they start to investigate. And there's no hidden. It's not job that can be done in secrecy. This kind of
No,
high
but
profile.
why did they go there in the first place? Why
Yeah.
not call him, even if he
Call him for
refused
what?
to
Why must
come?
they call him? Why must
Why
they
No,
are
call
they
him?
no,
now?
no.
Why are they
It
now
is
telling them
standard. It is standard. You have to
It is
invite
not
them.
standard. They
No,
don't tell
it
you. They
is. It
already
is,
got some
Aja.
information, Baba. They've
Baba Joy
already got
Coco?
some information at hand, which
Okay.
they want to investigate, and they don't have to give them any knowledge or any
Aja, you
they don't
know
have to
Dangote
spend any time
headquarters.
with
So how
them
many
or
floors?
anything.
How many floors?
Huh?
Before they start from the lift to the last floor, where maybe the papers are, everything has gone. I
No,
mean,
no.
come
My
on,
own
Aja.
problem is
Anyway, they have
now.
carted away with some documents, and they
Yeah.
will get some things against him.
Oh yeah, call on them, you will see. Hmm.
Now they said
Let
all
me
of them. They said they should report on Monday, right? If you know you still want them to report on Monday, why not ask them? Go through CBN. You have CBN. CBN is yours, right? Get everything that CBN has actually given you. Ensure you have the right thing. Ask them to bring so thing. They will bring. Now, even okay, you went there on which day? Now you said they should come on Monday. What's the essence of you telling them? If you know you want them to come on Monday, why do you need to first go there? Is it not for the media, the media stunts?
Why are we all sympathizing with all these rich men too?
No, we are not
Whenever they grab
sympathizing
poor
because
men,
they are
slap them
wasting.
around,
The
we
more you
don't say why did they do that. But whenever
do, you
it's
know
rich man,
something.
it's like you worship rich people too much.
No. Let us. You see, the more you do this case, the more you
When
waste money.
FBI bump into Trump house, they didn't tell him that they are coming.
That's political
That is the
now.
nature. No,
He
whether political or
refused.
not
He
political.
refused. I mean, almost 7 times or so they said they
They
asked
invited.
for this document.
No,
He
it's not
refused
like
to
they
present
invite
them.
people.
That's why they stormed the place.
It's
Baba,
not like
in the United States, the way they will treat the ordinary man, the same way they will treat a billionaire, however, the way they
yeah,
will storm your
but it's
house, the
not
same way
like they didn't invite him.
they don't say because you're a rich man, they will invite you. They will storm your house. The same way they will storm the house, same guy in the hood.
That is
But
what we
they are
They don't
not
see.
joke with their
treating
law.
Trump. They are not treating Trump though the same way they treat an average
Or they are treating him. They are treating him the
criminal.
same way. The US, I know. You understand?
No, when it comes to investigation, is what I'm saying, woman.
All right.
So at the end of the day, right? See, do you know how much money Nigeria wastes on some of those cases if you don't do the good job? Do you know how much money? You see, when this guy was EFCC lawyer, Keamo, they were busy funding Keamo. How many cases did Keamo win for? How many cases did he win?
None.
So now the other cases that EFCC is taking to court that they didn't win anything. Do you know how much money we spend by not doing the right thing, by not getting the right evidence, and you get to court? Look at what happened to Adoke. Did you follow Adoke issue?
The case has ended.
EFCC
They
said they don't
withdraw the
have
case.
evidence against Adoke. When you've spent several millions
Disgraced
hiring
him.
lawyers. At the end of the day, you are now saying you don't have evidence. Are they really helping Nigeria, or they are making Nigeria to spend money on unnecessary things if you don't do your job? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not just like, oh, we've taken Dangote, we've done this, we've done that. You go to court, okay, where's your evidence? You are now like, okay, fine, we're still going to need to hold somebody to keep looking for evidence. We are not really sure. At the end of the day, you just ask yourself, what exactly is all those things? So that's as far as me I'm concerned.
I think they're just trying to scare him to the negotiation table. That's just it.
Okay, let's hope it works. Let's hope it works. If they're able to scare him, let's hope they have something to show him that he doesn't have any choice than to go into plea bargaining.
Okay, what's the end game here with
Just
Dangote and all the
yeah,
rest?
I think the end game is recovery. They are trying to. I
Can't you
think.
use soft power to do that?
How do you mean?
Soft power, like the turbaned man, out of the 109 or 107 billion, the turbaned man has given back cash 40. And I'm sure a lot of all those properties he bought everywhere, must maybe another 30 billion or so. And maybe he's still signing some open checks, post-dated and things like that. We don't know, you understand, but we are complaining right now that, oh, the man has gone home scot-free. We don't. Such soft power, I think, is what we should apply in this case. Emeka used one word. These people are national treasures. I say that with heavy tongue, you understand, because a lot of people will be taken aback that why did I use that word? Because it's not easy. These are billionaires. Billionaires. They could hurt our economy.
So they could be treated with like a sacred cow. So
No, not
billionaire
sacred cow, Baba Ajad, not sacred cow. Don't get me
uh,
wrong. But I say there is a way we can collect more money from them than do anything that will hurt us. Because even in its refinery alone, I mean, we have 4 billion. Nigeria owns 20% of that refinery. We need it. There is a way. I mean, our president cannot say he doesn't know Dangote in and out. They go way back with other billionaires. They all go way back. So somehow, they are not.
This is not Dangote. Look, this.
It cannot be it cannot be allowed to get away with
no, it cannot get away at all.
It can't get away.
No, somebody is suffering. Hold on, Baba. Somebody is going through serious prosecution now, Emefiele, and other people that he perpetrated his corruption while in office with have to be walking on the street free. No, it's not fair to Emefiele.
I was with you until you said it wasn't fair to Emefiele.
No, hold on, woman. Try to understand me. What I'm saying that why should Emefiele be going through prosecution and the corruption that he perpetrated in office in conjunction with other people? Others will be left to walk free, gallivanting around.
Yeah, he's the fall guy now. There's always a fall guy.
All of them should be punished together.
Yeah, but it's very rare that everybody gets punished. It's very rare.
No, they have, that is the law. I mean, and Emefiele have lawyers. His lawyer will tender document. I mean, come on. We are talking about somebody cannot be taken through this kind of prosecution, detention, and all this, and others that they did it together have to be, because they are billionaire. It is not fair. The law is clear. Nobody is above the law. We are all equal before the law.
Okay, Aja, these people are two different set of people. Emefiele is a civil servant. He's an employee of the federal government. Dangote and the rest, they are businessmen. You get my point. What I'm saying here, a lot of you are misunderstanding me. We're talking about big money here. And these people like Aluko, Omokore, and all the likes, where are they today? Omokore is home. Aluko is in Switzerland as a citizen. He's not going to come back. Desiani is there. If you calculate all this, the money these people have in their coffers, it runs into tens of billions of dollars, which we could have done something with if we maybe approach the problem differently. What I'm saying here is investigate well to the extent, like FBI here, for instance. FBI may just fold their hands. You would think they are not seeing. For 4 years, they may investigate. But the day they call you in, they put your sins before you. not them coming to your office to collect your sins, documents of your sins. They themselves put it before you, and when you negotiate and things like that. If you refuse or being difficult, they send you to court. Even from that moment, they say they are taking you to court. Could take another 1.5 years. But when the trial starts, maybe non-stop for about 3 months, they'll start and end. And that is it. And yet, America will not leave you free, because they will either say you are owing American government 11 billion or so, until you pay, they will not leave you. So this is how, just what I call soft power.
All right, thank you, Baba. Larry, back to you, Larry.
So yeah, I think Baba just said exactly what I'm not saying. Don't investigate Dangote. I'm not saying, because as of now, right? Everything we are still saying are just more speculations and everything, right? It's not like they've actually said Dangote is guilty of this or that. So, but for me, EFCC better be sure that they've done a very good job and not going that same route of, at the end of the day, we are sorry, right? That we don't even have any evidence. So that's what I'm actually saying. EFCC better be sure, because if they are not sure, then it's still the same thing.
All right, brilliant. So do you want to move us on to this story? Target of $1 trillion economy in danger if insecurity persists. So, of course, I mean, Tinubu should know that anyway, that if for him to achieve anything, he has to address that question of insecurity frontally. But it's 7 months now into the administration. So I think this notion of saying that is new to government, it's not new anymore. It's not 7 months, and he said it's a lifelong ambition. So he must have some idea. So is it taking sufficient enough steps in terms of the insecurity in Nigeria? And now with this spate of incidents that we have that we have been having, has he seized the moment to assert himself in terms of how he intends to secure the country? So, or is it just every incident he'll start crying? Is it going to just be another crying in the newspaper sort of administration?
Yeah, you see, actually, presently, that's what I'm still seeing. I know they are trying to like buy, one or two things, but the basic thing, I think Tinubu just needs to leave that his shadow of the vice president is going to handle security, why he's going to handle the economy and all those things. He needs to stand tall. And if he needs to make all those service chief, IG, everybody be ready to do their job. That's why you see, when people were like, oh, Tinubu didn't go to this place, he didn't go to this place. I was like, yeah, but this guy told you now during campaign that the VP will be the one handling anything that has to do with security. So he's been the one going to everywhere. If there's an issue, you see the guy going to everywhere. And the next thing, okay, like today now, right? There's an issue. The service chiefs came. What was the president doing? You were busy. Okay, the only thing you guys were doing were like, okay, decorating, people that were working with you, they had promotion. Yeah, it's good to decorate them, but that is not what we want to see. Because I was like, yeah, there's an issue. This is the first time you are meeting these guys. I want these guys to come out and everybody is serious, not this shenanigans. Like everybody, okay, chief of army staff came, decorated his own, IG came, decorated his own. That is not what we want to see. This is time for you to do your job. Yeah, let someone else, a senior officer, just decorate those guys. But as far as I'm concerned, what I'm just seeing is this normal, oh, we sympathize with the family of this, blah, blah, the normal thing. You want a $1 trillion economy, and we are still having some of these issues. So if these guys that are there, I know they are trying, they are trying to trying, but I think they need to all work together. If there is a reason, probably there is a gap in intelligence. Probably you need to get all of them together. Let the NSA coordinate them and let them work together, because the way it is, let us not deceive ourselves. Everything that happens in Nigeria is everywhere in the world. Over 200 people died in a country. And the next thing you see, the president having a meeting with all the service chief is decorating people that just got promotion. Are you kidding me? So as far as I'm concerned, it's still the normal thing. I'm not really seeing him taking charge as the commander, as the commander, taking charge and making these guys know that it's not business as usual, that this is a problem that we all need to face as a country. So, one man, security, we can keep talking from now till tomorrow, right? I'm not really seeing that zeal when it comes to these leaders. They are not ready to face it.
All right, brilliant. And then the storyline of this woman that just for reasons of being a good wife to her husband, she's now a phenomenon. Are you following that space, and do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm following it. Yeah, it's good. I'm happy for her. I'm happy for her. It's good. It's good. It's good for her, and it's good for our family. But Nigeria, it's because what actually made her popular in the first instance, right? I think she posted it. People started trolling her. A lot of others, women supporting women. It's a lot, but it's good. At least it's good for her. A lot of people are coming, and I encourage her. It's good. But as far as I'm concerned, it's there are a lot of things that happen in Nigeria, and you're like, yeah, it's one of those
So
things.
you don't think it's important enough to be in the headlines, are we?
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not really, okay, I woke up. My wife, when I was in Nigeria, my wife wakes up, particularly if you're in Lagos, almost everybody wake up like 4 a.m., cook but that's Nigeria for you, right? Those are things that make headlines. So, but it's good for her. I'm happy for her though.
All right. What made the headline for you today? What caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Yeah, so I think the other one is this issue of better I do, like everybody has said, as far as I'm concerned. I think, yeah, I pity her. I think what is wrong with her is still more of this Gen Z thing, right? And that Gen Z is, that
Do you think she's showing us that the young people are not ready, especially Gen Zs, they are not ready for governance?
She's not Gen Z.
She's 36 now or 34.
That's millennial.
and millennial and
I
everything.
think what was the
No,
difference in all of
no,
this?
Gen Z is after millennial, man. Gen Z
Even
is those born from 1997
millennium and
to
everything.
now.
Okay.
It's
To 1999. Sorry, 1997 to
yeah, that's true. I know she's in millennium. But if you look at it, right? If you look at it, they want to come in. They want to kind of like handle everything themselves. Because ordinarily, if we have better process, things like this will not even happen in the first instance. And it's not like we don't, like I said earlier, it's not like we don't have the laws, but those people don't follow those laws. Because I know for you as a minister, I think the highest you can approve, it's not even up to all those 500 million. You understand what I'm saying? So, but they do all sort of things, because the laws are there. The financial regulation has all those things. What can a minister approve? What can this person approve? But what do you see? It's a lot of, yeah, let's do it. I'm here, I'm there. Because as far as I'm concerned, our job is supposed to be so easy. All she needs to do is to work with people, right? All of them are ministers. Work with this guy in communication. They said they are working on unified database, right? If that is what you guys are going to use, let it be verifiable. Let people know. Let CBN do the automatic. Let CBN do the transfer, right? Let people know. If people know that, okay, fine, this is how you're going to do. You see all this issue of, yeah, we're taking some money to some places, we're sharing that money, we're taking some foodstuffs to some places. It's corruption. Nothing is going to come out of it. Okay, you give somebody money for 4 states, though. Imagine 4 good states: Lagos, Ogun, some other state, 4 good states, you paid into someone's account. So how is that person going to make that payment? Right? Is he just going to sit that person going to sit down in his house and kind of like, okay, fine, you take this person is taking from this? Well, how is that they going to make that payment? You know what I'm saying? So it's obvious. I know it's, you know, people cannot like, oh, probably they are trying to blackmail her, they are trying to do this. As far as I'm concerned, the intention itself, you know, one thing is for you to be to. I'm not saying she has stolen, right? Another thing is the intention to steal. Was there an intention to steal? Obviously, to me, I can say there is an intention to steal. Because no matter how much you tell me, one person handling 4 great states like Lagos, like Ogun, and that person has that money in her account. So how is that money going to be paid? Is that person going to? Is there a bank? Is there that is going to monitor that? It's just going to be more of like, yeah, the normal cash transfer Oshibajo and the likes of them did during those times. Oh, money market to men go, okay, you collect this, you collect this. This is also unfortunate, but for me, I wouldn't say Tinubu should sack her. I would rather say Tinubu should just give a query her and call her because she's still young. Call her and give her strict instruction, if any, and build strong process around all those things. And that's an eye opener for all other agencies. And this is something that everybody has always clamored for, right? I don't see any reason why ministries will be handling money. Let Accountant General, CBN Accountant General, and Ministry of Finance and do some of these disbursements. Why they should
again, you don't wake. You don't look at that. You don't wake. Sorry, carry on.
So let's those that are responsible for that handle the money. Why all these ministers should focus more on policies, they should focus more on implementation. So if they're able to do that, nobody's going to go against them. Like, yeah, because there's nothing you can tell me that there is no intention to steal. 4 states out of 36, where Madam something is holding it. Another 4 state, another Madam Mr. something will hold that one. So at the end of the day, the whole people that will hold the whole money for the whole country might not even be more than 6 people, right? And you tell me that, oh, money is gone. So what exactly are we really saying? Billions. And if you know how much billions that has gone into this particular ministry, a lot of billions have gone into this ministry. So for her, I don't know if Tinubu still wants to retain her. I think he needs to give her very strict instruction and make her know that if anything of such happen, you know, she has to go. That's what I just think.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Larry. Larry, let's go from you.
What he just said.
Okay, carry on. You want to respond to Larry?
Yeah, I can't understand why people come here and say that this woman should not be sacked. Why? What kind of sympathy is that? You see, I don't know. Is it that I don't think straight when I say that the way we defend failure is the reason why our system still remain the way it is. Why are we saying that? Even the Accountant General has just come out and said that Betedu made an illegal request for that money to be wired into her account, that she made an illegal request. Both of them compromise to move public money to her own private account. And people say that she should not be sacked.
That wasn't what happened again.
Can I say something?
The other moved 44 billion in 5 days.
Can I say something? Let's number one, has a crime been committed? That's number one. Has it been committed?
See, this is a law. It's in law. It's in law that you don't move private money. You don't move public money to a private account.
Has the money been moved? No. Right?
See, let me tell you.
Wait,
a lot of investigation should go, and this woman should step aside, and she must be investigated. We don't have to be playing in this country. This cannot happen in that state you are enjoying. It cannot happen there.
Let's get something.
Stop defending that. It's not good for our nation.
I'm not defending her. Let's get something right. That money, people can actually probably understand the process, and the accountant general understands the process, and the accountant general got back to her that this is not how it's supposed to be, right? So in as far as I'm concerned, we can put emotion, we can put all sorts of things, but the major thing is just that if we're able to establish that the crime has not been committed, I don't see any reason, right? That's why I'm more like, yeah, you can give a query. So do you think
this woman said that she explained the reason why this money was moved into her private account? And you say if the crime,
that's what I'm asking you.
The accountant general came out to say that the woman made an illegal request for that money to be moved into her private. For me, as the president, I will not even want to wait to hear any explanation.
No.
This woman must be stepped aside.
That's why
we should stop defending rubbish in the see. I'm very angry with a lot of you guys in this platform. You are the reason why this country is not moving forward. I'm telling you that this night. You are the reason why this government, when you see good, you call it bad. When you see bad, you call it good.
That's not how they sack people. Let's just be calm.
That is how they sack people. You don't mean, what are you telling me? What else do you want to see for you to know that this girl is very corrupt?
On this one, though. I mean, if she make illegal,
what do you want me to? How do you want me to believe that this girl is very corrupt? No, what else do you want me to believe?
See, the thing is this: you said, and what I'm asking
a girl that came to national TV and explain how he's going to just push from
one at a time. One at a time. You guys are just talking about each other. I agree.
Let me finish. I came to interrogate you because you got me annoyed when you said that she shouldn't be sacked.
Okay.
I came to interrogate you. I watched her on national TV, how she explained how bad it is to move public money to private account. Why should she even attempt that? Why? When she clearly came out to explain how bad it is
hypocrisy,
to move public money to
that is hypocrisy.
I don't know. And you come here to defend her? I will be disappointed if the president didn't sack this woman. It's very bad of her.
But
very bad.
You didn't listen to Larry well, though. He did. He wasn't.
No, I don't want to listen to. I don't need. They want to do some things that are very bad. I don't listen to such.
Reply. Do I have
okay. Reply.
There is no way you can design this to me that will make me to believe you. You cannot design it. It's a law. You design it for people that don't understand to know that this woman still have an opportunity. She still have an opportunity. For me, this woman don't have any opportunity. She have nothing to prove in that government anymore. She has to go for people, other serious people to replace her.
Please let me know.
I will be very disappointed if she continue in this government. That's what I want to say, one man. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Do I have a right of reply?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Number one, like I said earlier, has a crime been committed? No. Has the money been moved into a private account? No. The only thing we heard was just that she made a request and the accountant general got back to her that they were not going to accept that request. Right? So if you think because she made that request and she was corrected, sack this and that, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even saying don't punish her, right? But as far as I'm concerned, in as much as a crime has not been committed, I don't see why she has to be sacked.
So you're saying only when you commit crimes, when you are subject to be sacked? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. So in this case, if you're able to pick exact crime, whatever she has done, right?
It's not only criminal reason that is sack people.
No. But exactly,
they can also sack people for misconduct and all the other stuff.
Let's ask something. Let me ask something. You joined a company, right? You joined a company. You're still trying to understand the process. You made a wrong step, right? And people in the company that have been there before you, they told you this is not the process.
Well, Kenny already told you before she got there. She herself said it's wrong to Put private money into public money into private account. So that already shows that she know that is wrong to transfer private money into public money into private account. So she knew it, and there's no way you're going to become a minister and not know all these procedures. Now, come on now.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know, Mike. I don't know how people want to how to defend this woman. I don't know what to defend about this woman. I don't even know what to defend about this woman. You see, if you leave this woman in this,
sorry, can I 1 second? Ajale Koko, check your phone.
But you have to take it easy. He is not defending the
no,
woman.
there is Babaja. You see, I will continue with.
Sorry, can I 1 second?
Hold on. Let me speak. He did not defend. He did not say this woman should not be punished. He was just saying that if the president feel that he wants to be nice to her, maybe he should give her a very strong warning. Very, very strong warning. That's what he said. He didn't say that the president should not do anything. But if president, just want to be nice by not firing her, she should be giving a strong warning. So Larry didn't say that.
This is not the first time.
Hold on, Ekene, 1 second. Ajale Koko, check your phone. Carry on, Ekene.
Okay.
Babaj, this is not the first time this woman is being accused of such act. She was just given this appointment just because I don't know why she was given that appointment. She has been accused of mismanaging public fund for a very long time in the past.
Ekene, you know that a thief will always be a thief. Warning will never stop them from stealing. If someone is a thief, it's already in their blood, it's in their mentality, it's in their character. So once you catch someone,
she will still even find a way to do more. Exactly. If this one fail.
Exactly.
I don't know what to do.
Give them an inch, they'll take a mile, So once you suspect someone to be a thief, or even do background check, before, they have no business in the vicinity of government, in the vicinity of any kind of.
Be decisive. Deal with them mercilessly.
The fact that she made an attempt to steal, she gotta be gone. In fact, she will be banned forever from any.
Say all those things. Even in public service, right? If you've been found to do something, they don't sack you like that.
In Nigeria now, try it in the West. Even do you know in America, if you have a record, even if you're only 17 when you stole, they will never put you in a.
If you are working for a company and there is a mistake, because
this is not mistake now. Trying to steal is not mistake, my brother. Stop it now.
We can.
You can't say it's a mistake. Come on, only Nigeria.
This is not our own case. This is our own case. I'm looking. You are saying it doesn't happen anywhere, right?
What she did, are you saying is a mistake?
No, I'm not saying it's a mistake.
She tried to steal.
You know something? I'm not even. See, this is it. This is what I want you people to get. I'm not even saying the president shouldn't punish her, but what I don't want to do is this issue of the president must sack her. No.
I think the president should not punish her. He should sack her.
No.
You are not, listen, you are not a father to be punishing someone is to correct someone. You are not in the business. Wait, hold on. You are not in the business to be punishing. You are in his business to protect the system. And protecting the system is to keep people that are corrupt away from the system. We are not interested in punishment or anything. We just want her away from our money. It's public money. We don't want someone that will steal our money to be near the money. I'd rather have him fire her than the punisher. I'm not interested in punishment. I don't want a thief around public money.
Okay. So if the president wakes up tomorrow and decides not to sack her, do you think the president has done something wrong?
Yes. You find evidence of someone being a thief or potentially being a thief. You don't keep that person around money anymore.
No.
You keep the person away from money.
I don't even know, Mike. I don't know what evidence you need again to say that this woman come to destroy this government. I don't know which evidence you need again. Which evidence that the president needs?
We can't trust her with money. That's what we are telling you, Mr. Larry. Man, we can't trust. If we can't trust you with money, we can't have your own money.
And you want to leave that? For what reason?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this issue of pushing the president must sack her. Everything is still at the prerogative of the president.
But it should. By your own standard, moral standard, what do you think?
By my own
standard. Look at their law.
What do you think?
Mike, the funny part of it is that this is in the law. That their law, their monetary regulation and everything in terms of handling money in that agency. It's in the law.
Okay.
that moving public money to private account is an attempt of fraud or fraudulent acts.
You know what?
Isn't
There's
that
so
law?
much mass corruption in the Nigerian system. Like within all these agencies where there's so much corruption, these people that are being corrupt, they've discovered them to be people that are potentially corrupt, or even seen them make attempt to be corrupt. But because of paddy, oh, that my friend do now, you know, good do, you get picking to feed do, they will keep them around. And keeping them around doesn't change them. They're gonna do it. They stay already in their mentality. And that's why the place is so completely corrupt. Whereas countries where things is working, they don't keep
The
you around
country is
much. Even if
bleeding.
they like you, they will keep you away. They do background check. Even they do interview with you, they find out you are so qualified, everything. But once they see your background that you are someone has stolen before, potentially going to steal or something, chance for stealing, they would not put you in charge of money. It's not personal. It's not because they don't like you. They just need to protect the system.
Can I
As
ask a
far as
question
I'm
real quick?
concerned, like
Don't you?
I would rather give her a query and work more on the process that gave her that opportunity to be able to do that. That's
Oh
how.
my God.
Wait,
Yes.
can I ask you a question?
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yes.
Wait, let me ask this
This is
question.
very
Don't you
funny.
So you
think?
hire a thief and say, let's just keep the money and let's watch, make your.
Are you so sure?
Well, hold on. You hire a thief in your business and do everything in place to prevent the thief from stealing. That you work on putting this thing, what they call it, to guide the money, right?
Okay, now let
But
me
you want to hire the thief because he like the thief. That's what you're telling us here. Are you kidding me?
Is she a thief?
She tried to steal. That's a thief.
Oh my God.
Wait, let me say something. Don't you guys think this is a common practice? It just happened that we caught her. This is something that goes on with everybody. Like this is stuff that they do. It just happened that.
So you are telling us because everybody is corrupt. Let's just keep
No. I'm not saying.
let's just
Wait. I'm not siding with her. I'm just saying this is a common practice, and there need to be end to this. They need to put an end to this. But this is a common practice.
They need
So
to put an end by starting from with her.
Yeah,
they must start from someone.
I don't
must
care
start
what
from
they
her.
do to her. I regardless, but I know like every one of them, everybody is doing this, and it's good. Whatever they do to her, if they take her, I think they can fire her. I think that would be the best way, just to like let everybody sit right. That if you mess up, this is what will happen to you. But I think it's common practice for her to do it. And I'm definitely sure even the accountant general probably is doing the same thing as well. She just never get caught. If she got caught, she's doing the same thing. Everybody's doing it. So I think whatever way you think is best is best knows to Tinubu. But I don't see any reason if he has to fire him. It's good with me.
You say people say that she didn't know about it. She didn't know. Maybe
you know why I'm more on this, right? Because you see, I've started seeing this narrative. If the president decides not to sack her, then that means the government is corrupt.
Yes.
And that's the exact narrative, right? That's why I'm more
that
like,
is
is the
that is it.
No, that is not it.
It is now.
That is it. It is. How can you condone such acts in a government, in a system? This is a public fund for her like here.
Because she has
any attempt, let me tell you, any attempt to move public money to your private account is corruption at the highest level.
So
you don't do that.
You can say whatever you want to say, but as far as I'm concerned, it's still the right of the president to decide if he wants to sack her or not. So, and if he decides not to sack her, it doesn't mean that his government is going to be corrupt.
It does.
No, as far as I'm concerned,
it does.
No. It doesn't.
Are you kidding me?
No. It doesn't mean that. There are several ways you can punish someone, right?
It's not about punishment. You keep talking about punishment.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Listen, no.
Which is
they're more focusing on.
I don't want to handle this with my own emotion. I just want the president to make a decision on what he wants.
You know what you are doing? You are just
tell us
protecting. You
how
are
he can be
protecting.
punished.
You are just
What type of
protecting.
punishment? Tell us. Give us example of the punishment. Give us example.
Girl should step aside. She should step aside. That's all.
Okay, you said I should give you example.
You don't come to you don't come to use public money to play Lido. You don't play Lido with public money.
You said I should give you example of the punishment. Now, number one, the president said after 6 months, I think after 6 months, right? He's going to review what everybody has done and decide who's going to proceed after that 6 months. In this kind of situation, I believe the president should just give her a query. Let there be a query from the president's office. Like, yeah, put her on PIP. After that 6 months, evaluate her. If you see anything of that, right? And at the same time, let Efcc investigate if there is any other thing she has done regarding every other money.
My brother, I'm sorry to say this, man.
There is a letter. They brought a letter. Okay, Accountant General said no. This is not how it's supposed to be, and the money was not paid. Then, as far as I'm concerned, going to the extreme is not the solution for me. As far as I'm concerned, it's more
solution for what?
It's not the solution. Going to the extreme. Let me just.
What are we solving? What are we trying to solve here?
You want to solve criminal.
Wait, hold on. The solution to what? Are we trying to solve corruption? Right? It's not the solution to corruption. Is that what you're telling me?
Rather work on that thing that gives her that power to be able to approve that. If we need to call an.
She's a minister now.
No, a minister is not supposed to even have that power in the first instance.
She's administering the agency, so she's going to have power.
Supposed to have that power. If you go and look at it, there is a law that means that the minister is not supposed to even have that power. So then I would rather focus on that.
When given power, she demonstrated a level of corruption. Meaning, it's not only in that area she will be corrupt. Even if you wait, hold on. A thief is a thief. Okay. If a thief is in your house, he wants to go and steal your meat. You say, hold on, no, and let me find a way where I will lock that meat in the cupboard, so that will solve the problem. No, you have not solved the problem. A thief is not only your meat that a thief can steal. Now you secure the meat. What about your TV, your other things, other areas? So you can't say you want to keep a thief around and say, oh, that place thing she's trying to steal, let me just keep it away. No, there will be other ways. You look at other ways to practice corruption. So once you see a sign of someone being corrupt, you got to eliminate that person from the system. And that's unfortunately what we haven't been doing for years. That has allowed the system to be so toxicated, where they would see no people are corrupt. They'll keep them around because they like them, because they have pretty face, or because we know them, because the person wants to give me a ride on my in-law or something, on my party person who good do. That's why the system is like that. And secondly, if Tinubu doesn't set the president, like eliminate that, the other minister will feel like, oh, if I try to do something, if I get caught, they will pardon me too. You have to, lady, like once you eliminate that first place, you send a message to the other people. Like, listen, there's a zero tolerance for corruption here. That's the message you are passing out to everybody else. Come on, what do you think Chinese people, they will shoot you right away? You know, in China, she would have been shot. That's why nobody wants to steal in China now.
They will shoot her. She just died. Just like that.
In North Korea, the North Korea guy, the guy killed his own uncle for corruption. His uncle. Just to let everybody know, stay calm. Corruption is not tolerated. Yeah, I don't care who you are. That's how you deal with corruption in society. It's not by all these emotional things. And you guys, that's unfortunate problem in Nigeria. We don't want to stop it. We put our emotion above principles.
This is not emotion. For me,
no, you obviously it's because you like that lady. That's why you're saying they should not fight. If you was someone you don't like, I know you tell us there that they should fire her.
No, it's not like that. For me, right? If I did bin, this is it. I did bin, that money has been paid. I don't have any choice than she must go.
What's the difference between I'm making an attempt to steal and stealing? What's the difference?
Yes. I did bin that money.
No, what is the difference? Tell me. What's the difference between you try to steal it and you stolen it? What's the difference?
See, this is it. This issue of she stole it, she decided to steal it. This is it. The law says she can't do that. I understand, right?
Yeah.
She made a request to the Accountant General, and obviously the Accountant General got back to her that no, this cannot be done. This is not how it's supposed to be done, right? Now, this is not something that just happened. The letter that she used in making that request, right?
got leaked out. Then we saw it. We didn't see how the accountant general wrote her back to make sure that she doesn't really go that line, right? So had it been the money has been paid, the money is already in that person's account. As far as I'm concerned, I'll be like, yeah, if the president doesn't sack her, then the president is not serious. So for me, it's left for the president, right, to now look at it and decide on what to do. I'm not more like if the president doesn't sack her, that means this government is corrupt. No, that is not what me. Everybody has a right to their own decision.
It's
Right?
not about this. The principle is general. Is universal. There's no one person.
No.
Right is right. Wrong is wrong. There's something things we know is right. There's something we know is wrong. You can't say it's my opinion. It's not me. It's not me personally. I personally don't hate the lady. If that lady was my sister, I would say the same thing I'm saying. In the name of,
you see, this issue of somebody how do you sack people? There is something in the media because the whole media, everybody is like this. I will rather EFCC check this, do this, give me a report. It doesn't make me okay. The president should just come on Monday. Oh, I've sacked that because everybody want her to be sacked.
no, it's not because everybody want her to be sacked. It's because what she did warrants being sacked. That's it.
No.
There's a sign of corruption. There's a sign of corrupt practice. You gotta go.
Accountant General confirmed that she made an illegal request for the money to be paid into her private account. What evidence do you need again? Am I the one that leaked the letter? Am I the Accountant General?
She reached back to her, right? She reached back to the ministry that this is how it's supposed to be done.
See, all this argument is just because of corrupt mentality we have in this country. If not, this argument will not be having this argument. It's not an argument at all. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed to many people supporting this thing that this girl did. I'm disappointed at you. I'm disappointed, honestly speaking. This our system. We cry every day. We don't have money. We don't have money. Yet we see reason to defend somebody that wants to move almost $500 million into her private account. You have man to defend her. Do you know what that money will do to the public?
Even if the guy wake up tomorrow and sack him, I'm obviously sure that you see, it's not like you are even going to support the government.
That's a different argument now. We know that's the thing. We like being sentimental.
If the guy wake up tomorrow and didn't sack her, what exactly is going to be your next thing? Your next thing is going to be this government, nothing for this government. So that is me, right? And that's exactly the narrative.
It's up to the government to do good. Listen to me. I'm not begging President Tinubu to sack her. If he wants to sack her, let him do. But that's the right thing for him to do. To save the face of this government. You understand? He knows the challenge they are facing in this government in terms of finance. So any thief found around this government should be booted out. That's my opinion. It's not a President Tinubu opinion.
Okay, I would rather wait
sorry, 1 second. Mike, check the private chat. Sorry, carry on.
So for me, all this argument is just to make a long talk. There is no way you can keep this corrupt criminal in a system. This is a corrupt woman. And this thing that she did now, she has done it before. Not like this is the first time that she's doing such a thing. Then people think that she has repented and she was given this ministerial post again. And she wants to do such again. And you are telling me that the president should not sack her, you should investigate, you should do this. Can that happen in that? Let me ask you, can that happen in that place you are sitting there, telling us how president should not? Can it happen in your own government, in that place you are sitting and enjoying?
You just said,
can it happen there?
Before you said she has done it before. When has she done it? When exactly did she do it?
Then check her record now. Check her record.
Has she been?
No, you said she had done it before. You said she had done it before, so you should know when she did it.
When did she do it? You see this.
When she was a minister in her own state now. She was being accused of misappropriating about 3 billion.
Oh my God. You see this issue of, well, I rest my case. Because you just said she has done it before.
You better leave it. For me, this girl don't have a place in this government.
And I'm asking
she's a thief.
You said she has done it before. Obviously, which means that probably she's been convicted of something of that before. And I'm asking you now, when and where You said they
Go and
said.
check her record. He
So,
was once a minister. Go and check her ministerial record.
it was not even. This is
About 3 billion. About 3 billion. She misappropriated it. Nobody. She couldn't give account of it.
When? When did
You don't know when she was a minister. So you didn't know that she was once a minister in her own state.
Minister. She has never been a minister.
Okay. No problem. This is the first time you are knowing her. You know, this is the first time you see her in the public space.
Right? In Cross River. She was formerly a commissioner. She has never been a minister. So she was formerly a commissioner in Cross River.
Whether a commissioner or not, she has served the public.
I tried to look everywhere. I've never seen anywhere where they said this woman has been convicted of this or that before. So this issue of she has done it before. Now
no problem. President Tinubu, because President Tinubu can keep her. Let President Tinubu keep her.
He can decide on what he wants to do, whatever he does to her, right?
It's okay. So I don't want to have the argument anymore, but I'm disappointed.
All right. So that's a difference of opinion. Yeah, thank you. So Larry, let me go on from you to Ajane Koko. Unless you want to comment on this illegal mining storyline, illegal miners on the prowl in Northeast despite ban. So I'm not quite sure why that's even in the news. When were they never not that? When was that never not the case?
We all know that this is the genesis of the security issue in the Northeast, and even some part of Northwest. So, but I'm still looking at Alake to see what Alake can. The last time Alake was saying there's going to be another security agency that will be focused on this illegal mining and some other thing. So, but the major thing is just that I'm still looking at him and see what he wants to come up with, if they are ready to really face this, because we all know that this is the genesis of the problem in Zamfara, the problem in some states in the Northeast. This is the genesis. And the new thing we are kind of like hearing is with this issue of Plateau, that probably there is tin in that particular location. That's where, some guys are trying to wipe everybody out of it. So hopefully, let's see what Alake can actually do, and let's see how the government are able to really handle this, because this is the major issue that is causing a lot of insecurity in that place. Yeah, thank you, woman.
Yeah, what happened? One man is not there.
Where's one man? We can't hear you. Okay.
Oh, I think we lost one man.
I think the system dropped. Yeah, Larry, I think you are still speaking, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like I said, right, we are just, for me, I want to see the magic that Alake wants to do in that particular aspect, because this is actually something that everybody knows, that one of the major issue in Northeast, major issue that is actually happening, if you look at Zamfara, that's one of the major issues in Zamfara, and now it's coming to North Central now with this particular issue in Plateau. So hopefully, I don't know how they want to solve this, but unfortunately, we have a lot of issues to deal with. There's the issue of crude oil theft. This is another issue. There's another issue of another thing, every here and there. So I don't know how they want to solve this, because it's a lot.
Do you know who I blame for all of these things? Do you know who I blame?
Yeah.
I blame George Bush Jr.
How?
Ever since he went and blew up Gaddafi and threw all of those guns into the Sahels, the whole of the continent has not been the same again.
That wasn't George Bush.
Was it?
That was Obama.
Or was it Obama? Then I blame Obama. I blame the Americans anyway.
How about the African leaders that supported him to do it?
Well, if they didn't intend to do it, they won't support anything now. But all of those guns, so I still think they are all Gaddafi's guns that are, because he has such a huge stockpile.
Well, I just hope we are able to really solve this problem because it's a big problem. I'm very sure even Alake is overwhelmed with. At the point, it was like powerful people are really involved in this thing.
No, I don't necessarily think it's a Gaddafi guns because this thing that's happening in Nigeria has been going on in Congo for the past 60 years. Like Congo is the place where all the minerals were. So they have different cartel. They have their own private militias. They just shoot up villages and push the villagers out just to take over the mines. So it's been Congo. It's been a problem of Congo. But now that they discover so many minerals in Nigeria now, I think those cartels are moving to Nigeria. Or maybe they are leaving Congo to come to Nigeria because you look at the Congolese have been figuring solutions to their problems that they've been dealing with for so long. So it looks like it's more difficult for them to continue their operation in Congo. Now they are looking for another frontier. So maybe now they are moving into Nigeria. So if we are smart, we have to go to the Congo to go and study how it's been going on there. And if the Congolese are finding a figure solution to it, and then we can take what it is that they're doing, that they solved, they figure out, and implement in Nigeria. That's why you think as a people. It's not the first time. The Congo has been dealing with it for years. Years and years. Where they would say they have like 12 different rebel groups like that. They just, causing chaos where the government couldn't do anything about it. They can't figure out to solve the problem. And it's all about minerals. And some of those, they did documentary. They did documentary.
Is the problem solved in Congo, though? That's the thing.
It may be those that's what I'm saying, like, because we haven't been hearing so much from them about their situation. So it looks like maybe they'll figure a solution to it. That's what I'm suspecting. That maybe the Congolese have finally figured something out because they've been dealing with it for so long. They are maybe now they've found out what to do about it, that the cartel are being defeated there. So then they're now looking for a new place where they can find that same mineral that they've been enjoying looting, and they discover that they have it in places in Nigeria. So now they're now coming to Nigeria to start continue their same old game. So we have to be thinking like that. Like, okay, this problem we're having, has it happened somewhere else before? Has it been going on somewhere else before? What happened there? Was it solved? How did they deal with it? That's how we're supposed to be thinking. But unfortunately, we are just listening to some people telling us Fulani, Fulani, Fulani. What's that problem in Nigeria where we don't investigate problem? We just go by what somebody says. That is the problem. We have no facts. They say something happened. It's Fulani militia. Fulani militia. Have we investigated and found out it was Fulani militia? I don't know why we think like gorillas in that country, man. I don't know.
They're still going through that problem, and I think not just them. I think Tanzania, majority of countries that have mineral resources, they're still going through that issues. There's a documentary about Congo actually. It's on YouTube. I can't remember the name. So they're still going through, and I believe not just them, just like us, every African countries are still going through that problem. And what I think my own perspective is, we don't really know where a lot of mineral resources were located. We don't know how substantial those mineral resources are. We don't know how much they cost. We don't know if it's refined, what they can get. So we can't put amount to it. So they can easily persuade like the top community leaders that, okay, if we give you this money and that. And foreign countries, they have satellite that can monitors where mineral resources are, so they can manipulate people, especially like the local leaders, the Obas, the whatever in the north and stuff. So they can easily manipulate people and give them little money just to get what they want. And so I think that's what it is. I won't blame outsider. I'm blaming us because we're not doing what we have to do, and they're taking advantage of us. So that's what I think. It's one man there.
There's one man there.
No, I am here. I was talking, but I was muted there. So Ajande Koko, you're up next. You have strong views about that better edu, and you were somewhat. I'm not quite sure if you are completely with Larry or you are with Ekene, but certainly it's something that has to be addressed. Do you think, as the barest minimum, she should be suspended whilst they look into what happened? Ajande Koko. We don't have Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. All right, let's go to Oriola then. Oriola, you're up next.
Hey, one man, what's up?
Oh, yeah, there. So sorry, Ajale Koko is with us. Yeah, carry on. I was building up the better I do.
Oh, better I do.
Yeah.
Well,
Or you can just go into whichever,
let me
just go
talk
into.
about a little bit.
Yeah.
Going to another. Look, as far as I'm concerned, she's. There's no way you can describe her action than to. I mean, the simple way you can describe it is that she's trying to loot public fund. It's very simple. It's clearly established that, the intent is clearly established. And she can even have that effrontery to write to the Accountant General. I mean, what kind of, where did that impunity comes from? That confidence that nothing will happen to me. Writing a memo to this thing to release government fund to a private account when she already herself on a TV show describes such an action as a pure corruption. She promised the country that such will not happen in her own time. She promised to reform that program and create a system where money will be disbursed to beneficiary accounts and not cash payment, hand-to-hand cash payment. So this lady deserves some punishment, and the punishment I can recommend is for her to be fired. She has disgraced the administration. She has dragged the names to the mud. She has destroyed the reputation of the president and the administration, and the president must redeem the administration image and the work he's doing. What is been portraying to the public that is fighting corruption, holding CBN governor to account for all the corruption and shenanigans he perpetrated while in office, and others that they are investigating as well. This one of his team, reliable. I think the president have that strong confidence in this lady that she can do a good job to give her such responsibility. The president believes that she will be transparent in the management of people's fund. But what is she trying to do? She's trying to loot. It is clear. So if president fire her, use her as a sacrificial lamb, others will learn a lesson in a very hard way that, look.
And she's sacrificable. It's not as though she has any real value.
No, what is the real value? No electoral value.
She has no weight in politics.
No. You see, president is trying to help her to develop her political career, to develop an image among women that yes, Nigeria can, package some of these young people and prepare them to take a better position, leadership position in the future. But what has she done? She disgraced the youth. She's a disgrace to Nigerian youth. Now, some people want to use her case now to say, oh, this is what the Nigerian youth have said. They can't do anything. This is what this lady brought on Nigerian youth. She should not be spared. I mean, the best performing minister so far that we have seen is Bosuna, the guy in charge of internal affairs. He's a youth too. But look at what this guy did. He came, he promised the country, and he delivered. He promised, this is what I'm going to do within this timeline, and he delivered to the country. He's a youth. So people that are trying to use this case to, describe Nigerian youth as unreliable and not capable to be given responsibility, I think they should have a rethink. The best performing so far, the youth, Bosun, the internal affairs, and the guy in charge of what do you call that computer? What do they call that ministry? Ministry of
ICT.
Yeah.
ICT ministry.
Yeah.
Digital information or something.
Or something.
Is that not Bosun Tijani or something?
Tijani
yeah.
is doing a great job too. So people that are trying to rubbish the youth should stop it and just look for something else to say. The youth are not the problem. The youth, Nigerian youth, can even do better for that country if they are given the chance. You just need to identify brilliant, competent among them and give them responsibility. They will deliver for that country because they don't play dirty policy. I mean, dirty politics. They want to work and then do a great job. Identify good ones among Nigerian youth, and they will do a great job. The owner of Sahara Reporter that got this information and deliver it to Nigerian people. I mean, it's not too old. Although he's a 50 years old man, 50, maybe 51, 52, but it's not a young, it's not an old man. It's a fairly middle age man that is doing a great job. If Nigeria state that did not give you already chance to establish that Sahara Reporter very well, a lot of corrupt practices will have been brought to the notice, being carried out by a government official, will have been brought to the notice of Nigerian people. So one man, this guy, this lady, deserve no chance whatsoever again to remain in that office. The president should take a decisive decision, fire her, let her learn lesson. A lady that was there before her, a corrupt lady as well. We cannot continue to have women. Where is the value? Where is the value for women anymore? I mean, again, when you have women behaving in this kind of career, where is the value? Where is that? Can they parent? Where is that capacity to parent children again? How can they be a good parent to their children when they are acting this way? Women, we are not talking of rascal men. We know that men they are rascal, they are crazy, but women should be able to stand firm, and people should see them as reliable and committed to service of humanity. The ministry she occupies is a ministry, most important ministry, service for humanity, to help poor people, to alleviate poverty. But what she was trying to do was to make effort to steal money. About Yahweh, they have mental problem. Why do you want to steal poor people's money? One man, let me leave it there.
All right, Ajale Koko, somebody sent in a clip that they want you to react to. I've not seen it myself, so we'll all be seeing it together. But they sent in this clip and they wanted you to react to it.
Such declarations should be interrogated to expose their real intention. May we ask, what is being cooked for Nigerians? The Yorubas will rightly say that they do not mix religion with insanity. In Yoruba land, the constitution is upheld. The society is commendably free from religious intolerance. Many families and family extensions there have Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists. Should descendants of Oduduwa now begin to kill one another over religious differences? Should the Benis take up arms against the Igbos or the Biroms against the Shekiris? We wish to remind Nigerians that every effort must be made to douse the fire of religious extremism in the country. The horrors that Nigeria has witnessed since 2009, when insurgency started, should be eliminated rather than promoted. All religious irredentists bent on violating the Constitution should be called to order. The federal government should treat as an act of treason every violation of Section 10 and Section 38, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution. On the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. I say it again, on the issue of the Israel-Hamas conflict, the government and the people of Nigeria are neutral. That was clear in the message that the federal government sent to the global community and to the parties in the conflict.
All right, I don't know if that has any meaning. Do you want to speak? Do you have anything to say to that, or should I just move? I didn't. This is why I say maybe I should be watching these things ahead sometimes. Is there any meaning to that, or?
There's nothing special in what's it. There's nothing.
All right. I waited a while to see if there was actually anything being said, but nothing really being said.
Just proceed to religious tolerance.
It's just a while, boy. Yes.
Nothing. Let's go to another thing. There's nothing special in what she said. Just religious tolerance, and that's it. So
all right, and that's why I was trying to push you into it and look at what it done. Anyway, let me take you to this. Target of $1 trillion economy in danger if insecurity persists. So this is Tinubu. He has finally called that roundtable meeting, but I just didn't like the tone of it. I expected him to be a lot more assertive, a lot more decisive, a lot more demanding, and a lot more insistence on timelines. Rather than say to them, look, he say, I know we are trying, the country is grateful, but just tell them that, look, you have 6 months. If I don't see a significant improvement, then I'll just bring in a new crop of people. What are you then making then of Tinubu's biggest promise to the country, turning it into a $1 trillion economy in danger from Fulani headsmen?
Look, one man, it's looking to me that Tinubu is going the same route that Buhari took. I think we can all remember that popular statement that Buhari usually made during his time. Marching order. I've given them marching order. A marching order never achieved anything, but rather was in the security, the security of the country. So I think Tinubu must show to the military leaders that is serious and is not going to tolerate failure because Nigeria cannot continue to fail in terms of security of the state. If we should fail further, what he's trying to achieve to develop Nigerian economy to a value of 1 trillion naira, I mean $1 trillion, would be unachievable. So I think what he can, because right now he has given them so much to achieve. Personally, I mean, in terms of remuneration, he has increased. It has increased their remuneration now. You remember when he came in, we treated it here. He showered these people, he increased their money, increased all their allowances and everything. You remember one man, even
yes,
everything. What else? To who much is given, much is
expected.
I mean, what is going on in that country? How much have we been giving to the people of Nigeria? How much? Even all this little they said they want to give to the low people. Some people are trying to steal it again. This lady, what do you call it? Wale Edu, or what is? I mean, what's the name of that girl that is trying to steal $500 million naira? So I think to get this thing down, to get it right, what Tinubu stands for, what we know Tinubu for in 1999 when we had democracy, Tinubu have to show the courage and political will to effect it. What he has portrayed himself to Nigeria as what he stands for, what he believes in. He believes in restructuring. He showed to us, he has said it several times, that he believes in restructuring. And restructuring.
Sorry, 1 second, Ajale Koko. Mike, check your email. Sorry, carry on.
He believes in restructuring. And restructuring will bring the breaking down of this security architecture in such a way that it can work for Nigerian people. This central, look, what the Nigerian army is, the war they claim they are fighting, ordinarily should be what Nigerian police should be doing. It's internal security problem. Police should be able to handle it. It shouldn't be army. It is when we have external forces that are trying to invade the country or wage war for the country. That is where the military comes to fight for the country. And if at all we have a situation where the police cannot handle, the military, when the military is invited to come and rescue, they do it at a short time. They do the job, complete it effectively, secure the trouble spot, and get it returned to the police. But this war that Nigeria claimed they are fighting for over years, the military are making money, military personnel are making money out of this. I mean, it's enough. Tinubu must face reality. If he really want to achieve, if he's doing this nonsense, talking to army chief and this thing, nothing's going to, he must break down that security architecture by allowing the state to have their own police. As a matter of fact, majority of Nigerian governors have been calling for this because the governors are the one feeling this insecurity the worst.
You mean state police or regional police, like the Amotekun having more weapons?
Yeah, the state police or regional police.
That former Minister of Justice denied Amotekun from having this advanced weaponry, right? So
yes, you are right.
Yeah, you remember that. So
Yes,
that must change.
it
Amotekun must
must
be able
change.
to carry AK-47 and above. They must be able to carry that. Plus, you having state police.
Yes, it must change. When we have this infrastructure of security or the structure of security, you know, at the state level and the local government level, we will fight these people. They are not angels. They are Nigerians like us. Some of them are criminals from other parts of a neighboring state, but we can fight them. Nigerians are very resilient people. When Nigerians stand up for something and they are supported, given all the resources to succeed, they will succeed. So Tinubu cannot achieve security for that country if you want to continue to have to if you want to continue to operate this structure that we have in place. This structure cannot work. This is an old structure that cannot work with the reality we have on ground now. We have more insecurity. We have more people on the ground. We have a lot of, crime rate is at the highest level you can imagine. So centralized security structure cannot tackle it. It must be broken down into smaller units and let state, local government, regional level, whatsoever, in any way they want to do it. That is the way out. If we had not had in the West, if we had not have this Amotekun, the insecurity we will have in the Southwest will be serious as well. But the Amotekun that, may God bless his soul, the former governor of Ondo State stood, fought, and worked hard for, that is what is saving the Yoruba land today in area of security. Do you know how many what do you call this thing? Arms, ammunition that have been seized from this criminal coming from the north, coming to Lagos, coming to the west. Kilode, what kind of country is that? What are they doing with weapons? Why are they carrying weapons around in large quantity? They will put it under trailer. They will put it under the cow. They will mix it up with food. Large quantity of weapons coming to the west, taking it to Lagos. But many of them have been intercepted several times by Amotekun. Why? This is what other parts of the country fail to do. They fail to coordinate, organize, and set up a security, what do you call it? A security unit to tackle their insecurity in their own area of the country. So Tinubu must stand for, is now the president. This is what he worked for all his life. Since he became a politician, this is what he targeted, he worked hard for, with principles and what do you call it? Ideology of, restructuring Nigeria, making Nigeria work better, restructure it. This is the time for him to come and restructure Nigeria. I don't know if it's too early for him, but I believe he have.
Sir, can you propose for him to call for a conference or what? Or just go through the
let me tell you this. It is not even conference. This does not even need conference. He is the leader of a party that failed Nigeria for the past 8 years. I think that should give him that opportunity, that should give him that ground to call the leadership of the ground of the of the party. Do we really love Nigeria? He should call them to a meeting, the leadership, to Aso Rock. Do you guys love Nigeria, or you have another country? It should say it straight to their faces. APC destroy Nigeria. And it is time for us to get Nigeria back on track. And this is the only way we can get it back on track. If we break this security structure, into smaller units. Many governors have been calling for this. It is easy. It is not something hard. They are not going to resist it. Is it the Sanfara governor?
Okay. So, is it just for security or a comprehensive, holistic restructuring lens, or just
That
security for now?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Holistic, from top to bottom, everything.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
He must call them it is their party that can solve the problem, and I believe the people in the north, the governors in the north, are not enjoying the situation because it's killing them from carrying out people's program for the people of that country, but rather they are fighting insecurity in their various states. Insecurity that is too overwhelming for them. It's too overwhelming for the military. It's too overwhelming for the police. We cannot continue doing the same thing for years that have not yielded any positive result for the country. So he has to be frank, and he must do it quick.
So, you think the ruling class in government, usually when we have all these conferences, they usually involve the so-called stakeholders from other parts of the society.
Yes.
In this discussion. But now you're saying that the ruling class that you've held responsible for destroying the country should also rise up to the challenge to fix the problem.
Yes.
But who's going to put if they have all these conferences without the every Nigerian involved from other part of the country, who's going to push them? Who's going to challenge them in those? Remember those conferences, right? They will go back and forth on issues, so they need that push. If they eventually have that kind of meeting, you need stakeholders from other parts that might not be in the ruling class but have influence at the same time.
Sorry, BT, one moment. BT, let me bail out, hand over to Mike as the conversation carries on.
Omar, before I forget, 1 week to AFCON, we need to do a show on Nigeria in the African Cup of Nations. So at least or something.
Yes, we should do that. Maybe we'll insert it in between. Maybe
I don't think you watch football because you didn't even know who. What's his name?
No, I don't watch
the guy that won
Eagles.
what's his name? Osimhen. You couldn't pronounce his name. I was like, You couldn't even pronounce his name. I'm like,
I don't follow the Super Eagles that much because they always let you down, except in the big tournament. And I follow Newcastle United. But ask me any question on Newcastle United.
Good night, Newcastle.
All right, over to you, Mike.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, BT, continue.
It was responding because just the ruling class, but I feel like the stakeholders should also be involved in those reforms.
Yes,
I know you want
they will co-op others, stakeholders into it, but once they, as the ruling party, have a common front in fighting this insecurity, it'd be very easy to convince other stakeholders when they are invited that, look, this is the way forward. This is what we want to do. We want your support. And look, people are tired. Everybody in that country is going through this agony of particularly people in the north, in every part of the north, the agony they are going through in time. I mean, when it comes to this insecurity, no human being should go through it. So he has a responsibility. He is a leader of the party. He's the commander-in-chief of Nigerian state. He have to bring his party to get it right, bring them to, and let the leadership of the party know that if we don't rescue Nigeria, we will all sink together. APC destroy the security of that country. It was off under APC, except somebody want to just play some kind of useless political game that want to defend it. It was off under APC than it was under PDP. So, and Tinubu, being a new sheriff in town, he should speak the truth to power. He should let them know that we cannot continue in this way. And he doesn't, his target to achieve $1 billion economy, this problem cannot let him get there. So that's my take on that.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, don't you think the leadership have a point, or have the point, especially not letting the state have the police, their own police, or letting the local security people carry like big arms? Don't you think they have a point? And the reason why I said that is this: Nigeria is not really intact. Like a lot of people, what Nigeria means to a lot of people is a little bit different. Don't you think if they allow that, I'm not saying, I think they probably should, but they would have to, in a way that they will have to do this would be a little bit different. So don't you think that if to say that they've actually allowed like the state police or the local to carry arms, don't you think we would have seen people actually fight back or even fight the government if something is not going their way? You see how like everybody wants to separate now. Don't you think by having like the state police, for example, and without us having like being in the right state of mind, they would have rebel and try to fight the state? Don't you think that's some of the reason why the leaders were a little bit skeptical and not rushing this? Don't you think that we would have seen people actually, the all state police, especially like look at the Biafra and look at the Oduduwa, they would have already like faced the federal? Don't you think that?
You see, let me tell you this. This is the fear-mongering narrative that some people have expressed several times. But to me, I don't think that is a problem. It's not a problem because, look, when you hire people for a job of police, you have to give them everything to succeed, to get the job done. You must pay them well. You must, train them well. You must retrain them well. And you must have you must let them have that sense of belonging, that the job they are doing it for the state, and the state is ready to care for them today and the future. So you must have a retirement fund that make the job attractive. You must have a kind of remuneration for them now that will make the job attractive, that will boost that will motivate them to do the job well. Those are the things that we lack to give our security officers in Nigeria. There's no other way. Look at the police here. Police are well paid. Police are giving some. If police or army want to go and walk into the dealership to get a car, the finance rate they're gonna give him and discount they're gonna give him, you as a civilian will not get such discount and interest rate. The interest rate and discount they're gonna give him, you cannot get it as a civilian. Those are the things. There must be some benefit attached to the job that will make them feel special, that, oh, I don't want to leave this job. I want to be committed, because they know that job gives them open a lot of opportunity in the society for them. There's no other way. Do you want to say we don't have the money? We have it. They are looting this money.
But Baba, you must also incentivize private industries to give discounts for, like in America, even to watch movies, you get discounts if you work in some healthcare stuff. You get tickets, you get to. So you must also find a way to give tax breaks to your private sector too, so they can help out in this aspect, not just the government.
You are right.
Yeah.
You are right. The private organizations too should see them as a citizen that carry out a kind of services for the protection of the people, the protection of the state, and for us to live in a safe environment. So there's a lot of things that we can do.
Baba Jale Koko.
So I don't think
Baba Jale Koko, I want to ask a question.
Yes.
Hello. Do you think that same money they are spending in America or Canada, they give it to Nigeria government to spend it on our police? Will the police receive it here in Nigeria?
I don't understand the question. Do you think what?
Even that's it. Okay, the question is, even if you give them the money, the resources, the money, will the Nigeria government be able to distribute it for the police to enjoy it?
No.
Because they have been spending money.
No, Midwest, that's not the way it works when it comes to discounting people that work, like even healthcare and others in our societies.
No, not the discount. I just talk about the welfare. I talk about the welfare,
Okay,
the welfare, not discount.
Okay.
Yes.
The welfare, salary, basic things that they enjoy that motivate them. That what he said. Because I don't think it is money; it's lack of management that is causing this problem.
Midwest, you see, let me give you an example. You see what happened to that girl today, Beta Edu. That must be removed. Everything must run through government accounts, like they're trying to do now. That way, you can accountability. So So the issue we've been having is that they've been operating with private accounts for so long that even when you steal money in those small agencies, it's very hard to track. But you see how they quickly discovered what happened with her now. So once you start forcing everybody to pay through the government account, we can at least see where the money is going. That's how you start to reform that sector. You know who is spending money on what. Right? Continue, my opinion.
So I don't want to fault.
Since insecurity, Mr. Jale Koko, sir, before you continue, since this serious insecurity challenges in Nigeria, the government has been spending money to the millions. The money just go to the pocket of the garden. That doesn't go to the battlefield.
But the money, the account being used is not that's my point to you. They're not going through direct government accounts. They're operating. They are spending those monies using private accounts. That's one of the issues they're having. You can't trace who is spending what. You just give money to this person. Go and buy that. You must force a single account in the military too. That has to be in there.
So I don't want to fall into that narrative that fear-mongering narrative that if they are giving the state police and empower them, give them arms,
They return to small
who is turning the country down, and we got to continue in this way we are doing it. They doesn't. It's a kind of narrative that some people were pushing out to cause fear mongering among Nigerians, and describe some people as if some people doesn't love Nigeria, some people want to turn Nigeria upside down. To have policing system require a country to investigate people, to carry out, what do you call it, a background check of people that you want to hire into the job. You want to train them, and psychologically you want to evaluate them to know if they can really do the job.
But this is very, before I forget, should they also take it a step further, that even though I know you're advocating for state police, but if you're a state like Lagos that can afford to even spend money to run local policing for local government, you should go a step further. If you can afford to even add community and everything at the same time, if you can afford it, should they also include that as well?
Oh yeah, look, let me tell you, when they break it down into state and local government, the state will be responsible for the funding, while the federal government will be responsible for the training. They can train them, they can let them have that same training across the country, and let them have, they will provide the arms.
Right.
So the arms they're going to be using will be provided by the federal.
Right.
So for easier control, monitoring, and management. So there are a lot of things. So it is the federal government that will give them training, that will provide the arms, and that will monitor how they are carrying out the job, if they are following the right procedure or not. And they can be punished. State can be punished sometimes if a governor of the state now want to use these state police for political, how do I describe it? To carry out his political agenda. That state can be punished by the federal. The state can be punished by the federal.
Or they can take it over, like how how America here, if you're state police department,
the
are the governors not already using the federal might? They're using the federal police, they're using the army to do whatever they want to do.
No, it cannot be like that.
The governor have access to police under their state.
That's a great point. The Nigerian police will not control the state anymore. It is going to be state.
You're not hearing the point he's making. The point he's making is they're already using the police to do their dirty job. So what makes you think that they won't use the state police?
Can I give you an example? You know how here in some prisons, you actually vote in the police heads. Like you don't make it to where your commissioner of police is subservient to the governor. Where if he does not listen to what he says, he can be fired by him. So you like you said, also the FBI has power of some jurisdiction on those local policing. So you make it where they have some form of control over the police, but not to where it's absolute. You get it? The power of the government should not be absolute over the
No.
police
It's not. They must have done something wrong,
right?
In violation of the set procedure and practices of the policing system. That is when the federal will come in. It is not It is not that they be in control of them. No. And they cannot use them for political, for the state cannot use that state police to carry out political function.
Yeah, so it's going to
In the
regulate.
time of election, they are not going to involve in moving election property or election material from one place to the other. No, they're not going to be there. They are for security.
But you're talking about Nigeria.
Local police. Who does the laws?
Right, but you're talking. Do they even follow the law in our country? Do they even follow the
let
law?
me tell you, when you have a leader that really want to work for the country, really want to work for that country, to work well for everybody, it can be done.
I believe it can be done.
If the commander-in-chief of armed forces, if he's now saying, look, this I won't allow Nigerians to break into pieces under my watch. This country is breaking into pieces. This country cannot control, cannot secure her territory anymore. And the only way it can secure our territory, look at the resources of Nigeria being looted everywhere. Our natural resources. Some people will just bounce on one village and kill everybody off, and then take over and start looting, digging ground, and taking all the mineral resources from there. The country is disintegrating already. Some action must be taken.
The country is already falling up. The country. Sorry, I come in here. The country is already falling apart. It's already falling apart. And if the government is not serious, a no state actor will rise with men from nowhere. Go and mark it. They will rise up with full force, and I don't think Nigeria can hold them, because we're talking about insecurity here, and it's becoming very serious. And now, if Tinubu want to fight corruption, people are going to fight Tinubu. And this is number one key that they are going to use to fight him. It's insecurity. So that people can say it's not working. So it's a very complex situation. They're going to fight back. They are watching. And when the attack becomes so severe, people have no choice than to return to, consult themselves for return to self-help. So it's my own submission there. I will talk later. I met somebody that is working in Nigeria, inside Nigeria, all year business. I think day before yesterday. If I tell you the kind of revelation the man gave to me, my brother, about my country, I was crying. Tell me.
Which man?
I was crying.
They give you
there are a lot of things that surround that country that people don't know.
Midwest. Which man they give you revelation? Not for church that they give you that revelation, or where?
No, he work under Nigeria Oil Company. He's a Swedish man, and he work for a company in North Oslo. He knows Nigeria, my brother. I was with him, and we discussed about my country. The man wept, and he also gave me some revelation about my country. I was shocked. We don't know what is going on in our country. What is going on there is bigger than us.
Tell us a little
I tell you the truth. I will tell you later.
Okay.
Yeah, I will talk when my network, because I'm going home. When I get back home, my network will be good. My brother, I cried. No.
They are not managing it well. Well, I hope Tinubu can stand up for what he has portrayed himself to believe in. There have been, since 1999 that he's been in politics, this Fourth Republic, as the governor, and every fight, every step that he took, which showed that he stand for unity of Nigeria, for restructuring of Nigeria, for a better Nigeria. I think it is time for him to show that to show that political will and make it work now. He's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He must show that political will and start solving the insecurity of that country by restructuring. that country must be restructured. If it's not restructured, we want to continue this way, forget it. The country will be gone. It's a matter of time. Let me leave it there. Another person can talk.
Oh,
Hello?
question.
Somebody else.
Question real quick. Do you think the people are willing to support him, no matter where it take us to? Do you think people will support him? Because the country is going to get hard.
No, let me tell you. Nigerian people will support Tinubu if he's showing to us in a positive manner that is working for the interests of Nigerian people. Nigerian people will stand for him across the country. So Nigerian people are very resilient. They really want that country to work. So, but the political leadership are the enemy of that country. They don't want to
Baba,
sacrifice.
did you support him for subsidy removal?
No, I don't support him for subsidy.
Exactly.
No,
But
that
subsidy has to go, but you didn't support him.
No. That one is different now. I believe there is better way you can do it. That one does not. But when it comes to this security, we must get our security first before you can get your economy first. Get your economy right. If you don't get your security right, you can't get your economic right. Because your security is the backbone of your economy. It is when you have a well-secure country, that is when your economy will thrive. Your economic policy, yes, will be well implemented. And if it's not working,
but Ajale Koko, subsidy removal can be said to be connected to security as well. When you are having some social leakage, security is not about only when we carry gun. A lot of things like hunger, like corruption, like some other things too can be linked to insecurity too, right? So just look at it this way: the lack of opening up the petroleum industry due to all this fraud in subsidy is depriving some people job opportunity. Depriving people fairness in that competition in the market. So subsidy in the reality, I keep saying that thing that the poor believe they will enjoy subsidy. No, they are not. They are not, because if you want to play it in perspective, you put it in the long term. Okay, you say, oh, the poor are enjoying subsidy. Were they buy kerosene cheap? The only thing people were buying cheap was the gasoline. And who were those people using gasoline majorly? The middle class people. Yeah, okay, we can say, oh, the better pass people, all those people they were using. No, I don't see it that way. Because if you take the subsidy away, the people that are using a better pass by neighbor generator will still go ahead and mark up for whatever they invest. So let the subsidy go and let the petroleum industry develop within the next 10 years. Let the poor people get job around petroleum industry activities. So that's what they call subsidy, not the one that we were subsidizing and we were feeding the people of Republic of Niger. So the type of subsidy we had was actually making Nigerians poorer. I understand why people think, oh, subsidy is bad just because of the temporary or the short-term hardship. No, look beyond first and the second year, and let's start looking at the benefit in the long term. So, subsidy to me should have gone like 30 years ago. One of the best in the regime can ever achieve. That's my submission, Baba.
look, I'm happy that you are defending this removal of petroleum subsidy. The removal of petroleum subsidy brought hardship on Nigerian people. And according to the government, we should be able to sacrifice now for better days ahead of us. But have they shown in any way at all that they are sacrificing alongside Nigerian people? That is the problem. That is why we do not think it's good. Why should we sacrifice and you, our leadership, are not ready to sacrifice alongside us? That's a scam. That's a scam. And there are the people there that were doing all this thing, were doing all this petroleum business and what do you call it? Subsidy. They are the one managing it. That did not manage it well. That the one doing the looting there. But we are the one to suffer it. And then you remove everything now, telling us that this is the way forward, but we are not showing any form of sacrifice. It is a scam. And the economic hardship he has brought has even driven the country to an economic mess that it looked like the government itself are doing some kind of subsidy behind the closed door. From the back door, rather. They are doing the subsidy from the back door and not openly to us again. So, but that one is by the wayside. Look, if Tinubu and his team, the entire politician, even with this subsidy removal, and they show that they are sacrificing with Nigerian people, they don't engage in buying 160 billion vehicle. They are pouring money into, I mean, by the responsibility of their offices give them that entitlement for official vehicle, right? If this money are channeled into our local production of vehicle, and Nigeria can see it, that, look at, they said they are not using foreign vehicle again. It's Innocent Motor, it's Nord Motor. Nigeria will jubilate that, this is going to create employment opportunity. This is going to increase the productivity. This is going to bring technical know-how. This is going to expand the economy. We will see all, Nigeria will not be mad with them. But you are telling us, you deny us of our own benefit, but you expanded your own benefit to such a level that we never seen before. And you say you want me to believe in nonsense subsidy. I'm not going to believe in that. It's a scam.
No, Baba, I seem to agree with you about the government officials not trying to sacrifice. Yeah, we know.
So the insincerity,
wait. Are we masses? Are we masses? Are we supposed to be absorbed from that blame? No, we are not. We are part of the problem.
Are we supposed to be what?
Even though I don't like blaming the poor masses.
Can you expatiate? How are we the problem?
We the expatiate now. Expatiate.
Good. Now, when politicians are coming to you and are giving you a derica of rice, and they are giving you salt and pepper, and these guys, they don't really have any factory they are building, and you are the one singing for them, dancing for them, even as they are suffering now. If they go to the village during the festive period, they will still be waiting there. Some of them will even do cultural and traditional dancing for them. You understand? Unlike Baba, you know what was happening in the Second Republic now. That such politicians, you will not even go to your village without even seeing people that will be stoning or be causing them. But today, they will even help the politicians to demean even those people that they believe they were opponents. And that's why I'm saying that we are part of it. Now, like the one you said, I agree with you in total about not sacrificing. It's a bad thing. And that is where we should focus our energy. not about the removal of the subsidy itself. You see, one thing, like I've explained what we should be expecting, because now look at these guys now. Dangote, $10, and those people that benefited from the subsidy in the past, they could only get richer. And the poor people, subsidy or no subsidy, they were getting poorer, not benefiting. But what I'm saying today, although it is unfortunate that Dangote now is being investigated for his own illicit engagement too in all the fraud center called Nigeria, right? But if you really look at how this removal of the subsidy the subsidy removal can help the industry, you are no longer subsidizing for Cameroon. But look at it this way: you remove subsidy in Nigeria, Cameroonians are the one causing Tinubu. What does that tell you? Sometimes you will say, oh, we should put police on the road and all those things. See, sometimes when you want to curb smuggling, the best way is to remove the source of that smuggling. I bet you, if there's subsidy on cement, I can tell you today that Nigerians may not be getting cement, even at 5,000, assuming that it's being sold for 5,000 now. The people that will be getting those cement are people in the Republic of Benin, people in Cameroon, because they will find a way to smuggle those products out of the country. I would say we are benefiting. But if we create a fair level, you remove the discrepancy, you don't make the business lucrative for those people that their thinking is always to feed around the economic gap that will create some kind of fraud. You will not be seeing all those things, right? So that is where I'm coming from. Now, what will happen now is, now the like of Tinubu, the like of Dangote and whosoever that will build a refinery now, they will have to look for another strategy to get their product out, because they want to expand, they want to pay their debts, not at the expense of Nigeria. As at the time subsidy was removed, Nigeria was already borrowing money to pay subsidy. That's the danger. And I keep saying that thing, I cannot emphasize this enough. If you've seen a country where they defaulted on sovereign, the masses even suffer more, because you wake up the following morning, you cannot eat the little money you have in the bank, you can no longer access it. Imagine someone now boasting now, oh, I have 3 containers, I just landed in Lagos. You woke up in the morning and you can no longer access your money just because your country defaulted. Those are the kind of danger. Argentina is a living example. I think Norway, or which country went back up recently too. So those are the dangers. So if you continue, if you continue to borrow to finance subsidy, what happened there will eventually happen in Nigeria. Most of us that we think subsidy removal is a bad idea, we no longer even have that capacity to talk, because we think of survival first of all. Why should we borrow money to pay subsidy? That's the danger. So head of tail, the reason we are where we are today, why we have poor infrastructure, subsidy was one of them. Subsidy. Telecom, when everything was diverted to telecom, you could not get a telephone, even to the point of David Mark telling you that, oh, telephone is not meant for poor people. That was how terrible it was. Your politicians those days were the one that had this exclusive right to DSTV that we all watch today. But when you regulate the broadcasting and people were able to do that, now every canary now you can now have access to your telecommunication through DSTV, multi-choice, or whatsoever. That is the kind of thing you get in a decade from now in the petroleum industry. So look at the opportunity, the job that we create for those people Yoruba we call Atapata in the nearest future, because the industry will open up in such a way that people will be able to get job. Not that we eat of tomorrow for today. Subsidy is terrible, to be honest. Subsidy is supposed to be used to finance education, to finance healthcare, and some other infrastructure, not to pay for Dangote and some other fat cats that will now get your products and now sell to the Republic of Benin, sell to Cameroon. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So Tinubu has been there for 7 months. Can we say Tinubu has been a little bit wasteful with Nigerian resources?
What's the definition of wastefulness?
Okay. We've been borrowing money ever since Tinubu got there. And the way he's been spending money, one particular one is this issue of rice given to honorable members. They said they gave each of the honorable members rice worth 100 million naira. And we have 360 honorable House of Rep members. Calculate 100 million times 360. They said they gave each senator palliative worth 200 million each. We have 109 senators. Calculate that. And this is the same government that have been borrowing money, and they keep spending that money, not even minding the people that are really suffering for this money. You said you removed subsidy, and how are you even spending the money? So as far as I'm concerned, because I look at it and I'm like, how can a country be so wasteful even when they are borrowing? Because palliative, all those 100 million palliative, you're giving everybody, each of them 100 million worth of palliative, right? Those guys said, no, it's not money. They give them rice. They give them like 2,000 something rice and all those things. As far as I'm concerned, it's just wasting money. So that's, if I had, because you can't be borrowing and every day we keep borrowing. See this budget that we just have. Basically, we're still borrowing and borrowing, and you are not even being accountable for that money that we've actually borrowed. You spend it the way you like, because that's billions. And today, until that honorable member that came out that said, okay, actually the president gave them rice, that was when we knew everything, and the whole thing came out. So even the whole National Assembly, Akpabio has not been doing a good job. Look at the budget, look at everything. It's more of how they really want, because I see a lot of waste. That's why he doesn't have the effrontery to even talk to the honorable members when they wanted to buy the Jeep, because the ministers are buying Jeeps. So we can keep saying this, or they remove subsidy, because fine, it's good to remove because we're borrowing. But even the money we are making, you're spending it the way you like it, which is not supposed to be so.
Okay. To be honest, I agree with your point in total, because you are in order. But my own is, I'm a structural person. I'm a process person. What do I mean by that is I try to separate the symptom of what we are seeing from the reality, because I look at it from different angles. Look at it this way. As much as possible, I want the government to take hand off anything like production. I'm not saying you should not give subsidy where you think subsidy is necessary. China is not where they are today until if the government had not supported all those industry in China. and the reason they were able to achieve their capacity to flood the world market and to gain the status today. But the point I'm telling you is this: when you want to subsidize, don't subsidize in such a way that you are just giving your people money. Now that rice distributed, I don't have information about it. But if the senators and honorables are not giving to the people of their constituency, then that's one of the most unfortunate things that could have happened to the country. But this is the way I look at it. Government hands in our enterprises, once it's go beyond regulatory role, the hands the job is so detrimental to the growth of the industry. Just look at subsidy in like a telephone services. I keep emphasizing. I don't know. I don't have better example. Assuming that, okay, we want to float United today. Oh, let us keep giving subsidies so that people can use telephone. We won't be where we are today. But government allowing the private people to run the business. We are not only enjoying telephone, but the impact of telecommunication has moved to the extent of fintech. Even some of our Nollywood brothers today that are produced on YouTube, Brother Shaggy, like Woos, Mr. Officer Woos, and all those stuff. Even if the like of one man is in Nigeria too, that are doing services around this, I can tell you, if government is still managing telecommunication today, they will just be like NEPA. The fact that government is managing that area of petroleum industry is the reason our refineries are not working. So when we talk of subsidy removal, you understand where I'm coming from. If you really want things to work in Nigeria, don't encourage government to give subsidy on what private people can do.
No, for me,
You understand? Okay, today people want us to believe that our education is well subsidized. Then look at that position. You look at the situation of our education in the country now.
yeah,
Is that what we expect everywhere?
I support removal of subsidy. But
yeah, we should not talk
what
about how they are spending the money, rather not because of that subsidy.
What I don't support is now we've removed subsidy. Now you guys are now spending the money, because
what I'm saying that don't let us link that subsidy removal to it now. Let us focus mainly on that money. Let's even assume that money is not even from subsidy.
It's not even subsidy now. This is money that we are even borrowing.
Exactly.
We are
That's
borrowing
where I have problem too.
And you guys don't even care. You spend it the way you like it, right? Because I can't even phantom, look at that money, right? 100 million, one person, 360 of them, each of them 100 million. The other guys, 109, each of them 200 million. As in, you sit down and you look at some of those things. Those guys, they came in, they bought Jeeps, Tinubu's guys too bought Jeeps.
Who is snoring? Who is snoring?
Tinubu guys too came in, bought Jeeps and all those things. So, and you keep asking yourself, like, are we going to continue like this? Because for me, all I needed from Tinubu was just to lead by example, right? If he tries to lead by example today, I'm sure all these National Assembly people won't have a choice. Because even if they don't want to do the thing, people will kind of like, you guys have to, like, you can see your leader, see what he's doing, But at the end of the day,
do you realize that there's a policy in place for every single thing they're doing? So it's not just like they just no. Listen first.
Which policy?
No. Yeah, for them buying cars, for all the whatever they okay. What are you really complaining about? Because every single thing they did, what we can tell them is to change the law that allows them to be doing all of what they're doing.
Which law? right?
For them to back,
Back,
for them to do change costs for
no, this is not
legislators
which law
every 4
gave them
years.
that. Which law gave them that right? Right?
Well, you
To
ask
share
them, but
to share
there's a law.
100
There's
million
a
per honorable member. Which law?
You'll be sure.
Are
You'll be
they
sure
following?
that that thing may be in the
wait,
budget. If that thing is
yeah,
in the budget,
exactly.
then that's the
There's a
appropriate
budget
appropriation
for
of
It's
the
that.
not
money.
in any budget. Did
So
you see
so
which of the
how would
budget?
they get the money? I don't like the way you're looking at these things.
No, which budget? No, let's ask ourselves.
I don't know,
The budget
but
is here. That is exactly what we're saying.
okay. What money are you saying? When did they get the 100 million? How
This
does that
December,
come about?
this Christmas, they said it.
Wait, yeah, they said. How did they say it?
The media aide to the president, it's on Twitter. He came out and said it. The honorable members, the speaker was saying, when people were saying, he said he gave them things worth 100 million. It's not like they gave them the cash. And one of the House of Rep member came.
What was it for? No, calm down. What was it for?
What was it for? Okay, they gave them. Okay, one of them said they gave each of them 2,400 bags of rice to share to people.
Right. Okay. So isn't that part of the palliative that they were talking about initially back in August? That they will give that palliative will be distributed to every citizen in Nigeria. Isn't that part of it?
Palliative to every citizen in Nigeria?
No. See, let's complain about the process, not like the money. So they're doing palliative, for example. So now how the palliative is being distributed, maybe it doesn't satisfy the way you think it should be. Now let's criticize that. Not saying that what law give them. We just said it now. Palliative, like that palliative was signed. They have to vote for that.
This issue of palliative, that's the problem. We said it's palliative. And this is just people spending money anyhow. But we keep saying, oh, there is palliatives. You are talking about billions that have gone the drain this December. And we say it's palliative.
Right, so let's
now we started with the
that.
governors. He said it's palliative. They share the money, you can't account for anything. You left the governor. You moved to the National Assembly members, right? Shared the billions, right?
Okay.
It's palliative. So this is the same money that we are borrowing, right? And this money is not even getting to everybody. This is more like the politicians sharing it among themselves. As far as
now, wait. Now you're making the point that I would like us to actually talk about. They distribute it, but it's not getting to the people that needed it. So that's where the problem is. But now let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
The way I'm looking at it, I don't think there's any other way they can distribute this. And I'll tell you why. Nigeria does not have, with our postal service is not working properly. Not every Nigerian have a bank account to be able to distribute. They don't even know there's no head count of Nigeria. So we can't say who is who. So what's the other way to distribute whatever palliative they're giving out? Is to give them to each locality representative, the legislators that represent different corner of Nigeria. That's the only way as of right now, the way I see it. I don't know if you have any other way for them to distribute it, because every single Nigerians, we don't know the account. Not everybody have NIN. Not everybody have postal. Every house in Nigeria, do we even have the postal office that can bring it to every houses in Nigeria? Not every household have telephone number that you can actually verify. Not every household have bank account. So how other way do you want them to distribute this?
See, let's tell ourselves one truth. If they still continue with this issue of distribution, palliative, and all those things, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything coming out from it. Because even till now, not until that happened, right? Nobody even knew anything. Not until, that particular honorable member actually came out. Nobody even knew anything. It was until people started talking that the other guys were like, yeah, it's true. The president gave us that for Christmas. Now Christmas is gone. Where are the rice? Everybody kept on. They go into their warehouse. The same thing happened during COVID, right? They gave them all those things. They kept it. Why are we really using that same method that we all know that is not going to materialize into something positive? This is Nigerian money, right? They decide among themselves to do that distribution. This is, I don't know.
What other way? I want us to, let's speak to that. What other way do you think they should have distributed this. Because to be honest with you, if I know my house of rep, someone that represent my town was giving food to distribute and he's not doing it, I'm legally I can hold him accountable. But now since the citizen is not doing that,
How do they
let's
want to
speak
do it?
to how do should what
How
do
do
you
they want to do it?
didn't we vote for them? We vote for whoever represents us. We vote for
These
them,
these
correct?
are obvious loopholes. See, this is Nigeria. We
Brother,
know
you
Nigeria.
know what it takes to go and stand in the front of the honorable's house and be saying, "Where is my bag of rice?" In Nigeria,
This is
it's not
obvious
easy
loopholes.
to hold them accountable. It's easy to say.
Obvious loopholes. You just decide to like, yeah, let them go. Okay, who's going to check them? They didn't even distribute the rice. They didn't even do anything. And this is public fund. What are we saying?
I think that we are minimizing the power that we have. Remember SARS. Nobody think it can go far
Bros,
as it went.
how
Like
we
we
can
can
do in
do this, we can
America is
hold
not
them
how it is.
accountable. We can
How we
hold these
do in
people
America
accountable.
is not how it's so easy in Nigeria.
I know it's not easy, but the thing is, irrespective of how we are putting this, but there's no other way to do this distribution. That's what I'm saying. What
No
other
other way.
way?
Is it compulsory that I do that distribution in the first instance?
So
What
what do you
exactly is
think?
it doing?
How do you think they need to cushion up whatever is going on in Nigeria? So what do you think they should have spent the money on? What do you think they should have spent the money on?
There are several other things they can even
Like
do.
what? Give us
That
example.
giving those guys that money. These are guys that even people, right? This is
Give us example of what they should have
as
done with
far
it.
as I'm
What?
concerned, it's not even meant. They don't even want to give it to people, right? It's okay during those screening, all this usual of check your email. We've dropped something. It's not the same thing. What are we saying? And you want people to be able to get some of all those things. You're giving it to those guys. Haba. And we are saying there's no other way. So there's no other way than to share those billions among those guys. So now, the guys are not sharing it. Is it the right of the citizen or the person that gave them money to put checks in place? Which check did he put in place?
We know they're stealing, but in this case of palliative,
why are you
how
still
do
putting
you?
that money in that place? When you don't even have check to put in place. You did the same thing with governors. The governors squandered the money. Now you're starting with these other guys. Now you can't get anything.
But the governors, the legislators, they're not doing what they need to do. And we can all see it on TV that they give them money, they give them food to distribute. They're not doing it. Don't you think we should rise up and ask them questions?
Ask them questions. You can ask questions. It's normal. Ask questions. What about the man giving them that thing when he knows that he doesn't have checks, things to put in place to check if they do the right thing? I don't even
But
know
there's
the idea
nothing.
of
I understand, but there's nothing he could do. What do you think he
leave
can do
those
in
guys
7 months?
to make laws. That's their duty. It's not all these sharing rights and all those things.
Correct.
Leave them to make laws. That's their duty. Don't do all this sharing rights and all those things.
Right, I agree.
Larry, why that means is ineffective. Politicians will still do whatever they need to do in the short term, but we too, we should do our own part by holding our rep responsible, because we just have to. But people trying to appraise Tinubu in 7 months, to me that's the top of that's the worst ridiculous, the level of ridiculosity we can get, if there's any word like that, because
bros,
wait now.
It should stop this issue of sharing money and all those sharing things.
I agree with you, but don't forget that the sharing of money, trader money or whatever, see why they can find, because I will see that as short term, because sharing of money now, part of it is when you give people 50% incentive during the Christmas period. Initially a person like me, I would like say, why will you do that? But when you look at it too, people travel home and they go to their villages to spend money to at least revive or do something about the economy of the village. Assuming that we still live with them for the next 2 months, it's not a bad idea. If you don't give to people and people stay in Lagos and they don't go to the village to spend, then the wealth may not be well distributed, may not be distributed at least to affect the people in the village. So that's an example. But on this non-sharing, I completely agree with you, to be honest. I completely agree with you. But before I can completely agree, then you should start seeing something around the health care, then around basic education and some other things. So, but like I said, we should keep we should not just be quick to blame Tinubu for that, because it's 7 months. A person like me, before I will start blaming Tinubu or start eating my head against the roof, I will still wait till like maybe December this year. If I don't see a way forward, if you ask me, I can see progress. Progress, not necessarily the way people are feeling it in terms of policy, because policy is what you will use to determine progress. Not because someone can just do short things. Okay, if the government starts giving every household a bag of rice today, it doesn't mean they are solving problem, because if you are going to, because it will depend on the source of spreading that rice. If you are giving them a bag of rice, for them to suffer it in 12 months or to be worse off than the earlier situation in the next 12 months, then you've not solved any problem. So let's just be looking at what they are doing, because that's what I'm interested in. The policy they are putting in place, that's what I'm interested in. Whatever they are doing in terms of corruption, let's keep shouting for them to reduce it. Not only shouting, whatever we can do to prevent them from spending all those, of course, let us do. I'm in for that. So, but saying Tinubu has failed after 7 months, Abba.
No, I'm not even saying.
That's just the pre-election and
I'm not
narrative
saying
to
he
me.
has failed. I'm not saying he has failed. I just want him to stop this issue of all this proxy, right? Giving money in proxy, give governor, give House of Rep member, give senator. These things are not even getting to people. It's just more like
Lad, if you ask me, if you think whether Tinubu is not going to spend money, honestly, I don't know. I have to be honest with you, because I can't trust Tinubu around that place. You understand? That's not my expectation for you. If you can do anything to restrict him from spending money, I'm all for it. You know, why did I say so? You know, Tinubu on himself on his own part was a serious disappointment upon all those things he awarded himself for retirement benefits. Right. So we've seen that when they pass. So we've seen how Lagos State spend money, and you know the way they spend money is what they still use to retain their loyalty to the party. I don't know how we are going to resolve that problem. If you can resolve that one, it's a plus for us. But I want to see what it's going to do in terms of security. Is cassava, ege, and ewa, and agbado. I'm still waiting to see what it's going to do around that place. Student loan, I'm waiting for what it's going to do. Reviving our technical school, I'm waiting for what it's going to do. The security that I say, recruit 2 million or 5 million. I'm still waiting to see that. Those are the things I want to see for now.
And minimum wage is still hanging on his neck.
You understand? And the minimum wage too. So those are the things I want to see. If possible, state police, those are the things I want to see. It's good for us to talk about the senator, but I won't use much energy if you don't remove the loopholes, because for us, we just have to, any money that is hanging around that, even if you want to borrow money, for example, now, you should have something so critical to the point that the senator too, they won't even be at peace of mind to even say they want to allocate that money for themselves.
Of course.
That's the kind of thing I want to see. Let's see, we can see that project to the point that even a politician will want to steal, but his conscience will make it difficult for that money to steal. But now we seem that we are not identifying the critical project that those money should be going for.
Yeah.
You understand? Like saying, oh, someone is collecting money to go and dressing ball. What a nonsense.
To me, I just believe he's trying to bribe those guys with all those things.
Well,
That's what I can say. He's just trying to bribe them
even
with
if it's not bribing them, let me tell you one thing. Even if it's not even if it's not bribing them, those guys will bribe themselves. You know,
guys that are not even ready to do. God,
they will
God
they,
will
they,
save
they, they,
Nigeria.
they will bribe themselves. So to me, I still see positivity in what it's doing. To be honest with you, but the matter of corruption, well, I won't. Why I agree that we need to eliminate corruption, but I will still focus more on what they can do that Nigerians can get job. Like as people are saying now, oh, electricity is the reason that we don't we are not industrialized. I used to buy that before, but over time, I know that it's not true. The reason we are not
It's
producing
BS. I never buy it. It's BS.
entirely, I don't believe it because those companies that really want to have factory in Nigeria, they have. What the manufacturing association of Nigeria should be doing is to make sure that their members put some kind of investment in place to produce locally. Then work with the government to make sure that they don't have those people that are importing pot of soup from London. Because look at it now. So Nigeria is importing soup from London, and
Yeah,
you fly that into flight to
but
Nigeria.
but
Are
but if
you
you look at
serious?
but if you look at
Yeah,
yeah, those ones
yeah.
are there. But if you look
We are
at cost
importing
of
Gary now from China.
bros, if you look at cost of doing business in Nigeria, it's really expensive now.
No, so would that make cost of cooking soup and flying
No, 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 I'm not even talking
through
about
airline to
that. When
Nigeria
you were
cheaper?
like when you said, you know, power and all those things, because averagely, if you are just more like a small scale business guy, that needs power, right? Averagely, for you to run 24 hours or probably let's say like 6 7 hours, right? Gen and all those things every day, because a lot of guys want to really do, but
No,
I
no,
can
no.
tell you,
Larry,
it's
forget about small scale business. Let's even talk of medium scale, right?
yeah, that
And
the
large
small
scale.
scale business is if you look at the whole Nigeria sector, right? Those small scale business take a large chunk, a
Wait now.
large chunk.
Wait. See, this is the excuses that I will say I will not buy. It's
Okay.
just because government created that opportunity for some non-so business people to be doing business.
Okay.
Now, look at the real organized business in Lagos now. I'm sorry to say I'm not using this one as because some people will jump on me now and they will say, oh, this is ethnic something. This is not ethnic. Some people will tell you, though, we are the reason for the economy of Lagos. I keep saying this thing. Alaba,
Mm-hmm.
my two, they are not the main business in Lagos. Even though I know that it's about people. The real businesses that are giving Lagos money, they are the real organized businesses. By the word
Right,
organized
but
businesses, are you talking
but
of Globe?
the
Yeah.
small scale business actually make the economy,
Yeah.
No,
Because
no.
averagely, okay.
Oriola, that's not even my perspective. Small
Okay.
scale businesses, for example, whether you like it or not, you are not going to outside the country to go and import the services computer village we render. You are not going outside the country to import it. You understand? You are not going out. Okay, you can call all those telecommunications, big businesses, large scale. But then what I'm saying is this: we have some businesses that we cannot import to the country today. We can't import Nollywood to Nigeria today. It's being produced locally. There too, they need the electricity to work. If you don't know, they say have electricity to produce their services too. You understand? Even all those people that are producing digital content too, they still use electricity to produce it. What I'm saying is this: what are the policies that won't let Nigerites, that will not let a dollar stay in Nigeria? We didn't get this thing right until we stopped importation of cement into the country. Up to Up to 2012, Nigeria could not fulfill the cement need of the country until Jonathan now took the bull by the horn. I said enough. If those of you that we gave licenses before that were not putting any instruction in place, we are revoking your revoking your licenses. They did the same too for those people that just got a refinery license and they were just looking for you had no expert, you have no expertise in refinery business before. You got that here and they started brandishing it around looking for investors, and they didn't get. Only the like of Dangote could get maybe one guy in Anambra or in Eastern part and some few people that were able to get investment around that petrochemical businesses. So the thing is this: if you will still allow China to dump tires in Nigeria, they still dump everything in Nigeria, then the local industry will not, they won't have any interest in doing that. If a local industry now manage to get money now and kick those people importers out now, the next thing they will be saying, oh, they are monopolizing. That's the problem. If the government policy will support local production, if you are supporting Dunlop for us to have factory in Nigeria that be producing tire, if you are supporting Tower Aluminium to have everything to support locally, those are the kind of things I regard as subsidy.
Yeah, yeah. But if you look at it, why exactly will someone want to import, right, when they can actually produce the same thing here? Everything goes around the cost of producing that particular thing. Take, for instance, now,
Larry, I'm still saying, not that sorry for cutting you. I'm not trying to
yeah,
cut you. I'm still saying I just want you to understand me. You will
boys.
only sell
Mm-hmm.
what you produce in your country. If you don't allow people to bring and dump their product here in Nigeria, you understand? You will
Yeah,
only
but
eat. Okay, now look
so
at it
you are
this way
saying,
now.
are you saying,
I live in America. I know I live in Canada.
yeah,
My cost of electricity in a month now may be what some people will even pay for like 8 to 12 months in Nigeria, for example.
mm-hmm.
Now, it's expensive for me, but I depend on what I have here. The cost of electricity here is very huge, but I can only consume what is available to me within my economy. If we are saying the cost of production is expensive in Nigeria, Nigeria can only consume what is available to them. And there's a way the market will adjust to the local production. If we are talking of export, I understand. But in Nigeria, we want to, whatever we have, whatever we produce locally, if you don't allow any people to dump anything from outside the country, that's what we have.
Yeah,
I don't agree with the way you're looking at it. I don't see anything wrong in actually importing or people dumping stuff. What I think the government should have done, which I think I'm not sure if you actually um talk about that as well. It's more like, so if we look, for example, like the tire, for example, if the government can subsidize, by what I mean by subsidize is assist any company that's currently doing manufacturing tire in Nigeria to be able to um you subsidize them, give them some money to be able to produce jobs, able to manufacture more and be competitive with whoever is importing or dumping their stuff.
exactly.
That way by the time, because they have the backup of the government, it will make them not charge as much. They might even be less pricey, that
Mhm.
people that are importing will have no choice than to stop importing, because it doesn't, money wise and profit wise, it doesn't, they're not
See,
gaining.
Oriola, if you allow people to import cement to Nigeria today, I can tell you a bag of cement will not go beyond 1,000 naira. In reality, a bag of cement will not go beyond 1,000 naira. So what will happen if you allow that? Dangote Cement will not see any reason in doing that.
Competition is good though. You think
No,
competition is good?
I know, but if those because this is the way Nigerian investor think. They don't want to put anything down for the long term. They just want to cash that because of their risk appetite. They are afraid of what is going to happen to them tomorrow. You know, the like of the only reason the like of Globalcom could even get license because others, when they were afraid to put money down, the like of Globalcom put their money down for second carrier then, while others they were analyzing about the risk in Nigeria, you know, the risk of investment and all those blah blah blah. Now let me shock you. Obasanjo regime, they gave incentives to whosoever will be buying any power equipment to power an industry. That equipment should be in excess of 1 megawatt. You know, it's just like you are buying a generator of like a generator instead of 500 kVA, you are buying 1000 kVA. So that is duty free. You are paying nothing. As at that time, it simply means that even the cost of even bringing 1 megawatt generator into Nigeria was cheaper than even by 500 kVA. What did the like of Dunlop do? They ran to Ghana and Unilever. They ran to Ghana because they promised them a tax break, and they were importing to Nigeria. If we had
Yes.
the like of Trump in Nigeria at that time, I believe me, immediately Unilever was going out. That's goodbye. It will block them from the
But that's what I'm saying. That if government wants to enable the environment, they need to, just like you said, incentivize, um subsidize a lot of those stuff that those people will be doing, just so they can thrive in our economy. Because it's also helpful, because now they will hire more people. Those people will have to pay tax, and those people will have to buy stuff from the economy. So they're growing the economy.
God bless you. You got it.
So I think that, just like you said about the cement, for example, Dangote and the other guy, they have the government backing, even though they're doing it their own other way that they usually do it, but they still have the government backing. So we just want the government to be able to incentivize them,
Yeah.
subsidize whatever they need in order to be able to create more jobs. But with that being said, I still want them to open it up for competition from outside world. That way, those people won't think they're too big and become conglomerate, that they will be cheating our people. So I
No,
want
no,
them
no.
to see
Only other
competition.
by the first competition, I got you. If the okay, you know, MTN is a competition. It's a competitor, right? It's a direct foreign investment. If American company, British company are coming to Nigeria to establish a factory, perfect. But if you are coming to Nigeria just to use about maybe about a million people to produce products in your country, and you are dumping that in Nigeria to create job for maybe about 10 to 50 people, I don't support that. That's what I'm saying.
So,
I don't either, and I think that's what
Okay.
like the Dangote and the
so
train were doing to us. I don't
yeah,
agree
I
with
think
that.
we're actually saying the same thing. But the major thing is this: if government can subsidize cost of production, the local manufacturers will be able to produce things that will be able to compete with things that people are bringing from outside.
Now the question:
Okay,
how are they
let
supposed
me
to
come
now?
in
That's the
real
Remember,
question.
quickly.
How are they
remember-
supposed
Let
to?
me come in, please, if you guys can hear me, if you don't
okay.
mind. Thanks. Yeah, is that Larry, right? To the last thing you said, why should or what area should the government subsidize production? And to unlike earlier, he said he used to think that our lack of our industrialization had to do with lack of electricity power. Um, but that's not the case anymore. I mean, I guess you have a new knowledge about it. I don't think I completely agree with that point. Because yeah, sure, some companies or people that have the capital can produce in Nigeria, but it's telling me that an average person does not have a barrier to come into the marketplace to want to just produce toothpick. Do they have to go purchase a generator and gasoline and all this stuff in order to manufacture or produce the toothpick? If that was the case in China, I don't think the Chinese would be a true world power when it comes to the manufacturing of all these goods that they produce around the world, or they send to different countries around the world. So having stable, affordable electricity, it's a big deal in manufacturing, or in an economy that wishes to be a strong exporter, or even internally producing goods to consume.
That what we are saying that number one, electricity is not cheap, and that again, we cannot wait forever for electricity to come. That's what I'm saying. Now, Dangote, Boa, Lafarge, and so many factories in Nigeria that are doing local production today, they find ways of giving the electricity and they still compete. Like I said,
No,
the major
that's my
reason.
point. Oh, sorry, that's my point. You can't be mentioning Dangote, Lafarge, and all these big companies. Obviously, they didn't start out so big, but you can't use them
Yeah,
as the
Prince
you can't
Daddy.
use them as the barometer. You can't use them as the
No,
barometer.
Prince Daddy. Look at no. I'm coming. They didn't get to the status they had today until the government helped them with importation policy. When they opened the border for people to be importing, the wickedness in Nigeria is this. Even the landing cost for cement was very cheap, but we're not being sold cheap. I remember that time they were selling a bag of cement for 2,800, even when they were importing cement from China, and the landing cost was so ridiculous. And the local cement, I remember then the Dangote of this world, Elephant Cement of this world, they were even competing with that. You got what I'm saying? Okay, you were bringing cement from China and you are selling for 2,800. Local cement, they were selling for 2,500. You were bringing foreign steel. You say, oh, this is imported steel, very expensive, almost doubled that of the one they produce in Nigeria. And Universal Steel, they were still there, still producing iron rebars. You understand?
And the one produced in Nigeria was cheaper.
Yeah, the iron produced in Nigeria was cheaper as far back as I know.
But what of in a case where the one produced in Nigeria is more expensive, and people
no. You still don't get my point. That you open border for these people sometimes doesn't mean that what they are bringing will be that cheaper. That's our mentality in Nigeria, right?
Yeah, no, that's not what we are saying here. If I really understand, what we are saying
I know. Wait now, let me learn now. Now, when Jonathan blocked that importation of cement, for example, that was when the like of Boa, the like of Dangote, the like of Lafarge were able to increase their capacity. It didn't just start that way. So if you really want the local business to develop, you understand, you have to have good policy on importation. Things will be expensive initially. Get it right. I'm not disputing that. But over time, competition will force the price down. It's not anything, we just have to start. But what we want to do in Nigeria today is this. We want a child to be born today and work. No.
But I understand the fact that with time things will come down. But the multiplier effect of that increases in price is still going to go to the consumers.
We overemphasize. We forgot that.
And do you know that even if you block that import,
forgot that you cannot produce more than affordability of your country. See, because this is the error in the way we analyze economic situation. Let me tell you one thing. If you produce your food today and your food is more expensive than what people can afford, you are going to lose that business.
But you said they should block. Now the people don't even when people don't have alternative, what happened? They smuggle.
That you don't understand what I'm saying. That importation is why we are not producing enough to meet. Because look at it this way now. If I know that okay, maybe I'm supposed to make ₦1 million over 12 months as a local producer. But now you open the border now, I know that I can easily make that 1 million within 2 weeks. Why should I put infrastructure in place in Nigeria and now be producing? We forget that what we are not looking at in that macro impact of that thing is this: you are borrowing money for your investment in Nigeria, you are servicing the debt, you are putting some people in job already in the financial sector, and you are employing local people too to do things. What are you doing by the time you are doing that? You are creating demands locally.
Mm-hmm.
If you now block people, because why people are not producing in Nigeria today, why they prefer to import is just because it is easier for us to make quick money overnight. It's easier for us to become multi-billionaire overnight when we import. So at the end of the day, the distribution of the money is not okay. But if you do it in such a way that the system, you trust the system, and the consistency of the system, that the next 10 years, people will rise, things will grow normally, it will counterbalance whatever effect you want to talk about. Because
Okay, like you're covering a lot of grounds, but see, uh, even the great economies, right? They had or they still get support, a lot of support from the government, one way or another, right? Um, um, to in any industry, they tend to get a lot of support, be it by policy or actual capital injection into that industry. They get a lot of support. Um, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. You cover a lot of grounds. Obviously, it's a problem. I would say one of our biggest problems is that orientation towards the way we do business, and we've always had this raw material mentality, always trying to get quick money and just ship out our raw materials and get finished products in, and that's the way we've always been. We don't really have this, maybe apart from our Willow and those people back then, that drive to want to make Nigeria or our economy a really robust manufacturing economy. Okay, we're more likely to gravitate towards imports and look down on our own product. Maybe rightfully so because they're not of good quality. But many times, a lot of things that we import may not have good quality themselves, especially when they're coming from especially cheap product from China. So,
Do you think Nigeria encourages for us to actually manufacture our own thing?
no, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing in that country that tells me. I mean, the people that manufacture anything, I give them a lot of credit. And to
Yeah.
the point I was saying earlier, that electricity is a big deal. It's a big deal. You can't tell me that it's an excuse for not to not manufacture. It is an excuse. It's a to liberalize manufacturing in the country. We have to reduce drastically the barrier to enter that manufacturing space. What is it? Obviously, if you're manufacturing anything, you need electricity. That should be the number one item on the line of expenses.
Prince Daddy, don't get me wrong. See, when you don't have your primary source, you must still have substitute. We can't be waiting for electricity forever and continue to live in penury. That's what I'm saying.
But the
No,
subsidy.
no. Say,
Wait now,
we should not. No, no. We should not be even talking about. We should not be having a conversation. That's the problem. We should not even be having a conversation about having a constant electricity. That should have been a thing of the past. The fact that you want to keep kicking down the can down the road and let it be the responsibility of the private citizens to make do. I don't like that. I don't like
no,
that.
no, no, no,
I
no.
don't.
Prince Daddy. See. I see. don't think that I say they should bring the electricity. That's not my point. Electricity can still come in later and drive the cost of things down. That's not my distance. Okay, give example. Anybody that really want to do business that identify opportunity, whether electricity or no electricity, we find a way through the market if the government policy is favorable. What has developed industry in the past in Nigeria is not necessarily that electricity itself. As a matter of fact, what we develop electricity in the country, in Nigeria, will still be policy. Banking, that's why I keep it. Fintech in Nigeria is ever growing today. Now, we are talking of cloud services now. As we speak now, those people that want to put the infrastructure in place, they can give excuses about electricity and they will not create data center that will be serving people within that services. And it's about electricity, and we can easily lay cable from here to Ghana to go and connect some kind of cloud services there. That is exactly what I'm telling you, what I'm talking about. Electricity must come, but then
say fintech, banking, and this other stuff you mentioned, they are not electricity.
Yes. Do you
They are
know
not
people that
dependent.
can do, those people you said that can do business are basically service industries.
Exactly. Exactly that point.
Prince Daddy, don't forget I work.
For
Don't
instance,
forget I work in a bank and I work in
wait,
the data
those ones
center
are
there.
basically service industries, right?
Wait now.
They can do
Yes,
their
now
thing.
see. Even in China, we are talking today. The manufacturing industry is not even up to 40%. If you know, most industrialized countries we are talking about, even Canada. I don't think Canada even manufacturing is even up to 50%.
40% in China is huge, huge. Do you know the
I
population of
know.
China?
Okay,
I
take
know.
for
No,
instance now.
I
Let's say
know.
you are
Wait now.
manufacturing something, right? 2 years ago, right? You were not really depend because there was not even electricity in Nigeria. You were not depend. You had your own alternative, and basically it costs you like average. Let's say it costs you like 100,000 to buy fuel. Now that 100,000, how much do you think it will cost you to buy fuel now?
250,000.
Do you know that? Okay, look at from how much, right? I think before those present increments, 2 years ago, a liter of fuel in Nigeria, I think it was around is it 200 or something? And now it's like 670, right? So now if you're using 100,
Larry, let me tell you something. You see why I don't buy this idea of over focusing on electricity.
yeah, because it's
Let's
even more
no.
expensive now.
Let's just go there now. I've been avoiding it.
Yeah.
You see, when you talk
Okay,
of manufacturing,
let Larry finish on that point. Let me finish on that point.
Yeah, so that okay now 100,000 last 2 years, even before this government came into being, right? You were buying a liter of fuel a little bit less than 200 naira. Presently, that liter of fuel is
I
600.
think it was 160 something or was
Yeah. So
something.
now it's around 670. So which means that almost times 6 of what you were
That is bad
using.
for economy and productivity.
So almost times 6 of what you're using, right? From 100,000 to like 600,000. And you still want me to produce the same thing. And invariably, I'm going to increase my price. And people are not even available, are not even able to afford it because they don't even have the money to buy it. Invariably, I'm going to be out of business. So there's no magic.
Okay, Larry. I still tell you, you see, I'm an advocate of increasing worker salary, but this worker salary was a percentage in Nigeria. Because when you talk of workers, we are talking of the government workers, right? The thing is this.
Not just
How
government
long would you
workers.
continue to increase salary? How long?
Ola, let me ask one quick question. Prince Daddy, in US, right, and all these countries that have 24 electricity, who's providing electricity? Is it a private company or is it the government? Like Prince Daddy, for example, I'm pretty sure you have electricity where you are, right? And it's not free, right? You pay every month. Now, is it a government that's uh, in charge of that electricity sector, or is it a private company that you have to pay every month? Yeah.
Well, it's the private company. For example, they have other government agencies also, like the Bonneville Power Administration. They oversee the pricing of the wattage and other parts of the distribution of the electricity. But mainly, it's in the hands of the private companies, and they have the responsibility also policy and regulation to make sure they abide by certain laws and make sure, because electricity, of course, is a national security, right? So they have to make sure they abide by the law and produce electricity that's sufficient for the people, for the consumers.
Okay, so do we have private electric companies in Nigeria?
I don't we I well we I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
do.
I don't
We
think we
do.
do.
So
We
why
do.
don't we start we the private people? Why don't we start looking into maybe
Yeah, we do.
starting a
We have a
company
couple of
like
them now.
huh?
Like Geregu, we have a couple of them in Nigeria.
Okay, so
Geregu
why
is
don't you go to them for your electricity source like you do when you go to America? You go to your private electric company for electrical source, and you make deals with them. Hey, how much I pay every month to give me electricity?
yeah, but what you need to understand is in Nigeria, one some parts, right? It's into the generation, and another part is into distribution. So basically, you see in Nigeria today, they will tell you, okay, we have a lot, right? Okay, distribution is the problem. Now, distribution will tell you we are not even getting that much. So I think it's not just more of all this privatization, because the privatization has been in
No,
place.
So
Larry,
the
this is
private
it.
company cannot provide,
No, Mike. Government
cannot
is
produce
still
electricity.
controlling. Government
Eh?
is still controlling. Government is still controlling electricity in Nigeria. That's just a fact.
That's what I'm
You see,
saying. But why can't we, the people ourselves, get to a point where we start building power plants, building our own
No,
electricity?
no,
it's because it's not
you
on
be
the
breaking the
policy,
law.
Mike.
You be
No,
violating the law.
It's just the
That's the
wait,
policy.
problem.
wait, 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 wait. In the US, those companies, those power companies, they didn't just wake up and start building power company. Of course, they get license and things like that from government, and they start their own power producing, you know, plant and then supplying people, and they're making money, become wealthy. Wealthy is becoming an industry. What I'm saying is, why can't we engineers, so-called educated Nigerians, with brain that's gone to all the school, all the degrees, figure out how to build power plants on their own?
Mike, that's what
The
we want to
money.
explain to
Because
you
it's
now.
the
Mike,
That's
law.
the same reason why you can't go build your own road, because the roads are bad.
Well, you're not listening to me. Once you figure out to do it, now you can tell government, hey,
No, no.
I have
The
my
thing
company. Give me a license.
Mike.
yeah,
That's what we
The
are trying to
reason,
explain to
wait, hold on,
you.
hold on. The reason government is having to do the whole supplying and everything is because no one else have the brain to build anything.
Mike, you are not
no,
No,
listening.
no,
You are
because
not
Mike,
listening.
Mike, they know how. They know how. It's already there. We don't need to
No, it's a
reinvent
lie. It's a
anything.
lie.
no,
Who
the
knows
Huh?
how? You?
what are you
No,
saying?
Who knows how?
Mike, you are not
Geregu, look
listening.
at
Listening
Geregu,
to people. You are not listening. Look
look
at
at
Is
what is.
Nigeria?
Geregu,
Hold on. Is
look
Nigeria
at
will be the only
transport.
country in the world with electricity? They don't have electricity in Ghana, in America, in the UK. There's nothing new about electricity, Mike. What is
No,
new
no,
about it?
no, no, no. I'm saying
So okay,
which private company in Nigeria figure out to build power plants and his own
yeah, I've named two people, right? I've named Geregu.
they're buying from the government and selling to the people, or they
No,
have their own power
no,
plants.
no.
Larry,
Geregu,
let me explain to Mike if Mike will let us explain. The thing is this.
So
That
if
thing
they
has
hold on,
always been.
hold on, if you said they're
Mike,
already doing, why is everybody saying they're breaking law then? Okay, go ahead. You
No,
guys start digging
Mike, you are
yourself.
not listening. You are
you
not
don't
listening. Just
understand what
listen.
he's
Let people
asking.
tell you.
Actually,
Let people tell you. I would like just a minute.
You are not saying what Prince Daddy
Tinubu,
said, though.
Tinubu brought Enron. He wanted to break the monopoly. Federal government forced Tinubu to stand still, even after investing in that power. You know what the federal government said? He said, okay, you can generate, but you cannot distribute. Now, you want to do your business. Someone that is not effective in that business, you say, I want to do my business. Government say, oh, don't worry. You can borrow your $1 million, $1 million and put that in. I will collect that thing from you and I will pay you. You understand? That is what the federal government wants. And federal government itself,
Hold
that
on,
is
before you
not
move
supposed
further,
to.
your argument was that Tinubu went to bring Enron, right? As the
It's not,
governor,
not
right?
he brought error to Nigeria. It's not that
That's
he
what I'm
wanted
saying.
to.
He is bringing another
He
company from
brought them, not
outside.
that he's bringing.
He is not in Nigeria that figure out to build what Enron built and locally.
Must
Now
he
you're
be
involving
Nigerian
foreign
external
so you have to
investor?
engage the
Okay,
federal government on that.
why didn't Nigeria build MTN? Why didn't Nigeria build Globalcom? Why must Nigeria build all these things?
Wait, Ola. Listen to
This
what
kind
he's
of
saying.
argument I don't
Listen,
understand.
He's
Ola, listen to what he's saying. You're not listening to what Mike is saying. How come we cannot innovate or invent, or we're not
thank you.
inventing? How come
Okay.
we cannot innovate and actually build on our
Yeah.
own?
On
Yeah.
our
Because
own.
we don't have the technical
Presently,
know-how.
Mike.
This guy is
Mike.
mentioning.
And that's the point I'm
Why
making.
did you build
Oriola,
them?
you understand what I'm saying? The
Yeah, I
Nigerians
know what you
themselves,
mean.
Can I say
Yeah,
they
something?
don't
I've
know how
been
to
saying
build
that too.
anything.
Yeah,
Yeah, can I say
I've been
No,
something?
but
saying
no,
We
that
Mike. But
too.
currently have
why is that any important? Why is that really any important at this point in
It
time?
is important. It
Why
is
do you have to
important.
Okay,
depend on
You know
foreigner
what?
okay,
to build
hold
your
on.
power
Are you
source?
saying? Let me understand, Mike and Aurelia. Are you saying if we did as Nigerians, the government is going to give us a special privilege? Is that what you're saying? If
Hold
we
on.
did
Let
it
me tell you what I'm
differently?
saying. Let me tell you what I'm saying. Let me tell you where I'm going. Every Nigerian want to live like America and Europe, right? Now, when you look into those society, you will find out that the things that they enjoy, those technology, those advancements, were things that individual and private corporation, private company invented, innovated, built, and government just put regulations. The government just put regulations there, and people enjoy it. Now, looking into Nigeria, Nigerians, we say they want the same thing, but they don't know how to build it. They expect the government to be the one to build it. Then they point at America. And then I'm telling you, in America, it's not the politicians that build the power plants, invent the technology, the YouTube, internet, all the great things that we are enjoying, that we want to enjoy in Africa. It's not their politicians that invented these things or innovated these things.
Okay,
It's
Mike.
the
Mike,
individual
can I
companies, individual
Why do you
Americans
even
Well,
wait for
that did
Nigeria
it.
to build
on
them
that
before
point,
you
Hold on,
Mike.
let me
comment,
land.
Mike?
Let me land. So
You and me, you are not giving any point
no,
at
no,
all for you to
don't
argue.
say I'm not giving. Well, if I'm not
Wait,
giving, maybe you don't get it. But what I am
he
telling
has
you is,
point. It's you
okay.
that you're not
What
listening.
point
Oriola,
He
of view
has
what
do
Mike,
I
you
am
point.
have
telling
now,
you
Oriola?
is,
What point of view?
as black people, black
okay.
men, black,
Oriola, Mike,
we tend everything we want to enjoy in this life.
yeah.
We enjoy some kind of politicians who just produce it from thin air,
Okay,
or we
can I
try to go
Okay,
and buy it and
Mike,
give it
hold
to
on,
everybody.
Mike, please let me
I
just say
got. Let me
something.
respond real quickly. So, Mike, I hear what you're saying, but unless you're telling me that we have a special technology or know-how or resources that we can use to generate electricity in Nigeria, then I will listen to you. But your
No,
argument about trying to do it ourselves when the technology, the know-how, the benchmark, everything is out there. I don't get your point. Where
no,
you're
my
coming
point
from.
is figure how to build it yourself.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mike,
I'm
can I
agreeing
When
with
we
you
are
that you don't have
educated,
it. And I'm
wait.
telling you that instead of
okay,
crying for
can
decades about
can
your government should give you electricity, take your black ass to a science lab and go and figure out to build power
can
Yes,
can,
stuff.
thank you.
can I
I've
say
been
But
saying
something?
that.
Mike, but it's
Thank
Would
already
you
you.
there,
please
Mike.
Thank you.
No,
The
you don't have it.
technology
No, you
is
don't.
already
Let's
No,
there.
build it.
you have
It's
no.
there.
Your government have to go and bring
okay,
a German to come and
No,
can I
figure
no,
it out
no.
for you.
Actually, Oriola and Larry, none of us are asking the government to build anything.
no
Not at all.
Are
hear
you
We
the
actually
kidding
not
me?
saying that.
No, that's
What
what
am
you're asking, though. That's
no
what
no
you're
no
No, no,
asking.
no.
no. Let's say something.
We're
Let's
not
get
saying
something
that.
right. Let's
What are
get
you
something
saying
What
right.
then?
are you saying?
In terms of companies that are building it, presently, I know of two companies in Nigeria.
They're not building. They don't own
No,
it. They all
no.
they
There is,
no.
you can
Kudu
go and
company
Google.
that
You
you just
can
said
no,
is
no,
not.
Oriola.
See,
It is. This is.
it's not
If
in
something
Nigeria.
is wrong,
See, they're not Nigerian. They're not
go and
Nigerian.
They
They
check
go
get
and
Geregu.
import,
Oyibo people to
them.
build it.
Why are you saying that?
Stop lying.
Go
They get
and check
Oyibo people
Geregu.
to build it for
Geregu is
them.
owned. Geregu is on Nigerian stock market.
He
They are
yes,
said to.
he own it. He
Geregu is
own it,
owned.
but he have foreigner to build it
Why
for
are
him.
you
Just
saying you
like,
could bring foreign? Anybody brings foreigners. So if they
but
don't bring
that's not
foreigner,
what
what are
we
you doing in
listen
the
to. What we
US?
are saying. Listen to what we are saying. Let
You are saying.
us innovate. Let
What are
us
you
build
saying?
it on our own.
Let Nigerian build.
where is
You're
it
See,
we're
domiciled?
all
that is
crying
not a
that we don't
problem.
have
That would
power.
not be a
How come we
problem.
can't use
See,
our
what we
brain
ask, hold on,
to
what we asking
put it?
for is for the government to liberalize the power sector. That was
We don't.
that's
You
what we're
don't need
asking
that.
for.
You don't need
Oh,
to
really?
wait on government. If we have
I thought the
someone
law.
who
Let me
can
give you an
build
Okay.
it,
example.
Prince
Let me
Daddy,
give,
Prince Daddy,
let me,
are you telling me you need
Mike,
government to liberalize before you
Mike,
go to a lab to figure out to
Mike,
make something
Mike,
yourself?
let me give you an
That is
example.
not the point.
This is an
You can go
example.
to lab and
Hold on. Did what's this
In
guy that
Ogun
invented
State,
electricity? Did he wait
Mike,
for government to make a
Mike,
law before he invented
can I
electricity?
give you an
You
example?
guys should stop this, man.
Before the
Come on.
liberalization of that sector, I will give you an example of Ogun State, particularly in Abeokuta. This elephant cement, when Amosun
So
was
let's not
operating,
go to cement. Stick to electricity.
no. I'm talking about what power now. Elephant
Mm.
cement built something that is that can actually that they can use and can power the whole of Abeokuta.
What he do?
Yes,
but
you can go and check it.
Elephant
With what?
Cement was
With
owned
what?
by a
With
France
cement?
company, though. Elephant
Wait,
Cement
this
was owned
is
by a
this is
France
a
company.
cement company that's been in Ewekoro for long.
Yeah,
I'm
but it was
telling you,
owned by a
forget
France
about
company.
owned by somebody. This is a company that's been in Ewekoro before
But
a lot of
see,
before years.
even
So
the
forget
old
about.
technology that's
Wait,
used
let me
to
talk
actually
now.
get the cement
Can I talk?
to
Please, can I?
subtract the
Please, can
to
I talk?
turn limestone. 1 minute, let me land.
Ola di
Even the
salo.
even the technology that convert limestone to cement, you didn't put it
It's
together.
important.
We
You know?
didn't
That is
put
not
it
what I'm
together.
telling you. That is not what I'm telling you because this is a
But that's what we are saying
a
to you
gas
now.
power.
Argue against the
A
point we are
gas.
presenting to you.
What are you presenting? I
We
just
are
told you.
presenting that we, the
I
people, don't know how
just
to
told
build, make,
you
we don't know how to
that
invent, innovate, make anything. But
something
we
was
want
built in
everything.
Ogun State because that sector was not liberalized. They couldn't distribute, right? And they couldn't distribute not until recently that Tinubu came that he just signed that bill into law, right?
Exactly. Good
That
point.
gives
Yeah.
all the states the
Okay, now
power
that we have it, let's see.
go
Okay,
into
start doing it now.
generation. That's exactly what we're telling you. It's not like there are no companies. Geregu is there, Transcorp is there, right? They're building things and they are selling, right?
But
So
they
it's
didn't
not like
create the technology. That's what we're
forget about
saying.
creating technology.
You
No,
Now,
this is
didn't
about
What is the
creating
even
point?
say
technology.
about
Most
it.
of the companies in America that deal in the power sector, they didn't create no damn technology themselves.
so who
Only
Who
What are
one
you
created it for
company
what are
them?
you
still
saying?
No,
did.
it
What are
was
you
if
Chinese
it's
that
talking
all
created
about?
it
about
for them.
if it's all
What are
about
you talking
if it's
about?
all about
Stop
who
it.
created the technology,
It's about who created it. It matters.
so that means things
Well, yeah, somebody
technologies
created the
that came from
technology,
other
be it an
countries.
American or German. But the point here is, you make it sound like every damn company that distribute or in the power sector produced the technology or
I don't
invented the
understand.
technology. That's not the case.
No,
I don't
we're
That's
saying
not the case.
we're saying the main producer of the technology are Americans
what do
in
you mean
Okay,
by
America.
no doubt.
what do
Yeah,
you mean
The
by
yeah.
the
Okay.
scientists.
producer of the
If you go to
technology
Germany, it's the
are
same thing.
American?
If Germans don't go to Americans to come and build their power, this thing, or the
So
English don't go to there, it's their own
okay,
scientists that build it.
okay. Now let me ask
Thank
you
you.
something.
But we in
Mike,
Africa, we don't our scientists,
let's be
if we
Wait,
even
focused.
have
The reason the
some, if
reason
we have
why
any, don't build
the reason
anything.
why the Chinese are dominating is not because they produced they were the originator of
I'm
all the
telling you.
technologies.
Why are you saying originator of technology for you to be
We
able to do
understand.
something?
We
Okay,
understand
okay, so
technology transfer.
hold on.
We
Since
understand.
China is dominating in a lot of ways, okay, not because
Where they dominating? See, in terms of technology, where they dominating? You mean that the copycat they're doing, right? They transfer the technology to them, and
It
they are
still
thank
copy.
you
makes
very
sense.
much.
How about we
That's the point.
copycat too?
Now
The
let me
copycat.
ask you
Yeah, I
let
agree
me
with
ask
you. The
you something.
copycat.
You're saying
The copycat.
they made the technology. Now, the gas, because if you want to build power plants, is it that you're building an hydropower plant, or probably you're building a gas power plant, or probably you're going more into solar and all those things.
No,
Which is
there's
the
so
major thing.
much. There's
So
nuclear. There's
yeah, there's a lot of but for
there's
Nigeria, I'm talking
other
about
ones.
Nigeria
So
now.
what
I'm
we're
talking
saying, yeah,
Wait,
you can use
wait. I'm
nuclear in
talking about
Nigeria.
Nigeria now. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about nuclear. We don't have nuclear anything in Nigeria.
yeah.
But
Then we could come up with the technology.
can we
The know-how is
that
out there.
nuclear that
Listen,
you said, do you
listen,
think you can just
What
listen.
develop as a
technology?
country?
The
You're not.
technology is already there. What technology are they
Wait,
Yeah,
let's
coming
keep
up
this
with? What are you
argument
what
talking
simple.
are you
about?
Wait,
saying?
hold on, guys. Oh, guys,
Listen,
one voice.
listen.
We're arguing too much.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this:
So
the
because again,
technology know how it's
because the
out there.
technology that powered the car, because
Oh
it
my
was not
gosh.
it was not developed by America, right? Let's say it was not developed by America. That means America doesn't have right to produce
That's
cars.
not what
No,
we're
no,
saying.
that's not
Why are
the
you
Listen,
talking
let
argument.
me
about
America are
technology?
making their own.
So why are you talking about technology? Are we not making our own in
We
Nigeria?
are not.
which
What are we
one?
making?
You're
What are we
not
making in
he's not
Nigeria?
listening.
We
He's
can't even
not
make toothpick. Are
listening.
you kidding me?
No,
Didn't your
no.
government tell you we start making toothpick in 2029?
What that's why I said go and Google, right? I've
Google.
given
Okay,
you
Google what?
two
Mike, I
I've
like that
given you
point.
two
So
comments.
we're not making
Did you
toothpick.
even make Google?
Hold on, we're not making toothpick, and we all know. Allow me. We all know that making toothpick is not a really complex manufacturing process.
So how come you're
So
not
the
doing
We
it?
hold
don't
on.
turn the argument to
Let,
toothpick
let, let
argument.
me.
Let's stick to the main point. I just use
It's
that as
not
just
complex.
Well, no, allow me. Okay, my point here is that it's not about making the toothpick. It's about the process and the environment that's conducive to make that toothpick. It's not
Are
about
you
making
kidding?
toothpick.
See, that's always the argument. That's always the argument.
Now we can always produce have the innovative people in Nigeria produce parts or anything that has to do without electricity. We have plenty of people with the brains to do that, but that's not the challenge we're talking about. We're
But
not talking about the challenge
hold on. Okay, finish.
we're not talking about the challenge of being able to of having that brain power of the human capital to do it. I don't think we have that problem. We have a problem of policy, governance, and leadership. That's our problem. And what you guys are talking about, nuclear technology and all this technology, I'm just laughing. Unless you're telling me that there's a new way that we as Nigerians can
Hold on.
produce electricity, then I want to listen to you. But the
Okay.
damn technology to transmit, generate electricity, it's already there. There's nothing new. We're not going to be inventing anything.
This is the chiller. We're not saying the technology to do things not already out there in the world. We all know that. Of course, that's why we have things in the world. But what we are telling you is that we don't know how to make any of these things. We are not saying it's not already invented, it's not already there. Of course, the first, if you go to Germany, go to France, go to England, go to United States, yeah, they all do present their make their own stuff, but they may not be the first country to make it. But maybe let's say America started it. They started producing car. The rest of them figure out to produce car too. America learned to produce power plant. The rest of them figure out to produce power plants, and then produce for themselves. They don't sit down, become useless people. They don't know how to make anything. And when everything they want, and I call on America to come and bring it to them, import everything, and then the citizens are crying to the government, I produce this, they have it in America, when it's the American scientists that are making it happen for America. So the argument we're making to you is that we're not saying that we can't import it to Nigeria, but what we are saying is, why can't Nigerians themselves think like the American citizens, American scientists, and learn to make things themselves? You don't need to wait. Hold on. The argument is always that, the government will create policy. You don't need policy to be created before you not use your brain to learn to make something. Show me that you've already learned how to make it, and then I can join behind you to go fight for the policy that will help you to put it to reality, to creation. But you haven't learned how to make nothing. We Nigerian people don't read books. We don't go to science lab to go and do research. We're not innovative people.
Okay,
We're just people that sit around and complain.
Mike, what I would just tell you, I've given you two companies. Probably you need to go and Google, learn more about those two companies. One of them
What
is
do they do? Tell me what they do.
they generate power.
Did they create the power plant themselves?
Yeah, they do.
They are scientists, built
Yeah,
these power
I
plants,
can tell you.
and they are Nigerians. They didn't import them.
Yes, it's Geregu, and it's owned by
Lying. He's
Otedola, Femi
lying.
Otedola.
He's
And the
lying.
second
So
one is
He's
Otedola is a
lying.
scientist that built every part of that
No,
power.
he's
he has
lying.
the company.
Mike,
This
don't
is
listen to
Geregu.
him. He's lying. He's lying.
Why are
The
you
good
talking
didn't
like
create anything.
We don't have any
yeah,
scientists in Nigeria that can build power plants. I'm
why
just
They
letting you
didn't
know.
they didn't
We
why
build
don't.
it. They didn't
why are
build
you
it
talking like
themselves.
this?
We
Geregu,
Because
don't
I
have
know
any Nigerian
we
scientists that can
didn't they
build
didn't
power
build it.
plants. We have to go to white
Did,
man's
why are you
did
plan.
you
talking why
yeah,
why
did you
I'm
build any of your refineries? Did you build any of your
why are you talking
refineries?
like I'm sorry for saying I'm lying. I'm
Was
sorry.
it Nigerians that built Dangote
Yeah,
refinery?
because what you said is not true.
It's not true. What do you mean by it's
Yes.
not true? What? Okay.
Very
What,
good.
do you know anything about? Do you know anything about Geregu? Let me ask you a question. Do you know
Yeah,
anything
I
about
know.
Geregu?
It was owned. It's owned by this guy.
So where's Geregu?
Tedola. He did.
Where is their power plant? Can you tell me, please?
Okay, I don't know who. I have to look it
Yeah,
up.
But the question we're asking you,
But
Larry,
what I'm
Oriana, hold
saying
on.
is
You
this:
don't
they
know
didn't build it. They
what
didn't
you
build
don't
it.
what
It
you
wasn't
don't
built by
know.
us. Stop it.
This is
Why do we lie to?
why are
Why do
you
we
talking
lie
like
to
this?
lie to
Why
ourselves?
are you
Don't lie
lying?
to. See,
You're lying because you don't even know those things.
Okay,
When you
guys,
don't
one at
know
a
who's
time. One at a
lying?
time.
now,
Wait.
you
Let's not
do
throw
your
insult.
research.
One at a time. One at a
Mikey.
time.
Why are you
Let's
saying
keep it
things
Okay.
that
simple.
know you are
Let me
lying?
say something.
Because you don't even
My,
know those things.
Okay, both of
I
you, hold on,
know.
hold on.
Go check, and you're telling me I'm lying. What do you mean I'm lying? Go and check.
Okay,
When you don't know
guys.
something, you don't know it. You don't tell
Okay,
Do
people
you
you're
want me
both
to
of
lying
you, hold
because
on.
respond?
I'm telling you.
I'll
Because
wait.
you have
I'll
access to
wait.
that information. Why are you
I'll
telling
wait.
me I'm lying? That's
Okay.
insulting. You're telling me
All right,
Because you're
both of you,
lying.
hold on,
I
hold
said
on,
you're lying because you're
hold
lying.
on, hold on. Both of you, hold on. Let's stop throwing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding each other's point. Let's stop going back and forth and throwing. So let's keep it simple. I think what Larry is saying is that there's a power plant owned by Nigeria. That's what he's saying. Well, I have to look it up. Let's, for the sake of argument, let's admit that yeah,
can you
it's
Google,
owned by
please?
Nigeria.
Can
But
you please
let me
Google?
land now. But what Oriola is saying that, yeah, it may be owned by Nigeria, but was it built by Nigeria? Was it this Nigerian scientist that built every component of it, built that power plant from scratch, or with it, they had the knowledge to build it? That's the argument Oriola is presenting, and I'm presenting as well. Larry, did whoever, Otedola, whoever, did he go and bring Germans or French or whoever, Chinese to come and build it for him? Or did he go into Nigerian society and bring Nigerian scientists and have them design the power plant and build it for him? That's the question we're asking you.
So it's not something I want to argue, right? But I've just because what you were saying is just
It's
that
not argument, it's just a question, man.
yeah, because you were basically saying Nigerians don't have those things, and I've given you two companies. I've given you
Okay, the answer is
I've
no. The
given you
Nigerians didn't build it. We are not saying they don't have it. We just
I've
agree
given
with you that
you
maybe they have it.
no. I've given you Geregu. I've given you Transcorp, right?
Okay.
And this issue of you saying Nigeria didn't build it, right? Do you have evidence to kind of like say, okay, fine. I'm not saying probably people will not come. They can bring people, train people where they. It's not like which is normal anywhere, right? You can bring people from somewhere that have more experience, and that's exactly what happens everywhere, even in the US, right? You don't just say because okay, fine, it has to be
But we know for a fact the American scientists can build power plants. We know.
yeah, but is it just American scientists? Why do we have America bringing people from other countries to come and train people to
Wait,
be
can
able
you
to know how
land
to
so I
do
can
Bros,
respond to you?
let's
Because
not make
you're
this
just
argument complex. Let's not
I
complicate
really
it.
don't want to argue more on this. I've given you
Larry, we are
want to
not
check,
arguing. We're just
you
presenting
can check.
factual things. But
But
you are the
of
one
course
turning into
your
argument.
research,
It's a
no,
simple thing.
look.
It's not an argument.
But the
He's
fact that
just
you said
arguing
I'm
against.
lying, that's where I
Okay,
think
sorry. Let's not call
you
each
don't
other
tell me
liar and
I'm
stuff.
lying because I've given you an information and you telling me that you've not even checked that information. Until you check that information, that's when you'll be able to like counter whatever I say. You telling me that I'm lying when you don't even have access to the information I've shared with you, then it's insulting.
Okay,
all right.
respond.
All right. Can I talk? Can you do us favor? Can you just Google it and put it out? The company you just mentioned was not built by a Nigerian.
Can
It's
somebody
owned by Nigerian, but the technology that built that power plant was not Nigerian engineers or any that built it. That's what I'm saying. And you saying to me that we Nigerians built it, that's a lie. That's not true. So can you bring it up, please?
No,
Put
you
it
can
up
you
and
can
let's see
bring
who built it for
yeah, if
us.
anybody can actually share, you can bring Gerigu up and try to like learn a little bit
Can you
about
spell it? Spell it.
You need to
G
learn.
E G
Yeah?
E R E G U.
Start again.
G E R
G
E G U.
Geregu.
REGU. Yeah,
Geregu. Oh,
yeah.
Geregu plants. You guys continue while I look it up.
Well, what I'm just saying is this: we don't have the technical know-how. Like we have a lot of people that went to school, for engineering scientists that claims that they have PhDs and stuff. But the thing is, we can't put that knowledge to use if we can put it together to put it to use, why are we complaining that we need
But
power
if
plant
if
when
you
we
see,
have
probably you can
PhDs?
share it. Let him see it. Let him see
When
it
we
on.
have, yeah, it's you that you need to learn about these things. I already know that
No,
we
it's
need
you
great.
that you need to learn about those things.
Well,
For you to
no,
say
no,
we
no.
don't have it, why are we in the US?
Well,
Why are we studying? Why
don't worry
it's
about
so
it.
insulting when I don't even
It's
want to
right there.
argue with,
He's
because
going to show it to us now. He's
this
going to
is
show
so
it to
so
us now.
irritating arguing
There's
this
no
kind of
need.
thing. So
The thing
irritating.
is, we front a lot. We lie about ourselves. What we can do, we
Nobody's
claim we
lying
can
about
do it.
stuff. I've given you an
That's the
information.
thing.
If
That's the
you
thing.
want
We
to know
can
the right
accept the
thing,
fact that we don't do these things
go and
and
check,
put it
go and
to
fact check what I just told you. You don't
what
just talk when you don't
I don't
fact
need to
check
fact
things.
check what you said
So
because
if
I
you
know
don't,
these
then
things.
that means
I
you're not ready
know
to learn.
we didn't
That
create
means
it.
you're not ready to learn. If you can't fact check
Learn
things,
what?
you're not ready to learn. You just want to talk.
Learn what? Learn that the fact that you claim your claim was not right. Is that what
Because
I need to
you
learn?
are just here blabbing on something you don't know.
I know. I just told you. How
I
do
just told you a
I
question.
see?
I asked you
Listen.
question,
How do I
right?
know who owns it? How do
Oh,
I know
because I
who owns
said
it?
it. I said it on
Oh,
this
you
platform.
said who? You didn't
I
say it.
said
I
it. Yes.
said it.
Oh my
I said
God. Look at you.
Otedola owned it. I said it.
Look
He
at
even
you.
bought it like 2 years ago. It wasn't that long that he bought it. So what are you talking about? You're gonna teach me
Oriola,
stuff. You can't
Oh my
even
Oriola.
God.
teach
Can you
me
listen
what
to
you
this
don't
guy?
know.
Otodola bought Berebu 2
Larry,
years ago. Oh my God.
Larry, if you can just give me a minute. See, Oriola, I don't really understand what you and Mike you are arguing about. Once you find invention somewhere, people try not to reinvent the wheel. Why will you reinvent the wheel? Okay, if
That's
someone
not
build a
what we
well,
are saying, Ola.
wait,
That's not what we said.
let me land though. I heard you clearly.
No,
Because
but
what you are saying now
I
is
just
this.
told you now that what you
We
was
are telling
repeating is
you
not
that
true.
government policy is not allowing people to invest in power sector. But you are saying is because people do not sit down and invent. That's why government is not supporting them. I can't see the level of ridiculous. What can be more ridiculous than that? It's like, okay, we have Globalcom today, and Nigeria is the one that invented the telecommunication. So Nigeria means we have to invent telecommunication. We have to invent what do we call it? Fiber optic. We have to
Ola,
invent
that's not
rice
what we're
cable.
saying.
That's what
Ah,
we're
oh my
saying.
gosh. That's not what
Now
we
look at it this
said.
way.
I didn't say that. I didn't that's not what I
Wait.
said.
Mike,
See,
Mike,
wait
please let
now.
us know if you got it and so
Hold
that
on, hold on, guys, hold on. Ola, nobody's saying you should invent something that's already been invented. We are saying it's already invented, but learn how to make it. That's what we are saying. We know
You
car was
have to
invented.
bring
Hold on
the
now, hold on. Wait now, wait. We know car vehicle was invented either between US or Germany. I'm not sure. I think it was America, right? Now, when German need their own vehicle, they make Mercedes. When Italian need their own vehicle, they make Ferrari. British make Jaguar. They didn't reinvent car. Car was already invented, but they learned to make their own version. And Japanese, Toyota, they don't say if we need car because America already invent car. Whatever we need car, we only just import it from America. Everybody need car in Japan, go to America to import the cars. No, they learn to make their own cars. So what we are telling you is not that we should reinvent power or anything. What we're saying, we should learn how to design power plant and build it our own. Our own scientists should know how to make all these things. It's not like Nigeria needs something. We have to go to America, Europe, or China, go and bring their companies to come and do everything. Come and build it for us. That's what we are saying. That's why we
Okay,
don't have it.
Mike, there's nothing wrong in you
Mike,
We are
you
inviting.
not saying
see,
it's military wrong
Mike,
or
Wikipedia
Only
actually
let
speak
me
on it.
speak now. Let me respond to Mike.
No. I'm trying to have him bring this thing up. Wikipedia actually give us information on the history about that Gurigu power plant. Can you, if you have the target, just bring it up and you see like it
yeah,
wasn't
my
built by us.
laptop is just kind of slow right now, so I'm trying to bring it
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Okay. In response to you, right? See, there's nothing wrong in having an idea of business you want to do. The business itself is your product. The business itself is your idea. But you can now hire foreign services to even implement your vision in your country. Now, there's nothing wrong in you bringing Oyibo or whosoever you want to bring to come and build that thing for you in Nigeria to create job locally and provide services. There's nothing wrong in that. But the
But
question we are
if the
saying is
Oyinbo pack up their stuff and leave, guess what? The industry goes. We don't we come here to complain about company that used to be in Nigeria. Wait. Company that were in Nigeria, been in 60s, 80s,
Why do
70s.
we
They left. Once they leave, they
Okay.
leave. There's
we
nothing you
have
can do.
why do we can
Okay,
you
Mike. Okay,
let me
combination of Oyibo and
translate.
black people, they are running a telecom today. Combination Oyibo and black people, they are running
We are not saying we should not. Ola, you're missing the argument. You're splitting unnecessary argument. We are not saying it's wrong to bring investors or bring it. That's not the argument. You can always bring investors, do whatever. You can do that. But the different argument we're presenting is that why can't we learn to do things our own too? Why does it have to be everything that we have to bring investors, bring foreigners, bring everything to Nigeria?
Okay.
That's the argument we
Now,
are making.
it does not really matter who build this now. It's just for the prosperity of the common masses. That's what we need just for. You
And
understand?
also, Ola, why is it that it's the
United,
government that have to bring investors? Why is it, though for some of it maybe it's people like Geriguna is talking
we
about
are
here.
we are not saying government should bring investor, but government is restricting your capacity. That's the problem. Do you know what it means
Excuses.
for something to be in the exclusive list? Exclusive list that even the state
Bros, it
government is
has
not
nothing
even
to do
ready.
with being a scientist, my brother. We are talking about being scientists, learning how to know scientists and Nigeria say, hey, I've figured out how to build this, so I need government policy now to make it happen.
Okay,
No, we haven't heard
even
that.
if okay, Mike, you today, will you waste your energy when you know that you want to do something and you have nowhere to implement? Will you?
Dude,
You
I
have
will
to
not waste
look at
if I
opportunity.
figure wait. If I figure out to make something, I won't wait for government. I will immediately
Oh,
know how to
okay,
figure out, I will design the blueprints on how to make it. And then
okay,
I'll start
Mike.
approaching wealthy people, approach the government, say, government, I have a
Who
blueprint.
was that
Hold on,
Nigerian
hold
that
on.
proposed?
If I learn how to make something that Igbo people already make, I figure it out. Let's say I figure out to make iPhone, for example, from scratch to all the way to complete production. I will design the blueprint, design everything, and I will approach the government at least. I know how to make iPhone now. I can turn, this can be a revolution in economic revolution right here because now we can rival America, Apple, and all these other companies. Hey, do you guys want to join behind me? If the government say no, now I can come in public or I will go approach people. And if government is getting in my way of that, then I cannot come on this show and say, guys, look, I figured out to make this thing from scratch. Oh. This is the blueprint. Oh. The only thing in my way is the government. But I haven't seen Nigeria done that. The only thing they will tell me is, I haven't done it because government haven't great policy. And if I do
Okay,
it, they get in
Mike,
my way.
Okay,
Excuse me.
Mike and Ola,
I
answer
just pull
this
up
one simple
Gerebu.
question.
I
Larry,
just
just a
pull up
minute. Who was that Nigerian that invented or make that blueprint of second national carrier in Nigeria and presented it to Babangida for Babangida to make policy on telecommunication in 1992? Who was that Nigeria? Because now that Nigerian now went and designed how the second carrier operation.
Let me give you one.
I'm asking now.
I don't even hear what you said, but anyway, let me give you this guy that invented this banking app in Nigeria that changed the whole our revolutionized our banking sector. That's an example of great things that we can be doing.
No,
I gotta give
I'm
it to that guy.
expecting
Whenever I that Yoruba guy, I can.
you are in my industry now, and I'm listening to you. So I just talk. I'm listening to you so that I can
So
expose
now before the guy created a app, people will be sick. Some people
person.
some other useless lazy Nigerian will be crying that government didn't create a app for
Who
us
is
to
that
change
person,
our.
Mike? You know you jump into unfamiliar territory. Who is that person that created that app that revolutionized banking in Nigeria? I want
I
to
can't
know.
remember his name. He was one Yoruba guy like that.
I know he's talking about floater wave, right? So let me
See now.
So that's what we are saying. We should do more of things like that to change our society. So the guy that we should people like that we should be looking up to. The guy didn't wait for Ola. Now you kill your own argument. Did that guy wait for government to create policy before he decided to
Mike,
make that
that's
happen?
what we are saying. What you are arguing is not is very anti-intellectual.
Really?
Because you don't know this industry and you are talking. See the way you are talking of banking industry.
I'm not talking about the industry. I'm just giving an example of invention. Hold on now. We just give an example of innovation. I'm not going into banking,
I've
being
told
banking
you that
expert. That's not what I'm
you
getting
know
into. So don't
that
come in and start saying
nothing
your
about banking industry
territory.
in Nigeria. And you are talking
The argument is not about banking right now.
you are talking as if you know anything about banking in Nigeria. What
Did
have
I
you
say
said?
I know all our banking? All I say is I know someone invent something. That's
You
it.
said that revolutionized banking in Nigeria. Did you hear that statement?
Well, it is a revolution now. If you invent a app that turn things, change the way they do things. Is that not revolution?
What the flutter wave do? What did he do that we don't have on ground before? That's the problem. You don't even know what we're talking about.
Okay,
You're sounding like you know this.
there was a different app before we were using.
We are talking as if you know you are
Wait,
talking.
in answer the question as well. I can know whether you are right. I'm wrong. Was there a
So,
different app we were using before?
I asked the question, what does flutter wave do? Then I will tell you all those apps that have been doing those before flutter wave did all those stuff.
Were we using a different app before? That's what I'm asking Ola now. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm just asking you.
Before flutter wave, before what flutter wave, we have different products from InterSocial Law. When you are talking of corporate pay, then we have another guy e-transact. When you are talking of different kind of payment system, what are you talking about?
So,
what are you even talking about?
no. What are those? Let's elaborate now. I'm not arguing with you. You are the expert now.
No, you play into my hand. That's why I'm hitting
I
back.
didn't play into your hand. I'm trying to understand. No, I didn't play into your hand. You have to prove what you are saying.
My hand big time.
No, I didn't play into your hand. You just trying to play sentiment.
You just be saying as if Nigerians are useless, they don't have brain, they are all brain, they're brain, they are not creative.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying we are not like the Uyghurs.
What are you talking about? You said
am I lying? Are we producing?
You are saying you say Nigeria are not doing anything. You understand?
We are not doing much.
You know, you said it's a point that
in fact we are not doing anything. No. If you put ourselves next to wait, you put yourself next to all these other civilizations, we are not doing anything. Put yourself next to the Chinese society, American society, German society, Africans, no, blacks, we are not doing anything. Allah, it may be embarrassing, but it's true.
I want to know the school that you are attended, because you are saying Nigeria can't create, you are not creative. See the way you are painting.
We are not. No. I'm saying next to all these other advanced countries, we are nothing. We are not.
But
just face it.
You talk about flutter wave now, and they've countered you.
Let us start with
now.
Let's
go counter what? Am I not the one that brought it up?
Wait now. Let's go back to where we were coming from with Goeregu. Let's go back to where we're coming from.
I'm trying to read this Goeregu to find out.
Okay.
Go ahead. Keep talking. Let me just read this thing. Find out who were the scientists that built it.
So Goeregu was first constructed by the federal government of Nigeria, commissioned into service on 16 February 2007 to generate electric power and supply to the national grid managed by Transition Company of Nigeria. Now, this is the history of Goeregu. In 1999, that was when it actually started. But Femetola acquired it it was actually acquired in 2013. So the person that said 2 years, that was why I was laughing. 2013, that was when Goeregu was first acquired by Ameprom Power Distribution Company. So till now, that's when it's been owned by that guy. So, and Goeregu is actually domiciled in Kogi State. Right? So about who built it, is it one engineer that built it? I don't even care.
Okay,
but what I want to
know is, Mike, are you done? Can I want to wait for this guy to talk, because these are the people that
it looked like it was Siemens. I'm seeing Siemens turbines.
Yeah. Oh, you see, I just sent you those links. Everything this guy just said, you can totally tell that it's one of the problems that we have in Nigeria.
Yeah, you are one of the problems. You are one of the problems because you guys
2022, which was last 2 years. Just listen, man.
You are actually one of the problems.
Listen, you lack.
I don't want to listen to people like
lack knowledge.
Okay, guys, let's not.
You won't listen to people
like you lack knowledge. And
guys. Okay. Let's not turn this into. Let's
onto places to blab and blab with nothing to say.
You don't know what you're saying. You just read something now, and you can't comprehend what you just read. You can't comprehend it.
Okay, one at a time, man. Yeah, Larry, hold on. Let Ariola go, let him land, and then you can respond one at a time. I don't want two voices at the same time. Man.
So I really don't want to because definitely I could tell that what he's saying, he doesn't know anything about what he's saying. So it's very tough to actually try to argue or talk back and forth with him. Here's the thing. I just sent you 2 links. You can see it.
Repost the link because my internet went off. I just came back and then I don't have it. You repost it on the private.
Oh, yeah, okay. I can try to repost it. So basically, Wikipedia actually tells you there's history on it as well, and there's other the third parties news different articles that actually speak on it. So the thing is, construction, this power plant was actually initially to be a nuclear power plant, and it was more like constructed by a company. I can't remember. I have to look it up. The name of that company. They're a Russian company that construct, and you can tell Agile Kuta as well was given to a Russian company to put it together. So that's when that was constructed. But the thing is, the point, just straight to the point. 2 years ago was acquired by this guy, Otedola, 2002. That's when he acquired that company. But before then, it was constructed by those Russians and owned by the government, and they weren't put into use until he come in and try like make it a private company. So it's better for you to like just. I mean, it's there. The article. There's so many articles on this that you can read and tell that the point that we're making is this: if we want to construct road, we hire foreigner to do it. Same with the power plant. We want to construct the power plant. We hire foreigner to do it. The point I'm saying, and I think the same as what Mike is saying, is if we actually have these PhDs and have these degrees, how come we can learn this patents? There's different work research out there that tells you or guide you on how any power plant, nuclear power plant, or any other power plant is being built. How come we can try to like use that knowledge to create a mini one, the like a prototype, present it to the whoever in charge, the president or whoever, and they can from there we can actually be the engineers, the scientists that build these things. That's what the point we're saying. Not like we can, of course, we can have foreigner come in and build this thing for us, but it's always good. Why are we depending on foreigners to take care of what we can do at home? Because we're knowledgeable. We went to the schools, big schools, have these big degrees. Let's do it our own. That's the point we are making here. Not saying that we can't. I mean, all the refineries, example like the refinery just completed. Were they being built by Nigerians, constructed by Nigerians? No. The ship labor is what we are doing. The real engineers were the foreigners. And that's what we think we should be doing. We should put down the design, map out the blueprint, do everything, and just have cheap labors. We can use foreigners to be a cheap labor. I'll repost it. Hello, is anybody there?
Hello? Yeah, go ahead. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh.
Oh, wait, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was waiting for someone to respond. I actually just I I mean, do you have anything to say to what I said? I think the guy left.
Well, I think I heard it was Larry. He produced what a link or a report about
No,
some
no, no.
stuff in
I
Nigeria.
sent the link. I sent the link, and I was
Oh,
just
you
talking
sent the link.
about. Yeah, I said it. I sent it before, but Mike break away, and he said he wanted resend. I was just saying that if we look at it, it was construct the that it was actually first part of the Ajaokuta steel and everything. They were doing nuclear power plant before they turned into the idle power plant. I think I don't know if they have to or not, but it was more like a Russian company that actually constructed it. It wasn't the Russian company and Siemens. Siemens supply like the technology needed. So that's where I'm speaking to, and I think that's where Mike is also speaking to. That how come we can be the engineer, the main engineer that put the blueprint, be the construct, the one that actually constructed, instead of having foreigner to do those things for us.
Yeah, I hear your point. You see, I know you and Mike are on the wavelength that we Nigerians or Africans are not that creative. And in totality, I agree with you because, I tell you one thing: being creative or innovative is a function of your environment. Believe me, that's what I concluded personally. If I'm right or wrong, that's another thing. The reason why a lot of people uh, are
Okay, please,
innovative.
I think I got caught in. Can I respond now?
Go ahead. Yeah, you dropped that thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Number one, you said Otedola acquired Geregu last 2 years. That's a lie. Okay, Otedola acquired Geregu in 2013. Number two, Geregu was actually something they bought from the federal government, right? As regards which engineer actually first came to build it and who is actually managing it. So if the engineer that actually came in, right, which is normal everywhere, right? It's something that's normal everywhere. I just dropped Geregu's website. You could always see their website and read everything about them. I think I just dropped Geregu's website here. So if you want to look, if you want to really get Geregu, I just dropped the website in the chat. So you can go through their website and read everything about them. Right. So this issue of who first built it, who did they contract it to, I don't care. Because those people built it far back in 2007 or whatever. And some people have been managing it till today. So this issue of we don't have the know-how, we don't have this, we don't have that. I'm not really even buying into that. So, but what I want to tell you, it's just that probably you need to learn a little bit more, right? Then you kind of like, yeah, it's someone is lying. It's so insulting. It's so insulting. So try to learn. I've given you a company. You can look at Transcorp, look at Geregu, look at them. That's what I just want to say. So I am not here. I don't want to argue with you, but I've just given you something. So if you really want to know more about Geregu, go there. Last 2 years that you said, that was when he just listed Geregu. He just listed Geregu on Nigerian Stock Exchange. So please learn. So that's what I just want to say. I have to leave now, but I decided to come and so learn about Geregu. I've dropped their website there.
Wait, you need to learn. You need to
No,
learn.
you
I
need to
put some
learn.
links. I put
Yeah,
some links there for you,
you are
so
not.
you
I
can
don't need
learn.
those things. I've given
Because
you their website.
because everything you said is
Go,
what
go
everything you
to,
said is
yeah.
nothing
Everything
new.
I
You said
said
for me to
when you
go to
said
their
when
website.
you said the guy just
I
bought
just
Geregu last 2 years, and I just
please.
told you that it's a lie.
No,
Please.
that's not true. $10 just got it in 2022. That's what
Oh
I
my
said,
God.
and I still
Can
stick
you
on it.
check? Can you check? Can somebody please Google now? This is things that you can always see. Oh my God. Who are these people?
And
When
it was never constructed by Nigerians. So that's another fact that you need to know, and stop all this trying to defend Nigeria when you're not supposed to.
I think what Larry is saying is that Nigeria own it and they paid for it. So that's a
We
fact. Yeah,
know
we get that. But what we realize saying that the scientists that built it,
the
that know
engineers,
how to build it, yeah, when are not Nigerians. That's the argument. So I don't. So that's the point. So I don't see where the argument is there. I mean, I don't think Oriola disputes that it's not owned by Nigeria or Nigerian government or Tedola, the only one that put the money down and funded it, and it's not disputing that. Neither am I. And the point what we don't know if you're disputing is that it wasn't foreigners that built it. The technique, the engineers that built it, the scientists that built it, that it wasn't foreigner. And what we're saying is that when are we going to have Nigerian professionals get to a point where they themselves, where government can say we don't want this built, and they come out and say, okay, we're ready to build it. So we don't have to look outside. Like anything we need in that country, we can look at a Nigerian some Nigerian group of scientists or your company that can say, we can build it from scratch. We can design a blueprint. In fact, we can design to fit our own purpose. We don't have those kind of things in Nigeria. That's the unfortunate thing. We just don't.
Mike, let me also come in here. Good morning.
Good
Hello.
morning. Right.
Yeah. The point you just raised is of two faced. We cannot, because Nigerians are not doing, and the individuals, and at the same time not to talk about the failure of the government. It's on both sides. You are on right very with your submission, because let me give an example. Today we have Atiku Umar as the commissioner for work and housing. Umar is an engineer. I think he's also a member of Nigeria Engineering Society of Nigeria Engineering or something of that nature. I don't know what they call them. My brother, how long have we been having Julius Berger? Then you look at the number of universities in Nigeria. Every blessed year they produce civil engineers.
Thank
we
you.
Can't build we can't build railway.
They can't build
we don't have technology of our own to construct railway. Now
they just go to learn how to speak grammar. That's it. They go to school and learn how to speak big English.
It's suggested that they should is concrete road that is going to solve Nigeria problem. Okay, the concrete road, we don't have research of our own to study our temperature, our topography, and at the same time, we don't even have maintenance culture. And those concrete road, there are places where some places I've seen it in Europe here that they have to put concrete. This is a wedding, what is it called? A concrete rod. Those kind of rod and all those kind of stuff. Just imagine some of these pothole road. Below the surface, there is some rusty metals.
Midwest.
Wait, let me land this point. There are rod, rusty rod under all these port road across Nigeria. That means we cannot even use the road at all. Whether good or bad, now it is those dilapidated road that we are still using. You understand me? By the time we put barbed wire and nobody to maintain it, because we don't have that technology. It's not our own. So we need to call spade a spade. Is the government failure? Because when the government of every country you see, when the negotiation deal, they will negotiate both the know-how with it. It means when you agree, you sign the contract, you must train that country's people to know how to handle it. So sometimes you negotiate.
That's a good point.
You negotiate. You also negotiate with transfer.
Technology transfer.
Of know-how. Yes. So all of them go with the contract. Just because
Midwest, give me a second.